Look right into the camera, sir.
All right. Peace be unto you, brothers and sisters. This is your brother, Ishaka Musa Barashango, at the office of renowned scholar, historian, actually dean of scholars, the one that we all look up to, the one that we all look to, and the one that we glory in because of his enormous knowledge that we have been able to draw from and that we in turn have been able to pass on to others. We're speaking of none other than Dr. John Henrik Clarke. This is a great moment for me indeed, because I've had the privilege of working with Dr. Clarke on several occasions. We have been on the same podium at the same time or in the same building doing workshops or seminars, but this is the very first time I've ever had the opportunity to appear on the camera with him, and I am indeed delighted. Dr. Clarke, how you feeling today?
Fine, fine.
Thank you so much for having this interview with us, and we're going to get right on into the subject matter at hand today. We're dealing with the topic generally of the African origin of the Bible, and we're approaching the Bible and its development from an African-centered worldview. And our first question to you, Dr. Clarke, is according to your great research, and it is indeed has been prodigious, how did the African see his place in nature, and how did he see God, and how did he express his concepts of God in his everyday life?
The African saw himself in relationship to nature as he saw nature and God as one and the same. And we must remember that for most of the existence of man, the word God was not used. And yet, man had a great spirituality and a great affinity for the concept that man would later call God. Africa recognized that there was a spiritual force in the universe. He knew he could not make the rain, change the seasons, he could not make a hurricane, and he could not stop one. So he recognized that this force in the world was in charge, was a force bigger than himself, and he tried to bring man in harmony with nature, as against Western man, who often tries to defy nature. But he did not use the word God, and yet he recognized the spiritual force in the world that man would later call God.
Dr. Clarke, I've often heard throughout the years that this word God is used in the English word language. Is actually the word dog spelled backwards.
Yes, and man was late in using it, and whether this is coincidental, I do not know, but it is somewhat ironical that that is the case, because the God concept that we know came out of the conference in Nicaea in Europe, 325 A.D. But the spiritual concept was always there, recognized by the African, who thought that the spiritual force that ruled the universe was in everything that lives. Therefore, the African would meditate sometime before cutting down a tree, because a tree was a part of life. It only cut down what he needed, and he thought that the spiritual force of the universe was in the water, so he could stand by the water and meditate or pray, or in a tree, and he could stand by the tree or in himself, so he could meditate within himself. And so he did not need a church as such And he did not need someone to intervene between himself and the spiritual force of the universe, because he thought that he was a part of that totality and he could communicate directly.
Now, Dr. Clarke, what is the difference between religion and spirituality?
Religion is an artificial form that came later when man organized spirituality into forms and denominations, into concepts. And each group tried to prove that their concept was the true concept and the one most entitled to prevail. Now you see hypocrisy entering spirituality and killing its meaning. Now, spirituality is the recognition of the spiritual force of the universe and the recognition of your relationship toward all living things and your responsibility toward all living things. I have examined a lot of African indigenous belief systems, and most of them are based on African spirituality as against religions. And as much see, spirituality, you do not discriminate. Your wife can belong to one version of it, you can belong to another, and there's no conflict between you based on that. And this was carried over into the United States because within my own family, I got nearly everything except the Catholic. I might have them now when I didn't have them in my growing up days, but we had Methodists and Holy Rollers and Sanctified people, although we were predominantly Baptists. We were predominantly Baptists, and even our best religious jokes were about the Methodists because they got sprinkled instead of being immersed in the water. See, with the coming of religion and denominations and churches and ministers, economics entered. Commerce entered. To have a church, you got to have someone to build the church. The church has to be maintained. To have a preacher, he has to be maintained. So once commerce entered, the Bible, the religion became a money-making entity with all of its pretense of holiness. And it could not sustain itself without funds. So it became a fundraising gimmick. And I say that going away from spirituality, which is the recognition of all living things in their worth, when in religion you give preference to your chosen denomination and people who adhere to your chosen denomination. Religion has a sense of prejudice throughout. In fact, nearly all religions are violations of the God concept by dictionary definition. Because if you take the dictionary definition of God, God is kind, God is gracious, and God is nonpartisan, which is just the opposite of religions. A Catholic will not concede that a Protestant is right or can be right. That's ungodly.
It certainly is.
So when you deal with the ungodly nature of religion, the Protestant nature of religions, the partisan nature of religion, you can find out that religions violate, sometimes by their very being, the concept of God.
And truly one's system of belief or their spiritual identification directly impacts on how they relate to others.
Yes.
So
yes.
What were the elements of African culture that demonstrated our belief in democracy and true justice in our
The respect,
society?
the respect for the family and the assumption that elders had lived longer than others, therefore they were wiser in choices, and you created an atmosphere in which the elder automatically became wiser in making choices, because you created an atmosphere where he couldn't be corrupted. By virtue of being an elder, he got his sandals, and he got his clothing, and he got his food, and he was a professional thinker.
Mm-hmm.
And when you had a difficulty, you went to him to think it out and to resolve it. He had lived through youth and middle age, and now he's eldership, so he had learned a lot of things. And yet he never charged you for advice, but you never charged him for the sandals and the food and the clothing either. So it was an exchange that brought about stability. You always had someone to turn to. The uncle plays a major role in African family structures. So that family structure, based on these values, there was no word for prostitution because no one had ever been one. Mm. And the idea was unthinkable. When you look at the structure of the society, if a lady is not married at a certain age, two families got together to see what could be done about it until they found a suitable man for her. Whether she found one for herself, they found one for her. See, this was a period before the invention, I'm using the word advisor when I say invention, of the romantic I love you marriage. So that's where we went wrong. That's where we began to have trouble, because the Africans' marriage was based on respect and bringing families together, and sometimes bringing villages together. So when two people married, you had a whole lot of cows and goats, and then came, because each side of the family put together enough means so that they could sustain themselves and make sure they had land. And they didn't have to petition. They didn't have to go into debt. They didn't have to take out any notes. Now, you belonged to that particular group, and you expected, by virtue of bringing children into being and by virtue of your behavior, to enhance that group. And that group, by virtue of you belonging to it, protects you by making sure that you had the means of sustaining your family. If you didn't have enough goats, they would go to one family, you give them one goat, you give them until you got 10 goats, you know. Mm-hmm. And the same thing, that each family gonna give you 10 cows. So you begin the marriage with 20 cows.
Now, how did that affect our sense of justice and fairness toward
it's the sense of justice, as much as it is understood that a human being has a right to live, has a right to have the things that sustain a good life, to keep the human being from begging for those human materials that makes human life livable and basically comfortable. There was no great riches, but there was no poverty at all. If there was poverty at all, then that poverty was shared by the whole group, as riches were shared by the whole group. Now, they already had what Karl Marx was advocating, a classless society.
Is what Dr. Chancellor Williams, peace be upon him, refers to as the African constitutional system.
Yeah.
Everybody's needs was looked after.
Each according to his needs.
Now, how was this incorporated into Christianity, or were any of these principles incorporated into Christianity, and can they be in any way identifiable, or are they manifested in
See, they were,
Christianity?
what was incorporated into Christianity idealistically and verbally was the African family's structure of doing to each one as doing unto others as you would have them to do unto you. Basic protection. And when St. Augustine heard about the converts at Nicaea, he said, these people make me laugh. They're giving us a religion we had 3,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So now let's deal with that. Then let's deal with the formalization behind a personality called Jesus Christ.
Now, St. Augustine was who, for many people who may not know?
St. Augustine was the father of Catholic literature, and he was instrumental in creating the intellectual literature, the basic theories that went into the making of the Catholic Church.
Where did he come from? Where was he indigenous to?
Indigenous to North Africa.
Was he himself?
He was not Arab. He was not Arab. He was not Berber. He was African.
So he's somewhere in our ancestral line.
Yeah, no one has proved anything any different. I call St. Augustine the holy sinner, because in his early life he, like the ladies so much, he took up residence in house of prostitution and lived there and had a child there. And like most men who tinge with a spot of hypocrisy, after that he began to blame a lot of the sins of the world on women. He's about exhausted by then.
Mm-hmm. He did live
but he did. But I think his confessions and his other books laid the basis for intelligent church literature. And the beautiful simplicity of his writing. He's not complicated in his theory and his writing. There was a lot of great writers for the church whose writing is just too complicated to read it, not for the layman, you know. And I've tried to read St. Thomas Aquinas and Cece.
And Justin Martyr.
Yeah. Martin Luther was a little less confusing, but confusing enough. You know.
Could it have been, Dr. Clarke, that they weren't clear themselves on what Christianity was?
Yeah, it might be. I think the beautiful simplicity in the writings of St. Augustine, you know, that he had time to think things out, you know, himself, because between his years hanging out with the ladies, and he went through years of refinement and debriefing, of serious introspection.
Well, he was one in a long line of African church fathers.
Yes,
of the original African church.
And yet he was a little more significant than the three Africans who became Pope.
Then there was the Tertullian and Origen and Cipriani, all of these being African. And that brings to mind the fact that the original church, or Christianity as we have come to know it, was first established among African people.
It was established and brought into being by, the Christian church as we know it today. The Christian church. Let's make a distinction between the formal Christian church and the ideas of Christianity. Mm-hmm. That's a world of difference between that. Now, this is well documented in a book called Roman Africa. Roman taxation and Roman imperial brutality made people question old religions and look to new religions. And they turned to myth and suppositions and brought into being out of myth the story of a resurrected Christ.
What made them choose Jesus? And that also brings to
mind. They didn't at first, because he was never referred to as Jesus in his lifetime. Mm-hmm. Most of the writing about him occurred 80 years after his death, and that he began to run as Jesus the Christ. The very word Christ is not of African origin. It's from Krishna. It's more of East Indian origin than African.
Well, Rogers tells us that the word means the black one, the anointed one, because the one kissed of the sun was worthy of being the most anointed.
It could well mean that.
Now, this Jesus, whom we know from the study of history, was a black man.
Whose picture we know.
Oh, yes, sure, I think it's the proper word.
Now, let's make a distinction between the physical Jesus and the picture that the Pope commissioned Michelangelo to paint in the 15th century. Now, at the Conference of Nicaea, where they lost the books of the Bible that they didn't want to deal with, by putting them on the table and said that in the morning the books that God don't want us to use will be gone. And so there were no lost books of the Bible. They were the books that was left out of the Bible, especially the Book of Mary. It tells you what Joseph said when he discovered Mary was with child. He knew it wasn't his child. Otherwise, they could not create the Immaculate Conception had they left the Book of Mary in there. Now, the idea of Immaculate Conception is old because in Africa, a woman could have 9 children if her reputation is good and honorable, and if she's frequented only by one man, the African will say that her skirt is clean, her mouth is sweet. She is virgin. So the idea of virginity has absolutely nothing to do with whether you have had a child by process of cohabitation or not. Because the Europeans now wanted to create something that had a similar purity. They now would give a lady a child without having intercourse with a man.
Does this also have something to do with the fact that most of them were misogynists? They didn't want, but they couldn't get around exalting a woman to a higher state in the Christian church because most people at the time that they were trying to convert to the religion was into the mother goddess concept. And in order to elevate Mary to that status, they had to take her out of the realm of humanity, so to speak.
They had to make a supernatural Mary. And I think it's unfair to her because they had to dehumanize her by elevating her above human.
Mm-hmm.
And Mary, not Christ, should be at the heart, the focal point of the Christian religion.
Well, as ironic as it is, the Catholics in some way have done that.
They have done that in some of their rituals, but they have steadily fought against even having a minor female administrator in the church.
Now, this person who eventually came to be called Jesus by them,
the picture that we get, it wasn't painted until the 15th century.
what was he actually like? What was happening in the Hebrew? He was a Hebrew, we know that. And what was happening with the Hebrews? What was the dynamic going on between them and the Roman government at that time who were occupying their land in that little nation of Judea?
Well, the Romans occupying their land until they got on the Romans' nerves, and the Romans destroyed the last temple at 70 A.D.
Well, they say it was a hotbed there, especially where Jesus was raised, around Nazareth in Galilee, was a hotbed of rebellion. They were constantly carrying out some type of revolt.
Well, they're still doing it. We're talking about people of the Hebrew faith as distinguished between people we call Jews. The word Jew had its greatest development in Europe. There are people of the Hebrew faith all over the world, in India and China and South Sea Islands who never used the word Jew, who still belong to the Hebrew faith, and whose conversion to the Hebrew faith is older than that of Europe. The Europeans, Hebrews, were converted in the 8th century, 850 or thereabout.
Well, they felt that the Romans really had no right to rule over them, not only because they were invaders, but their laws said, their Torah said, that only God ruled them. Only the Creator was their ruler, and ruled through their king that came out from their midst.
But the Romans were no respecter of local customs or local laws. And even with the trial of Jesus Christ for sorcery, the Romans did not want a part of it, but because the Roman law, the crime of sorcery was major and therefore had to be taken to the Roman government. Minor crimes, they could try themselves. And so when they took him before the Roman emperor, the Roman emperor realized that he was no enemy of Rome, and he wasn't telling Romans to give their money to the poor or turn the other cheek. He wasn't driving Romans from the temple. He was driving his own people. So the Romans had no vested interest in interfering with all of this internal matter between the people they had colonized. And so he pushed them back to the crowd and said, he's your king. And they pushed him back toward the Romans. It's not my king. So we see the essential beauty and loneliness of the story. And the man who eventually emerged as Jesus Christ was one of a number of itinerant ministers roaming through the land at that time and who had the smallest amount of followers. Why did he survive? The others got lost. His people were then what they are now, great record keepers.
And evangelizers.
And they are also, when necessary, great record changers. And maybe some of the greatest liars under the eye of God.
Now, the first Christians we know were Africans. The original church was first developed and had its strongest hold in Africa.
See, but the African Christian developed before the church developed as a physical body. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm saying that was not the birth of Christianity, of the African concept of Christianity developed before the church. The church, in a physical sense, began to develop when the Romans decided they could use it, and therefore encouraged it after the Romans stopped killing Christians and began to join the church for political reasons.
They found it was more economically expedient
to
join it than to continue the expense of
and this was when Constantine made the Christian religion the religion of the Eastern Roman Church, and subsequently the others. Then plus the fact that many Roman emperors were entertaining themselves on Saturday by seeing the Christians killed with the lions and the gladiators. And finally one Roman looked down in the arena and saw his uncle, so he didn't stop the show. He says, "Oh, he's old widow, let him." Next Saturday, he looked down, there was his wife and the child, willing to die in the arena. He said, "Stop the show. I'm going to investigate this thing."
Well, Constantine's own mother, Helena, had been converted to Christianity, and that had a great impact on him making that decision.
Well, making that decision also with the little-known people called the Essenes. And the Essenes were, in addition to being moralists, were vegetarians of that day. And they approached him about fornicating in the palace, and he agreed to stop that. Then they told him he had to stop eating red meat. Then he told them equivalent to go to hell with your religion. So they left him alone. So, all right. If you stop the fornication, we'll leave you with your meat, So then he tolerated it enough to make it the religion of the Eastern Roman Church, although he never really, with any degree of sincerity, joined the church.
Now, St. Augustine said in one of his writings that the true religion, which had existed from the foundation of earth, came to be known as Christianity. So he very well knew.
Came to be known as Christianity.
Right, he very well knew, obviously, that this was no new concept, that this was no new thing.
John Jackson is Christianity Before Christ. Did a good job on this in another work called Pagan Origins of the Christ Myth. John Jackson is so terribly underrated because John Jackson was a cynic and one of God's angry men, but
a man of superior intelligence.
Yeah, and a fine memory of almost everything that ever touched his life, and died an angry, disappointed man. But he was my friend for more than 50 years.
I, too, learned so much from him. I never got to meet him in person, but from his writings.
Mm-hmm.
And his writings would prick me so I would sometimes have to go for weeks just wrestling with a point of view. When I first read Man, God, and Civilization, I had to wrestle with that book, but it opened up a whole new area of enlightenment. So
But see, in addition to his own writing, he introduces you to other writers that you need to investigate. Jackson introduced me to Joe Massey and Alvin Boyd Kuhn and writers of that nature. Pro-African Europeans that Europeans still ignore.
Now, when Constantine finally, when he decided that he was going to take this, what he considered to be a new religion, and now use it to revitalize the empire, and also use it as a mechanism to control the mind, he said the only way we can do this is to have an orthodoxy. If they have an orthodoxy, that means the people are not allowed to think or question beyond a certain level of belief.
But
How did he go about that?
This, by really designating certain priests to interpret the Bible. The Bible wasn't widely read or widely circulated. The Catholic Church, up until the end of the 19th century, a lot of Catholic laymen didn't even read the Bible. They had it interpreted to them, but they didn't read it. Either you had the blind faith and to believe what the priest said, or you wasn't a good Catholic.
Well, I understand that in some places the Bible was chained to walls, and only certain priests could read it. Not even all the priesthood could. And you could get varying degrees of punishment if you were caught reading it, even up to death, depending upon what your station was in life. And this went on for many, many years throughout Christendom as it was dominated by the Catholic Church.
Most Christians don't know it today. Don't know the different versions it went through before it was changed to the final version it's in right now.
Well, some folks say, well, since it's gone through all this, since it's been polluted so much, what do we need with it? What can we do? Why don't we just throw it away and start all over again? Should we do that, or what should we do with it?
I think we should try to understand it as part of religious literature and mythology, but I question the intelligence of anyone who thinks the Bible is true or supposed to be true.
St. Augustine said the same thing. He said, anyone who takes the book of Genesis literally is accrediting to God those attributes that are not worthy of him.
Yeah. And most of the book of Moses was written after Moses was dead.
Now, there were men and women during closer to our times in antebellum slavery or during our captivity that went to the Bible which had been denied them. They were not permitted to read the Bible on pain of death, actually, by their captors. But when they did get to it, when some quote-unquote well-meaning white person would teach them a text or something, they had a unique interpretation that was relative to their situation. Among them, we think of men like the Right Reverend Nat Turner and Reverend Gabriel Prosser and Denmark Vesey and Harriet, Right Reverend Mother Harriet Tubman and people like that.
But then Bishop Turner at the end of Bishop Henry McNeil Turner at the end of the century.
And Henry Harlan Garnett.
Who used it as a revolutionary weapon.
So does that say we can take it now and use it as a tool for liberation?
Right now. We can use Islam the same way, if we would. But religions are authoritarian, and there's such thing as religious fascism. And some ministers have turned it into that, a way of dominating the mind and controlling the body.
But Dr. Clarke, we certainly thank you for this opportunity. This has been a wonderful and enlightening session. And in closing out here, I'd like for you to just sum up in your own thoughts, feelings, and words the subject matter we have been discussing here, and share with us that which you think would help it to take us to the next stage of understanding in this.
See, a discussion of religions in general and Christianity in particular gets us into the question is what can we use for our own liberation and the maintenance of liberation once we achieve it. And what is good for us is what brings us to that point of liberation, independence, and maintenance. When I say independence, I don't mean independence to commit crime, independence to violate morality. I mean to be free of exploitation, to be free of being demeaned, and to have the right to project yourself as a part of the totality of history. We have to restore the humane apparatus to religions that has been extracted by exploiters who have used religion the wrong way. I think we must use religion to give the world a new humanity. But we have lost the meaning unless we understand that we must first give it to ourselves, because you cannot change the world until first you change yourself. I think all religion is good depending on its application, and all have the potential of being bad depending on its poor application. I think all of us should have the integrity to make that distinction and apply it for the good of ourselves and for all humankind, while giving each one the right to choose the interpretation that suits that particular case without demeaning the interpretations that suit other cases for other people. I have long ago left the adherence to any form of organized religion, and I belong to an African belief system, and I am comfortable spiritually with that belief system that furnishes me the integrity and the spirituality and the support that I think I need in my life. And because this is a humane belief system, I'm not ready to deprive others of having an opinion different from me, but I'm also have the nerve to let others know that when any belief system that fails to serve the basic human needs of people and the basic protection of people is open to question, and I'm not above asking that kind of question.
In other words, you've See, that bringing spirituality back to religion.
Yeah, bringing spirituality back to religion, and religion will become non-partisan and not clannish and selfish.
Thank you again, Dr. Clarke. Brothers and sisters, we have just had the opportunity and the great privilege of engaging in an interview with Dr. John Henrik Clarke, Dean of African Senate Scholars and great African thinkers, whom we have the privilege of walking the planet with in this day and time. We pray that his work will continue to be blessed by our ancestors and by the Creator, and we pray that he will be with us for many, many years to come, because he is a great treasure to us all, greatly beloved by all of us. Thank you so much for being with us. This is a part of the ongoing series of the African origin of the Bible. Thank you again, Dr. Clarke.
Okay.
This is one, I have been like a little child on his way to a candy store all day, because I had never been on camera with you. And I was really looking forward to doing this. I am so glad.
Well, I'm sorry that I just got the message while I was away in Philadelphia that my tickets for the conference in London has arrived so late I thought they'd forgotten about it. And Thursday, early in the morning.
To complete this interview with Reverend Dr. Shaka Musa Barashinga.
As long as you've known me, too.
Dr. Barashinga, we're trying to look at the political, economic, and cultural conditions of the Hebrew Israelites during the time that Jesus would have been on the scene in Palestine and the Roman occupation. What would it be like? Kind of give us an overview of one, why Rome, number one, occupied that area, what did they gain from that occupation in terms of its wealth, perhaps its food products and so forth, and what was the socio-political climate like? Why did the people rebel so? What were their treatment? Give us an overview.
Well, the Romans were there because they needed to be able to feed their armies. And at that time, the yield in Palestine was very great in terms of grain and food crops. It was a part of the Fertile Crescent. Of course, we know the most abundant arc in the Fertile Crescent was the one in the Nile Valley in Africa. And they had also conquered Egypt, as they called it, or Kemet as well. They even went to try to go further south to conquer the Cushites, or whom they called the Ethiopians, but the battle was so great that was put up against them, as it was led by the Queen Mother. In fact, they say this particular Kendaki, this Queen Mother, in 27 BCE was the date. In fighting the Romans, she was struck in the eye by an arrow, and her eye was hanging out the side of her head, and she still fought the Romans for the rest of the day. They say the Romans won that battle, but they were anxious to sue for peace, and they granted the Cushites anything that they asked for because they wanted to get out of that land. They really didn't want to have to fight these people anymore because they doubted that they could win a battle against them if they fought them again. So now their efforts were stepped up in Palestine because they needed the food there. So they crushed the Israelites in Palestine. They became the overlords there. In fact, they came in actually as partners to help one group in a dynasty fight the other group in this Hasmonean dynasty. There were two separate families fighting for who would rule the throne. And I think it was Aristobulus who called them in to help him against the other faction of his family, and the Romans in turn ended up taking over the whole thing and appointing their own king, who was Herod, who was not even related to the Hebrews. So that was their primary reason for being there. Now, the Romans were not really known for anything in the ancient world except their strict laws, which were enforced by their military power. They had a very complex
and efficient military machine. That's what they had going for them in their favor. In terms of intellect, they had never been known for that. They had to get their intellect from the Greeks, who themselves admitted that they got it from the Africans. But the Romans had that organizing skill. They're something like the Germans of today. They had that organizing skill. So they now come into Palestine. They are overlords in Palestine, and they're ruling over a people who are very difficult to rule over, because if you are a foreign ruler, if you're a foreign potentate, because they believed, according to their laws, the laws of Moses, the Torah, that no one was to rule them but Almighty God. And that Almighty God would rule them either through their king or their judges or their prophets or their priest. But whoever the ruler was in the land, they had to be connected with them as a people, born out and bred by them as a people, and practice, at least claim to practice, their religion and their culture. And they said as long as they were not ruled by someone like that of their own, then they were in disfavor with God. And therefore, to get back in favor with God, they had to have sovereign independence. Those two things were one and the same in their thinking. So they kept a holy war going on consistently, a stubborn holy war against the Romans. Now, they did not have the arms and the might and the organizational structure that the Roman military complex had, but they did have the tenacity. And they fought what we know as guerrilla warfare, which is very effective when you have a smaller force or ill-equipped force fighting against a more advanced or sophisticated force. You use guerrilla warfare. And
what was the Roman army like? Chariots and so forth. Can you kind of explain it? They had something called a pilum, I think, or whatever.
The flanks. The flanks. The Roman flanks is very difficult to break. It was, they would send out, I forget, I believe it was a cohort. It may have been about a cohort of soldiers. And they would come in this flanks, and they would march with these shields, these rectangular shields with like a spear point on them. They would march with these shields. When they got in place, when you would shoot arrows at them or throw spears at them, they would turn those things in precision and form a flanks around them. They would form a protective coat around them, from the sides, from the front, from the back, and the top. The ones in the middle put theirs on the top, and the ones on the side turn theirs to the side, to their flanks, and the ones in the front turn them out front. And that was very difficult to break them that way. Their cavalry was very good. They had expert cavalry. And of course their charioteers were outstanding. Most of their charioteers were from Persia or from out of Africa or some land of where black people lived. That's where many of their charioteers came from. And their most outstanding legion, the greatest of all the legions they possessed in their army, was the 10th Legion. And that was the African Legion, the leopard men.
So Rome had a multicultural army.
Well, yeah, like most governments will get anybody to fight for them. They had Germans, they had a German contingency fighting for them, they had a Gaul contingency fighting for them. Any place where they had gone and had taken conquest of the people, they conscripted those people to go to war for them. Just like any imperial state does, just like America does. That all imperial countries do that. And Rome definitely was an imperial country. So they ruled stringently, very stringently. And when they came into Palestine, which is actually a part of Africa, they didn't come with any women. Very few of them had women. A few of the officers or the governor may have brought his wife with him, but they didn't have any women. So they took the women by force who were there. So there was a struggle over that, because the men didn't want them coming in and taking their women. You had a group that went to the mountains and fought from the mountains. This group was known as the Zealots. They were the freedom fighters of that nation. They were beloved of that subjugated nation, and they were supported by the people of that subjugated nation. Their headquarters and their hotbed was in the hills of countries of Galilee. And Nazareth was one of their main places where they came to get their supplies, where Jesus was raised up. That's where they came to get their supplies. So they constantly waged war against the Romans. Now, at times it was more intense than others, because when Tiberius Caesar, who was the Caesar, or the president of Pax Romana, as you would call it, of the Roman Empire at that time, sent Governor Pontius Pilate to be governor over that region, which incorporated Judea, Syria, and I think a couple of other places and provinces. Judea was a small nation within it, but Judea thought of itself as separate and apart from all the rest of it. When he was sent there, one of the first things he did was take money from the temple treasury, which was forbidden. And even the Uncle Tom preachers, who were these Pharisees that you heard Jesus riling against so much, you scribes and Pharisees, because of their betrayal of the people. They were the Negro preachers of that day. And when they took the money from the temple, even the Pharisees now, who were generally kept the people in check, kept it from being an overall outright people's revolution and uprising, they now even began to join the Zealot movement and to fight against the Romans. And the thing which was the camel, the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, was when Pilate came in and had an eagle, a Roman eagle, placed over the temple, which was the center of worship for the Israelites in Jerusalem. And that's when everybody became involved in rebellion against them, because that was a desecration, a sacrilege, that was idolatrous as far as they were concerned. And they would die rather than offend their God. So everybody went to war. And that rebellion was led by one Judas of Galilee. Yeshua ben Judas of Galilee was his name. And he led thousands upon thousands against them. He was taken, it was in the year 6 CE. The one whom you call Jesus may have been about 12 years old then. And he had to, on a particular day, a very sad day in the nation of Judea, he had to walk home through a row of crosses that these black men were hung on, because as we have talked about before in previous sessions, the Israelites were black people before and they were black people then. You had some admixture there, but not to the degree that it later became. And so on those crosses hung approximately 2,000 men who had been in rebellion against Rome. That's how they punished those who rebelled against them. And at the head of that was Yeshua ben Judas of Galilee. And this obviously made quite an impression on the young mind of the Yeshua ben Joseph, or Jesus as you call him, the Christ as you call him, that we know of in the New Testament. So what the Romans said was this. Tiberius said, look, Pilate, we can't afford this, because these people are hard to rule in the first place. And it's taken a lot of expense to rule them, and it's actually not cost efficient if we have to keep fighting them on this level. And we can't keep fighting them and fighting all over the empire to maintain the empire. You cannot go in there and do anything that is opposed to their religious sensibilities. Leave them and their religion alone.
So how did they have the people, what did the Romans make the people do? What was life like under Roman domination?
Under Roman, let me just finish this point here, where Tiberius says to Pilate, don't you ever do that again, because if you do that again, I'm going to recall you from this post. And I may even send you into banishment, because you're costing the Roman government money. So there was agreement made with the preachers, the priests, the Pharisees, that we won't do this desecration anymore if you keep these people in check and quiet them down from carrying this rebellion out any further. So that again was a source of a problem when Jesus and John the Baptist rose up. This was a thorn in the side of the Negro preachers who wanted to keep everything cooled out, wanted to keep the people from going to war. As a matter of fact, you remember when they took Jesus to the Romans, and when they had him on trial, before they took him to the Romans, they say it's better that this one man should die than the whole nation.
Yes.
They were afraid of those Romans. They didn't have a case against him, but they said, look, we can't have him run out here stirring these people up like this. We made a deal with these Romans, and we have followed through on this deal. That was the political situation. Now, the Romans could conscript your house. They could grab you and make you carry their burdens for a mile. And later in the book of Mark, it comes up with this lie that Jesus said, if they tell you to carry the burden a mile, offer to carry another mile. If Jesus had told those people something like that, they would have left him. Nobody would have come out to listen to him at all, because he would have gone completely against the sentiment of the people. And there was no way that he could be popular among the people and not speak to their desire for freedom and liberation from those Romans. They could come and take anything virtually from these people they wanted to. They could go in these people's houses and get their wives or daughters or anything. A lot of that went on. And many Hebrew Israelite died trying to defend the honor of his woman or his daughter or his home before these Romans.
So they made the people work and they took the crops. Explain that.
It was a form of enslavement. It was a form of bondage. They subjugated the people. And when a person comes in as a captor and puts you in captivity and subjugates you, then they treat you all kind of ways. They don't treat you as a human being. And they were not treated as human beings. And they were very unhappy people. And that's why every child, that male child that came first in the family, most of them was named Yeshua, which in English is Jesus. And in Matthew it says, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Now people think you're talking about fornication or smoking or drinking or adultery or stealing or something. It wasn't referring to that. Sin to them was an imbalance. The word meant imbalance. And as long as the Romans were ruling over them, and not a king who was there as to stand in the place of their God ruling over them, to rule as a representative of their God, as a son of God. That's what they called their kings. So it wasn't unusual for Jesus to be called that, and it wasn't the first time. As long as that wasn't happening, they were living in sin. Because they said we have to be living in sin because we're in God's disfavor, and if we're in God's disfavor, that means we're doing something wrong. And the thing that proves that we're in God's disfavor is that a foreigner is ruling over us and making us do all sorts of things that we would not be doing, things that are contrary to the laws of Moses and according to our culture and to our morals. So that's the kind of situation you had there with those Romans and the Hebrews. And it was a very unhappy situation. It was not a friendly situation, except in those few cases where I said you had the Pharisees and maybe some other people who would collaborate with the Romans. And when that was found out, the people stoned them and did all kind of things to them. Or they would send the Sicarii. The Sicarii were the dagger men. They were the elite forces among the zealots who moved at night. And they would assassinate those who had betrayed the people. You would hear a dude walking down the street, a priest, a Pharisee, and you'd hear a scream in the night. And you'd see him laying there with a dagger in the center of his chest, but you wouldn't see anybody. Because they could come in and they could leave. They could fade into the night, into the terrain.
So Jesus now is born, and let's talk about Jesus. Let's talk a little bit about Jesus' background. You know, he went into Egypt and he was went to school at the age of 12. Well, where did he go to school, and what did their scenes? Let's talk about them. Then he comes on the scene, and what is he trying to do? What is he about?
Well, we know that he spent at least several years in Africa, in Kemet, in the Nile Valley, which is called Egypt. Just exactly what period of his life this was done is debated much among scholars. We know that in his infancy he was there, because that's where his parents went. Whether he was taken back at another time or not, we do not know. But we do, I know that Dr. George G.M. James says in the book Stolen Legacy that Jesus had achieved the level of the Herod in the mystery system of the Nile, the high cultural mystery educational system, which was that he had studied the 8 books of Tahuti. Now, I have never seen any documentation to corroborate that, but from the things that he taught and the things that he did, he obviously possessed a knowledge that was not common in Israel at the time, that no rabbi could have taught him in Israel, because they did not have that advanced a culture as you would find in the Nile Valley or in India or in Persia or even in Babylon. They had not advanced to that level. So to be able to do the things he said, he did, and many of the things he said which were not original. These things were said by Buddha, these things were said by Akhenaten, these things were said by Hotep, Kejimni, Ptahhotep. I mean, these things have been spoken many, many thousands of years ago. And you have to therefore have been taught in their institutions or by someone who had been trained in their institutions. What more than likely happened was that Jesus was taught by the Essenes, who were like the Buddhists, were like Buddhist monks there. They lived a very, they lived a life off away from everything else. They lived, what type of life? A kind of monastic life they lived. And they didn't get caught up in many worldly things. And the knowledge which they possessed, and which you find in their writings in the Qumran rediscovery they found in the Qumran Valley, there of the Dead Sea Scrolls, their writings and their commentaries on those scrolls, on the book of Isaiah and the book of other prophets, show that they had a knowledge which was far greater than that possessed by the normal Hebrew Israelite at that time, and that knowledge was somehow linked with the knowledge that came out of the Nile Valley, which in all probability their order was established by priests from the Nile Valley, because they had established and given the authorization to Solomon to institute many of these teachings in Solomon's temple in the day that that was built. So it was a very common thing for this close-knit relationship between the Nile Valley high culture scientist priest, the Israelite priest, and priests of many other nations. Because the Nile Valley was the source of all knowledge at that time, and the University of Waret, which the Greeks call Luxa, the Greeks called Luxa, was the center, the hub of all knowledge and learning at that time. And most everyone had to refer back to it, or get their credentials from there, or get their accreditation from someone who had gotten their credentials from that institution.
Now, I've heard that Jesus was bringing about a revolutionary movement, a socialist or African-based way of living. What was his teaching? What was he trying to do? How did he go about it?
His teachings was a cacophony of Buddhism, Judaism, the old Nile Valley teachings. So much of what he said was said by Asar, as you find in the book of the Coming Forth by Day or by Night, Mishnah, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, or by Heru. So much was said by Buddha. I mean, definitely, you can see the teachings of Buddha in what Jesus had to say. You look at the movement he structured. You look at the 12 basic people he had there, the 12 basic lieutenants he had with him, because he had 127 actually, who were the people who were the ministers of that movement. But there was a basic 12, and within them was another core group of 3. And among them was Simon the Zealot, zealots were known for their militancy against the Romans. And when you look in that group, you will see a motley of people from different kinds of institutional bases or philosophies of life within the Hebrew Israelite or Judaic structure. So it seems as though he was trying to pull together a black united front, because he was supported by all these groups. Even some of the Pharisees who couldn't stand the fact that the other Pharisees were collaborating with the enemy joined unto him. In fact, he had to be buried in a Pharisee's tomb. Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea were great followers of Jesus, and I probably supported him economically. Many of the women in his movement were married to men who worked in the governmental structure. And they would be what we would consider today to be GS-10s, GS-15, GS-17, as high as that. Some of them, one worked as high up in the cabinet of Herod. So they were well-to-do. They were middle-class people. So these women were able to follow Jesus around. And the book of Matthew, the Gospel of Matthew, tells you these women were the ones who put the money in the movement. So they were financed. So he had just a complex of different people from many walks of life, and that's a movement. And it wasn't called Christianity.
It's called the Kingdom of God.
It was called the Kingdom of Heaven, was its purpose. Kingdom meaning government of heaven, not in heaven. Note the word said kingdom of heaven is at hand. And it was called the Nazarene party because he was called the Nazarene, the Nazarene, from the word nostrim, the Hebrew, meaning keepers of the nation, guardians of the nation. And that's what he had. There was no Christian church or anything at that time. And that Nazarene party had incorporated in it people from the Pharisaic party, people from the Zealot party, people from the Essene party, from different parties. So it was like an umbrella for all of those parties to come up under this movement.
Well, what do you mean party? I mean, they didn't elect presidents and things like that. How do you mean party?
It was a political party because the aims of the Hebrews were political as well as spiritual, because they did not separate the two. The political aim was also a spiritual aim, because they had to fulfill the will of God for them. And in their minds, the will of God for them was to live as a sovereign, independent people, following the laws of God as they were revealed to them through the laws of Moses. Now that was their understanding at the time. Anything else being said to them would have made no sense whatsoever and would not have been entertained, not even for a moment. Jesus would have been laughed at as a clown. He certainly wouldn't have had these crowds of people around him like he had. And the reason why these people came out to hear him was because there was a great expectancy. They were looking for a deliverer to come. Had he not extended to them some hope of that, if he had said to them at any point that, look, I'm not interested in your desire to be free of these Romans. I'm not interested in your political goals and aspiration. I'm only interested in making everybody love each other and we get ready to die and go to heaven. Those people would have left him out there by himself because they were not interested in anything like that. They just were not. So this was incorporated later into the New Testament. Some 300-400 years later, people made Jesus say this because they needed to use these documents now to placate and to keep under control the masses of the people once the Roman Empire adopted Christianity as an official religion. It was therefore used to keep the people tranquilized.
Now, we want to get to that, but didn't his party was the Black Panther Party?
No, what it was is the symbol of the dynasty that he was born to. He came out of, if you look at his genetic tree, his genealogy, you will find that all of those people in there had been of the family of Hasmon, of the recent, I'd say about the last 10 or 12 of them, of his predecessors, of those he descended from, his ancestors. They were of the family of Hasmon. Hasmon was the great father out of which came the Maccabean family, which made a strike for freedom and got it from the Syrians, who were subjugating them at the time in the year 167 BCE under Judas Maccabeus and his brother John and several others. Judas Maccabeus meaning Judas the Hammer there. And they struck for freedom and established them as an independent nation until the Romans came later and subjugated them there. When there was a fight between one member of the Hasmonean party and the other for power, then they called the Romans in to help, I think it was John Hyrcanus, come into power. It was either John Hyrcanus or Aristobulus. I forget which one it is. But anyway, one was called against the other. And when the Romans did come in and take control, then they took the power from him as well and gave it to a foreigner, an Idumean, named Herod there. So now, Jesus' family line in terms of as a dynasty was the Hasmonean dynasty at the time. And their symbol of their household was a panther, a black panther. Now I got that from the writings of Sir Godfrey Higgins in the book Anacalypsis. And he seems to substantiate it very well. because this panther, Black Panther symbol went all the way back to ancient Greece. Bacchus, their god of wine and dance and singing, also had a black panther as his symbol. So it was a very popular symbol in the ancient world. So you might say there was a Black Panther party even at that time and in that place, if you go by that symbology.
Okay, now let's move on to Jesus and his movement, and as it began to, it was only 3 years old. So what are some of the things that happened during this time?
Several things. One of the things, too, that must be kept in mind is that even though the Gospel of Mark does everything it possibly can to apologize for the militancy of the Nazarene party and to separate the Roman Christians and these other people who are coming into Christianity now from the Nazarene party, because they're scared to death at this time, because this book is written after the Romans came in and tore up Jerusalem and burned it to the ground, not leaving one stone upon another. They're so afraid now that this Gospel of Mark comes out saying, no, we don't have anything to do with those fighting people over there. We are turn the other cheek kind of people. We are nonviolent, pacifistic people. We don't have anything to do with that. So they now put words into Jesus' mouth that he probably didn't speak, but when they put it into their mouth, it becomes contradictory to what other words they say he spoke, such as, I'm sent only unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel, which says he was a separatist. A woman came to him for healing who was a Syrophoenician woman. She came to him to heal his daughter, and he told her through this whole long thing about you don't give the crumbs of the children to the dogs. I'm sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And it's only after she persists that he says, all right, I'll do it. And after his disciples said, you better get her away from you because she's calling the attention of the Roman soldiers around here, that he does it. He goes on to say to them, go only unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Cover all of the land of Israel and carry the gospel, and then shall the end come. He doesn't tell them to go to the Greeks or the Romans or anything. He also says to them, the kingdom of heaven is taken by violence, and the violence presses it by force. That's a very violent statement there. I've heard preachers try to do all kind of exegesis on it, and they still can't get away from the fact that he says the kingdom of heaven is taken by violence, and the violence presses it by force. There's another occasion upon which he says, now is the time to sell your clothes and buy a sword. What would be the reason for that? If you're not going to use that sword. So you have a contradiction there. They say, well, when Peter cut the man's ear off and Jesus put it back, this was a part of the thing of trying to separate Eurocentric Christianity from the Nazarene party. The question has to be asked, what was Peter doing with a sword in the Garden of Gethsemane if Jesus was nonviolent? He wouldn't have let him carry a sword in there. And why did Jesus say just before going into the Garden of Gethsemane that now was the time to sell your cloak and buy a sword? Why did he go into the temple and commit a violent act of driving the money changers out of the temple? That was not a nonviolent act. And there was no way you were going to get them out of that temple unless they were afraid of you, unless you had some show of force, which obviously he had some contingent with him that had some military thrust to it. So these are some of the things you have to keep in mind. You're showing a schizophrenic personality here. He's violent on one end. He's telling you that in order to get what you're after, the kingdom of heaven, you have to have violence. But on the other hand, you're telling me that he's nonviolent, and that he's opposed to violence, and that he's a pacifist. So you have a contradiction right there.
So he builds a movement. Let's take it from there.
He builds a movement.
Highlights in his life.
And the movement becomes very, very strong. It becomes a popular movement among the people. And this is why the Negro preachers are concerned. Now, they may not have been able to take Jesus because they had attempted to take him before. They sent soldiers to arrest him, but the people were so strong and pressed around him that they came back and they said, well, what happened? They said, never a man spoke like this before. But they couldn't take him. They were afraid to take him. The reason why they were able to get him this time, it appears, is that when Jesus did go into that temple, which was obviously a move to take the temple, which would therefore take the control of the economics that those Negro preachers had at that time, because it was at festival time. They was coming up on the festival of the Passover, so a lot of money was changing hands in Jerusalem. People from all around different parts of the nation were coming to Jerusalem. Is that his forces got bottlenecked there and he lost out. Because they had attached to that temple, they had a Roman, not a cohort, but they had, and not a legion, but it was a company of Romans who were assigned to protect it, to protect these Negro preachers. And they came down, and what probably happened is there was a swelling of his forces, the zealots and so forth, and they got bottlenecked in those narrow passages leading into the temple precinct. And they were cut off from the main body of their forces. Now, Donovan Joyce says in the book, The Jesus Scroll, and it seems most probable, that his son was taken and arrested. Barabbas, because the word Barabbas means father, son of the father is what it means. And in the and even in some of the newer translations of the Bible now, they put it back Jesus Barabbas. It means Yeshua, son of the father. That is, he had the same name as his father. In all probability, he may have been the son of this Yeshua. Donovan Joyce lays out the case that Barabbas was taken. Being the son of Yeshua, or whom you call Jesus, there was a deal made, you can take me in place of my son. Because there is no tradition in all the writings of the annals of the Roman Empire, and they wrote about everything, of them letting go of a political prisoner at Passover. They wouldn't have done that. This man was dangerous to them. There's no tradition of the give us Barabbas. Should I give you Jesus Christ or give us Barabbas? No, no such thing probably happened. There was probably an exchange of Jesus for his son. And since Jesus was the one who had, at this Last Supper, people don't understand, this Last Supper was an inauguration ball. And he was being anointed. When this woman anoints his feet with this oil, they say, well, she's anointing my body for death. That was spikenard and saffron that was used only to anoint a king or a high priest. Jesus, therefore, had been accepted by his family in the Hasmonean dynasty, had been accepted by the elders of the tribe of Judah as the next legitimate king of Israel. Now, what he had to do was to take that political power. He had to take that power by force. And obviously, he failed at that and was taken captive through betrayal of Judas, Iscariot, or someone. Now, when Jesus is finally charged by the Romans, he is not charged with being a sorcerer. He is not charged with calling himself God, because nobody really cared. The Romans had so many religions, they could have used another God. They didn't care. He wasn't charged with any of this by the Romans. He was charged with stirring up the people. It's very clear. He stirred up the people. In fact, Pilate said, I believe these Jews are trying to set me up. I think these Negroes are trying to set me up and make Tiberius Caesar angry with me and call me out of here. I'm not going to buy into this. I don't have nothing to do with this man. I don't see where he's done anything wrong. They said, well, he has offended Caesar. And if you don't condemn him, you're not a friend of Caesar. So here Pilate's caught in the middle here. So well, what did he do? He says he's a king. He said, well, isn't he your king? He said, we have no king but Caesar. That's all we have. We don't have any king. So Pilate decides to interrogate him himself. Pilate says, look, I don't go along with all this stuff. As far as I'm concerned, you're an innocent man. My wife has dreamed that you're an innocent man, said don't take any part of this. And I'd like to let you go, man. But I got to find this out. Are you the king of Israel? And Jesus looks at him and says, you said it, brother. Or as we would say, sure, you're right. He said, well, if you were a king, where's your kingdom? He said, well, my kingdom is not of this world, and I have forces and legions you know not of. So people thought he was talking about angels coming out of heaven and everything. What he was talking about is those forces in the hills, in the Judean hills, that Pilate didn't know anything about, had heard about, but didn't know how strong the force was. That he was not interested in the Roman Empire. He was not interested in being linked to the Roman Empire, that his kingdom was separate and distinct from that. Pilate understood that very clearly, and finally had to condemn him to death for asserting himself in treason against the Roman government. Because only a king who was appointed by the Roman imperial powers could rule in Israel at that time, because they were being subjugated by the Romans. And Jesus carried out to the fullest that he was a king. In fact, he had been adored and given all of the manifestations that a king was given when he rode in on the donkey that time into Jerusalem before going into the temple to clear it out. These people are saying in the Gospel of John, long live the king. Hosanna to the Son of David, which is a title for the king. Hail to the king. Read the language. It says that very clearly. They say, oh, the Son of God is come. Or they might have said that too, because Son of God meant king to them. It didn't mean somebody out of heaven somewhere. And they didn't say, oh, here's a Savior who's going to die and bleed for us and save us from our sins. They didn't say any of that. They said, Hosanna to the king. The king's here. Our nation will be free now. The one we have waited for has arrived. He's here. And after the Romans crucified him, they put over his cross in 3 languages. They put his name, King of the Hebrews, or the Jews as they called him, which was like saying King of the Niggers. Because that's what a Jew was, a derogatory term like that, same as nigger is today. So they put it in 3 languages, so they let you know what their concern was. We're not killing this man for any other reason that is he's usurping, trying to usurp power from us. Trying to take back power from us. That's all we're concerned about him. And that's why we're killing him. That's why we're getting rid of him, because he had too great an influence among the people. And then we see his disciples walking along later, several of them on the road to Emmaus, and they said, we thought this was the one. We thought he was really going to be the one to liberate, because they had seen so many men come as messiahs and be crucified. They said, we thought that this was going to be the one. And then, of course, you go on from there, and they build around this, the idea that he's still alive. This mysterious person says grace with them and says it in the same way that Jesus does when he blesses the bread, which is the way all Essenes monks said it, blessing. And he said, oh, wow, did not our hearts burn within us while he spoke to us? He is the one. And then there's this mysterious meeting on the Mount of Olivet where nobody really gets to see or touch him, except they do talk about him coming into the room and Thomas putting his finger into his side and all that. This is later written by Luke, who is a friend of Paul, who is supportive of Paul's idea of Jesus, which is completely opposite to what Jesus was about historically. But that's another whole study in itself, the Pauline Christianity. There's so much different, and was always opposed to the apostolic Christianity of Peter, James, and John, and the other disciples. So now, this Jesus is mysteriously standing on the side of a mountain, and he just disappears on this cloudy mountain. And they said he has descended up into heaven. But it takes them 50 days to figure this out, because they're up in a room for 50 days now, and they're saying, what happened? What are we going to do? And it says they're struggling with each other over this, because it is not until the day of Pentecost that they're on one accord. So that meant they were not on one accord for 50 days. They're debating this issue of where do we go with this movement now? What do we do now that the leader of the movement is dead? What are we going to do? How do we carry on, or should we just let it go? And it is on that day that Peter stands up and speaks to all of these people. There are thousands of people gathered in Jerusalem there because it's for the celebration. And they're speaking many languages because they come from many nations. They're Hebrews that come from many nations. And he speaks to them in a tongue that they can all understand. And so the scripture says, and he preaches to them that Jesus, the one whom he was crucified, is not dead. He still lives. He's among us. He's with the Father in heaven. He's safe. Seemed like they came together with a formula that would work to keep the people's spirit up. And that is, they have been killing our messiahs one after the other. They have killed this one. What shall we do? Say, make this one eternal. Make this one eternal. They did the same thing with Viva Zapata in our day. When Viva Zapata was shot down, 150 federales shot him down in the square, in the piazza, in the plaza. His horse ran away. And you could see his horse in the distance, rearing up as though the rider was on him. So the people said to each other, that's not Viva Zapata. That's not Emiliano's Viva Zapata. This is Emiliano Zapata. He's on the horse in the mountains, and he will direct us from the mountains. That's what happened with Jesus. And they carried on. They kept that movement on and swole that movement up in spite of the fact that Paul came in and started something altogether different, which we have discussed in the tape, The African Origin of the Christian Church. But in spite of that, that Nazarene party continued to lead them in a outright revolt against the Romans until it swelled in 66 CE, or what they would call AD, of the Common Era. And they had to bring an army against them under Titus, General Titus. The Roman legions came against them, but was it Tiberius who was it? No, Tiberius was long gone then. I'm trying to think, it wasn't Caligula. I think it may have been Caligula at that time, but don't quote me. I forget who was the Roman Caesar at that time, emperor at that time. I get them kind of confused, man, in their order of how they came in. I think it was one before Nero, I believe. I think it was before Nero. Anyway, he calls his forces back. The Caesar, the emperor, calls his forces back to send them to Gaul or somewhere to quell an uprising there. So the Hebrews think, and the Zealots said, man, we done won this. They'll never come back messing with us now because we put a beating on them. Because they did go and catch the rear end of the Roman guard and just tore it down. They just axed them. They beheaded, they killed them. So they said, we have our liberation. And for 4 years they did have it. But the Romans came back again, this time under Vespasian. And he came back with a larger contingency. And this time they brought with them the feared, the indestructible 10th Legion is what it was called, the leopard men out of Africa. They brought Africans to subdue Africans. And they tore Jerusalem down to the ground. The people had put up such a resistance that the Romans were so angry they burnt the thing down to the ground and leave one stone on top of another. Over 100,000 people were killed in there. They said blood flowed like up to the horses' halter through the streets. That was the kind of siege that was laid to that city. I forget how long the siege lasted. But it was an awful thing. A lot of black people died in that. And those Hebrews were very stubborn people, and they would die for what they believed in. But it didn't even stop there. The Zealot movement went underground, and it continued to go on, and it wasn't crushed until 135 of the Common Era, when the Romans took down the great fortress of Masada. That's when they finally crushed it once and for all. So here we have now a resistance that's going on even before Jesus is born, and continues to go on even after he is crucified, because there are other men after him who are also killed by the Romans, assassinated by the Romans, who also carry the title of the Messiah, or as they say in the Christian terms, Christ. There was Yeshua ben Bukakba. There was Yeshua ben Menachem. There were many of them. Yeshua ben Thaddeus. There were a whole lot of them who came after him, who the Romans also assassinated for their uprising against the people.
Just let me ask you a couple of questions in regard to some of the scriptures. Jesus on the temple wall, where Satan offers him the whole kingdom, and that kind of biblical symbolism. What was going on?
Well, it would probably a temptation to acquiesce to the powers that be. Just like Nat Turner went through that. Nat Turner, when he was called, he ran away from the call. He did not want to strike a blow for freedom and from slavery. He was frightened. and he ran away from it. And then the Lord made him come back and take on the task that he had called him to do. So here now, Jesus is going through a temptation. It's an hour of temptation. Here now, you're becoming the leader of a people who are subjugated by the mightiest military force in the area at that time. But the only force that could beat it was the Cushites. That was the only one that could give it a hard way to go. And the Parthians could give it a hard way. They had whipped the Parthians over and over again too. So here you had this power, awesome power now. And you have your people divided as to whether they should fight against it or not, although they're discontent and want their liberation. And then you had these preachers telling them, just be cool and do the rituals, and God will deliver you one day. You got all this you have to face now and come up against. And here you are, a humble little prophet from a family that is now wealthy, and you have to go out in the midst of all this. And you have to be a leader to these people. So that's a great temptation. So what he's hearing is this force of evil saying to him, if you bow to me, if you bow to Rome, if you just go along with the program, I'll give you a strong position. I'll even give you Herod's position. I'll make you king. You know, I mean, you're the rightful ruler anyway. You're the Hasmonean dynasty. I'll put you on in there. But you got to follow my program. So that's what he's dealing with. And also he's dealing with sustenance and survival. He's hungry. You know, he's been on a fast for 40 days. And the thing that really that directly deals with the people is that which sustains them and gives them nourishment. When they don't have that, many times they can take their will to fight. And so he's tempted on that note. And then he's also tempted to curse God, to bow down to the powers that be as God, bow down to Caesar as God, bow down to me, the devil, as God. Because, you know, if you were the Son of God, and if you were God's chosen, he would help you now. And he's not here to help you. I'm the only one who can do something for you. You're in my power. You're in my grasp. So he had this temptation to go through there. And he's now seeing the condition of what he has to try to build from, having nothing, almost. And he's shown all of the finery of the world. Said, look what I got. And I can give this to you. You ain't got to go through all this struggle and building a movement and trying to get the people to follow you, build a popular movement and all that. It's already here. But you got to do it my way. And Jesus would not do it his way. They come up with this thing about, they come to him and ask him, should you pay taxes? Which is a test question from the people, because if he said yes, the people would have put him down instantly, because they felt they shouldn't be paying the Romans taxes. On their own land, on that which they produced. And if he had said no, the Romans would have locked him up for tax evasion. So what did he say? Who put you on the money? They say Caesar. They say give unto Caesar that which is Caesar, unto God that which is God. And what he was saying is this money doesn't mean anything to us. It has Caesar on it. It has no value to us. The thing that has value to us is the land that produces the wealth. That belongs to God. And God gave it to us. And told our father Joshua that every place that the soles of our feet should touch would be given unto us. So this is God. So that's what you render unto God. This land, the freedom of this land. Let Caesar take his money or anything else he may have.
Now, was as a priest, an Egyptian priest, and some say that Jesus was an Egyptian priest, could he have done some of these miracles that are ascribed to him, heal the sick, walk water, things of that nature, because it has been said that the priesthood couldn't do these things?
Well, what he acted like a Kemetic priest anyway. Then this story had been told about so many people as well. But let's say he could do these things, that he had the knowledge of how to do it. What appears to people that they don't understand is considered to be magic or miraculous, if they don't understand the scientific principles behind doing it. We know that the Kemetic priest had the ability to levitate and to levitate things. I've seen people even today who just had a little practice in that, be able to take a big strapping brother on a chair and just put their fingers together, a group of them, and put all the points together and lift it off the floor. Now that's a very minor thing, but it's the principle of levitation. So if he did indeed have access to that kind of knowledge, which he probably did, if he didn't get it directly from Africa itself, he received it from the Essenes who had received it from there, then he would have been able to do many of these miraculous things that they talk about.
Now,
but it wasn't unusual, because he said himself he wasn't the only one doing this stuff. That there were other people. He said there were other people who were doing it, who came to deceive the people. So that wasn't the thing that made him, if you want to say, well, this makes him the Son of God, or this makes him different from any other man because he was doing these miracles. Because he admits that other people were doing the miracles, and that people would come after him and do the miracles, and that his disciples, even after he was gone, would do greater things than he had done. You know. So that must mean that they would have been exposed to more knowledge than he had, obviously.
Now, if we can, very quickly, because I know your time is limited, let's talk about the overtaking. What happened after Christ died? I mean, the movement continued. There was resistance. People fed to the lions, and then eventually it became a state religion. But kind of go through that and give us kind of a capsulization overview. Well,
what had happened is the Apostle Paul, when he had come along, and that's a long story, and I do go into some detail on that tape, African Origin of Christianity. The Apostle Paul had started up something that was completely different from what the apostles were following and what Jesus had taught. Paul had never met Jesus. Paul, he really was, they were at odds with one another. That's where the statement coming from, robbing Peter to pay Paul, because they were really at odds. But what he had going for him is he could read and write in 8 different languages. He was far more educated than the disciples. So he could write his down, and his could survive. You see. And he began to write his letters and incorporate his doctrine about the idea of Jesus before any of the Gospels were written.
Well, what was Paul's motive? Paul was Saul, and he was really persecuting churches. Did he? At first,
he was persecuting these Nazarenes. But he says that on the road to Damascus, he met with Jesus, and Jesus told him not to do it. What he actually had was an epileptic fit, because anybody who has studied theology in the background of biblical history knows that Paul suffered from epilepsy, and I think he himself alludes to it several times in his letters. So he had an epileptic fit and a sunstroke. And coming out of that, he became quite a deluded person. And the one thing he felt guilty about what he was doing, and now he wanted to be a super Jew. He wanted to be a super Israelite, but he was not trusted. After spending 3 years in Arabia on the desert by himself, he formulates a doctrine. He doesn't go to see the disciples. They have to make him come see them. So what happens is he formulates his own idea about it now, and whatever internal struggle Paul is having, to reconcile himself with that internal struggle, he now comes up with this idea of this Satyr, or this dying Savior God, which is very Greek. And the Greeks, of course, had gotten it from the Chemitans, but it is not Hebrew. The Hebrews had no such concept at that time. So he takes this, and he attaches to it the fervor of the Nazarene movement, and he takes it to the Greeks and the Romans. And he's an excellent salesman, because he sells it to the Greeks and the Romans. And when the apostles at Jerusalem, who had been with Jesus and who had studied with Jesus for 3.5 years, and unto whom the movement was bequeathed, call him in to challenge him, because they're saying, you're not teaching what Jesus said to do. He stops along the way in Thessalonica, and Corinth, and in Rome, and all of these other places, and in Ephesus, and he picks up money from these people. And by the time he gets to Jerusalem, where the headquarters of the Nazarene movement is, he has all this money, and the Nazarene party is broke, just like the nationalist movement of today. It's always broke. So he says, look, this can't be all bad, because I got all this money. So the brothers get together and they say, well, look, we don't care what you teach the Greeks and the Romans. And they lay down some stipulations to, deal with their authority, as long as they don't eat flesh that has been strangled, and they do some of the other dietary laws and things like that. They said, but you go ahead and be the apostle to the Gentiles, because Jesus didn't send us to the Gentiles in the first place. He sent us to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But you keep pumping this money in here. But what happened is, after the destruction of the party, and as the party remained under such great attack and the destruction of Jerusalem, the Christians in Rome and in the Greek cities and in the Asian cities did not want to be identified with the Nazarenes because they didn't want the Roman government to come down on them. They didn't want to be seen as the purveyors of sedition. So they said, we're not connected with that. And that's when the book of Mark came out. There, that was the first gospel to be written that we know of. Matthew, even though it is in priority in the New Testament, was written after Mark, actually as a counter to Mark, to put the thing closer to its Hebrew Israelite perspective. Yeah. So that's how all that came about. And a very fine work that gives you some detail on that is Jesus and the Zealots by a white theologian, Dr. S.G.F. Brandon. S.G.F. Brandon. Jesus and the Zealots is the name of the book. Now, it can be difficult to read sometimes. You have to bring yourself to it because he's talking strictly theological jargon. So, and you have to kind of know that. But if you go to somebody who knows that, they can help you with it. But it gives you enough clarity there to show you how this movement that was originally a militant movement was co-opted and became a pacifist movement. And why they thought that was very important at that time. Because the Romans were on a rampage then. And there was nobody called Christian until it was decided to be called Christian in the city of Antioch. So Peter, James, John, and all of them were not considered to be Christians. Maybe not even Paul, because they say Paul and Silas was there, or Paul and Barnabas was there. But historically, the appellation Christian was not applied until maybe 100, 140 CE at Antioch, maybe even longer than that. But even that had been done by the time of Paul, Jesus certainly couldn't have been called a Christian, because he had been crucified. He had been assassinated by that time. So he never called himself a Christian. He never talked about Christianity at all. He never even talked about anything but Judaism. And people get confused because he said, upon this rock I build my church. Not understanding that the word church is a Greek word, ecclesia, which means a place of gathering, a place where you organize and unite. And it could have been used for political gathering. It was usually for community gathering. It was only later that it began to take on what is called, quote-unquote, sacred overtones, and to be used exclusively for religious services. So it's a long story from then on, because Christianity did not happen overnight. It took a lot of bloodshed. It took a lot of debate over it until it was finally settled by the sword, not by prayer, not by the Holy Spirit, not by God, nor by Jesus. It was settled by the sword of the armies of Emperor Constantine of the East Roman Empire in the year 325 of the Common Era.
How was that done?
That we discuss in detail on African origin of the Christian church.
We have that. Then let's just close out then with looking at the early church here among slaves in America. We want to get a look at the militancy of the early church and how black people, Africans here, were introduced to Christianity or reintroduced to it, but kept some of their Africanisms and how they saw it and came to use it as a weapon.
Well, about the time of the destruction of Jerusalem, I have to go back there a minute. Christianity went in two different directions. Mm-hmm. It went toward the Romans, the white folks, the Greeks and the Romans, and it went deeper into the heart of Africa. Mm-hmm. The one that went deeper in the heart of Africa was a Christianity that was more akin to the Nazarene movement. Mm-hmm. And even though it developed a lot of the mythology, it was not in sync with the Roman Christian church. And it was the strongest Christian church in the world.
What,
The African church, the one in Ethiopia and what they called Egypt, in the Nile Valley, the Coptic church. And the outstanding personalities of that, the early church fathers was, I don't remember them in their order, I think Tertullian, Cipriani, Origen. I believe Origen was first. No, he came behind him. I think Tertullian preceded them. Then was Cipriani, Origen, St. Augustine, Perpetua, all of Boetius. You had all of these different, I don't remember the exact chronological order in which they came, even though I've written about it. I don't exactly remember what the chronological order, but I know Augustine was the one who came in about the 4th century. You know, and he was the most outstanding of them all and the most learned of them all. Tertullian was responsible for the Latin language becoming the language of liturgy, the language of the church there, because it actually came out of the Punic language, which was the tongue of the Carthaginians, or the Carthaginians, as they should properly be called. So it was originally out of the root of an African language. So he was responsible for that, and he was also responsible for dividing the Old Testament and the New Testament, for setting that distinction. Because really there had not been fully developed the New Testament at that time. There were just a few books, 13 letters of Paul, the Gospel of Luke and the Gospel and the Acts, the Gospel of Luke and Acts, which was written by the same person, Luke the physician, and John Marcion in 140, a Syrian Greek, introduced that because he said the Old Testament talked about a God that was just too violent, and he wanted a sweeter God, a tenderer God. So he didn't even use Matthew or any of the others. He just used Luke, Acts, and the 13 letters of Paul, which shows that he was more in tune with the Pauline doctrines of Christianity than he was with the apostolic doctrine. And I mean, this was a great debate, which drew much blood, and was partially settled at the Council of Nicaea, not totally settled, because the debate went on for several hundred years more there.
Well, how was it settled at Nicaea?
By the authority of the emperor. The emperor said whatever he called in the 325 bishops, and he said Africans were included, and the Africans were in total disagreement with the other bishops, and he threw them out. 310 bishops, I'm sorry. They threw the Africans out of the council because they were not in. They didn't accept this thing about Jesus being born of a virgin without the help of a man. They didn't accept this thing about, because the relationship between a male and female in terms of cohabitation was very sacred to them. So they didn't see this as an evil thing, that he had to come through, the Son of God had to come any other way than by the seed of, and they said the text said he came by the seed of David, you know. They didn't agree on Xmas as his birthday. They didn't agree that Jesus was one in the same power and essence with God Almighty. There was a lot of disagreement there. And they were driven out of the council, and what the European bishops decided on, that is what Constantine said would be the official doctrine of the Catholic Church, or the Universal Church, is what they began to call it at that time. And any other doctrine would be heretical. You would be considered a heretic and punished accordingly. So it was backed up by the power of the sword of the Roman army.
So they slaughtered many of the African bishops.
They slaughtered them, and they slaughtered anybody who was contrary. Somehow, this idea that the Africans had under one named Arius spread up into Germany, and they slaughtered the Germans over that. They didn't settle that problem with those Germans until about 538 CE, before they actually felled the last Gaul and Frankish and Germanic tribes who were still following the concepts that these Africans had about Jesus. And that's when the Catholic Church came into complete power at that time. And this doctrine was the one and only doctrine, and no other doctrine would be tolerated or entertained. And that's when it began to be called the Orthodox Church. And anything other than this is considered to be a sin against God, and is punishable with the severest punishment, even unto death.
So the Coptic Church was more in line with traditional African religion?
Yes, and it stayed primarily to itself. Actually, the European Church always wanted to get in contact with what they call this mysterious creature called Prester John, this priest king who lived in Africa. But it was so distant to them, was so exotic to them, because they wanted to enlist his aid against fighting the invading Saracens, as they call them, the Moors, the Muslims. And also the Muslims were giving the African Christians hell and taking over their land. So they had to band together at one time. The Byzantine Empire had to ally itself with the Africans, and the Africans with the Byzantine Empire, which they never should have done. Because the Africans actually provided more of the strength of the military force then. But what happened, and they could have held their own, they could have held out. They've always been able to protect that Red Sea corridor. But they did align themselves with it, and in the end, they lost culturally, although they maintained a lot of their culture in the process, much more than many others. But the Roman Church became the church, and the dominant church from that point on. And that, I think, is a good place for us to close at, because we're going in a whole nother dimension of this, which is covered in the African origin of the Bible.
Do we have time just to deal a little bit with the early black church?
The black church, yes, of course. I went back to that to show that we had always been able to adapt any kind of philosophy or doctrine to our needs as a people. And if we found ourselves subjugated to somebody, the doctrine made no sense to us unless it spoke to our need to be free. Thus it was here on the plantation. Even though our first introduction to Christianity, or Eurocentric Christianity, because we have to make a clear distinction here, and the imagery of Eurocentric Christianity, and the white supremacy attitude of Eurocentric Christianity, was on the plantation. Our first introduction for most West Africans to Christianity was on the plantation. And we know that your captor never teaches you anything that will liberate you. Only that would further serve them. But in spite of that, we took this same thing that had been corrupted, and somehow we found an identity with it. Somehow we went deep into our historical selves, deep into our spiritual being, and reconnected with it the way we first knew it before it was taken over by the Roman army and co-opted by Europeans. And we therefore began to retranslate it in terms that were useful to us, so that we have such great Christian theologians, such black liberation theologians as the Right Reverend Nat Turner, the Reverend David Walker, and the Reverend Gabriel Prosser, and the Reverend Denmark Vesey, and the Right Reverend Mother Harriet Tubman, and the Reverend Sojourner Truth, among many others. And then you bring it on up to Henry Highland Garnett.
He was a minister?
He was a reverend. He was a Presbyterian minister at that, who said, let your motto be resistance, resistance. And that God didn't make you to be used by somebody else or to be a slave. And there was Henry McNeil Turner, who was a minister. The Reverend James Jasper in Richmond, who they arrested him and put him on a train, and the train wouldn't move, and they couldn't figure out why the train couldn't move. They checked it out, everything was in order technically. They went back there, James Jasper was praying. They said, that nigga's praying, stop him from praying. And when they shook him, the train moved. So that's how powerful these black ministers was, because the church didn't start out as just a place for us to sing and shout and feel good. It started out as a place for us to organize slave revolts. And it was the only kind of institution that would be permitted by white folks, because they thought we were setting up something that would continue to perpetuate Eurocentric Christianity. And when they found out that it was the hotbed for the planning of slave revolts, then they passed the law that the only way that you could have church on the plantation is that if a white minister was present. And the text could not be chosen and read by the black preacher. It had to be read by the white preacher. And the black preacher repeated to the people. And the white preacher only read those texts that said, slave, obey your master and all that, which was supposedly written by the Apostle Paul. Because you can see if he did write them with no friend of the Hebrews or us either. So that's what, and it was later co-opted. It still remained. The black church is always, no matter how it is co-opted and brought into the status quo, or to serve the controlling forces, or to collaborate with them, there's always that element of the black church that is in the process of resistance. Dr. King was produced by that. The Nation of Islam was produced by that. Malcolm was produced by that. Johnny Youngblood was produced by that. I am produced by that church. You know, we come out of that liberation. Ben Chavis, all the people who espouse the doctrine of black liberation, the gospel of black liberation, come out of that, because that is the true root of the black church. And whenever it strays from that, it is no longer serving the people. And the people then have to go and make that church come back and serve their needs. And this is the church that it will make it from the 20th century to the 21st century. The church that continues to espouse Eurocentricity and the plantation theology will not survive until the 21st century. Because the knowledge of our true history, the true knowledge about Jesus, about all of the religions, is just bursting and exploding all around us. And the youth are not going to accept things on blind faith. It must appeal to their logic and reason. Even though they may not fully understand it, they know what they're hearing is not satisfying and is not changing their condition from what it is to what it ought to be. They look and they see the same condition persisting, except for a little change for a few black people here and there. And that itself is precarious, because at any time they wish, white people can take whatever that is, whatever so-called gains we have made with just a stroke of a pen or any such thing, that it can change their law. These youth can see that. And they say, how can you stand up in church and say, look what God has done for us, how good God is to us, when our communities are going to hell? Now, true, God is good to us. The Creator is good to us. But we must use more than he woke me up this morning, because he woke the head of the Ku Klux Klan up this morning too. And that's not good for us. Everything woke up this morning. That woke up. So we thank God for that. But more than that, we must realize that the scripture said, I made you to be the head and not the tail. Thou art to be above only and not beneath. And that the only way, just as the Hebrews in Jesus' time believed, and Jesus himself obviously believed, that you could please God, was to live a quality of life that is in harmony with what God intended for his people to live. To enjoy the bounties of the world. That the Lord would trust in the Lord and he would give you the desires of your heart. And if our communities therefore are corroded, and all this evil and all this dope and prostitution, all this waywardness and the killing of our youth of each other is in that state, then we obviously are not following the principles of the Creator. Because if we were living by those kind of principles, that type of activity would not continue to exist. Well, you say, well, the devil's doing it. Then you're saying that the devil is more powerful than God. That you go and pray to and testify to every week. Because you testify to all this goodness, but when you come back, what you experience is just the opposite. But you cannot blame this on the Creator. You must blame it on us, who have not carried out the will of the Creator, which is to take faith and change our condition from what it is to what it ought to be, and to do it fearlessly. We claim to believe so much in God, but yet we fear white folks more than we have the respect of the Creator to do what we're supposed to do, to even take a stand when we know something is wrong. And if you really had all this belief in God, you can take the stand because you know that the Creator is going to be with you and protect you and carry you through it. But if you don't take that stand, that means you have put the white man in the place of God. That's a very serious thing we have to consider. Thank you, Minister Brown. I really have enjoyed this session with you, but I have got to get on up the road. Okay, man, I wish my man was still here to drive me over there, but I'm going to have to beat a path.
for different reasons, and we haven't dealt with the difference. We've dealt with it poorly, and we've dealt with it hypocritically, and both sides have misinterpreted terribly. All of us had to react to a respective slave master or oppressor. And each one of us reacted and survived as best we could given that condition. My main point here is that none of us should get into this dialogue of my slave master was better than your slave master, inasmuch as all of them were bad. But each one of us had to deal with a given situation. And all of the situations were bad. And all of the situations were humiliating. And none of the slave masters were kind. And none of them did us any favor. None of them favored one over the other. And understand that the slave ships did not bring any black Americans or any Caribbeans out of Africa. But only African people. And all of them had to become what the system made them become. And so we have to understand that all of us belong to a collective African family away from home. And subsequently, we are going to have to go back home or make some kind of contribution to Africans in Africa. All right, that's not my point. That's not the subject for tonight, but it is a subject that we cannot avoid. All right, now, why the emphasis on Africa and the rise of Christianity? And I'll tell you how I came to the subject briefly. Because I learned to read very early, because I wanted to teach Sunday school in a Baptist church, and because I was under the persuasion of a great lady, my great-grandmother, one of the great loves of my existence, because she was devoutly religious and a believer in the Bible to the point of saying everything in the Bible is true and not to be contradicted. And when I found all those white images and went to Grandma, Grandma said, "Shut up, boy. That's God's word." When I mentioned the curse and asked the question, what did we do as a people to get cursed? She rationalized it and said that, well, one day the veil will be lifted and we'll be freed of the curse. I could not deal with this because I had so much faith in her and her deep religious belief that everything in the Bible was true. I had not grown up, of course. I had not read books about how the Bible got written. I did not know at that time how to separate history from Jewish folklore. I did not know that principally the Bible is a Jewish survival book and a very good one, and that some of it is pure history, some of it is pure folklore, but all of it is spirituality. And we must understand All of it was told as a spiritual story and for the spiritual enhancement of all men. I had not at that time looked at the Egyptian version and the Ethiopian version of the Bible. It was not until the late 30s that I saw an Ethiopian Bible, and in the Ethiopian Bible there was only one white character, and that was the devil. I had not at that time been exposed to all of that, or the literature concerning the religions of the world. I saw that Africa was the basis of all the three major world religions. But I want to look at not only Africa as the basis of the world's religions, I want to look at the spirituality of the world of that day before the formal development of these religions. Because these religions were developed out of the spirituality that existed at the time. And that the spirituality at the time and the religions at the time was not a weekend thing. It was an all-conclusive thing, that it embraced the life of its inheritance. To such an extent, your religion determined your dress, your marriage, your diet. It determined where you lived. It determined the totality of your life. And it was not a partial thing in your life. It was a total thing in your life, as your choice of spirituality supposed to be. Western man made it something that it was never intended to be. Now, my main point is that all of the elements that went into the making of the world's three major religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, all of the elements existed in Africa 3,000 years before the formal development of these religions. We want to look at these elements and look at these stories. Then we want to deal with the Hebrew interest and to what extent they copied African folklore and made this folklore a part of their history, and the same folklore having existed in Africa for thousands of years before they arrived. Now, what you have to look at also is the fact that we are talking about a period in the history of the world when there was no such thing as Europe. It's hard for you to believe this, and it is hard for you to understand that for most of the existence of the world, for most of the time, man has been functioning in the world. There was no such place as Europe. Now, we're looking at civilizations that existed before the creation of a place in Northern Asia called Europe. That is not a continent. What you have to understand is the impact of the glacial age. And the glacial age hit Europe. For most of the existence of these early civilizations Europe was an ice cap and was uninhabited. It was only after the melting of this ice that people could go into Europe and form a civilization or a way of life. And these first people were Africans. Now, you're wondering, how did they become white? Well, it's a longer story that we can tell. But nature endows man and woman with the covering they need while nature put them down. And nature subtracts from man and woman things that they do not need in the climate and in the environment where nature put them down or where they choose to dwell. All right, now, Christianity developed out of African humanistic values and social thought. These humanistic values and social thought was old in Africa and remained in Africa for thousands of years before someone gave the religion a name. In other words, there was probably more Christianity before someone decided that it should have a name, and they put a name on it. Now, this is reflected in a lot of literature, some written by our own writers. John Jackson's Pagan Origins of the Christ Myth, where he traces the concept of Christ in 26 civilizations, all 1,000 miles apart. And it's another work, Man, God, and Civilization, and another pamphlet, The African Origins of Christianity, and his new work, only out a few months ago, Christianity Before Christ. Now, the unfortunate thing about a book like Christianity Before Christ is that a lot of people will read the title, be intrigued with the title, and little afraid to read the book. And yet, he has treated the subject with great delicacy and with great respect. All he has done is to point out that all of the elements that ultimately went into the making of Christianity existed in Africa before Christ, and someone came along and a set of circumstances made man formalize those elements and give it a name. Now, that is not disrespectful of the religion at all. It is a tracing of the origins of the religion to African sources, Nile Valley sources, mainly Ethiopia and the nations in the Nile Valley. We're not emphasizing Egypt alone, because Egypt alone was not the producers of this great civilization. A complex of nations in the Nile Valley produced this civilization and produced the religion. The concept of worship and the concept of a single God first appeared in Ethiopia. But the formalization of the concept would later appear in Egypt during the period of Akhenaten. All right, now, my point is that in looking at the religion, we have to look at the history at the same time. And we have to look at some of the literature around it, especially John Jackson's work, Ethiopia and the Origins of Civilization, and the Pagan Origins of the Christ Myth, and other works, including the later work on the African origins of Christianity. All right. He shows also how this religion spread to India, spread to other parts of the world, and took on different names. And these deities appeared under other guise. All right, now, the formalization of these religions, of this religion, and this religion functioning side by side with other religions, brought no conflict at this time in history, none of the conflict that we see today. And we see it first taking shape in Ethiopia and moving down the Nile. In the fortunate circumstance of its birth and its development, before someone gave it a name, that there was no pressure or agitation about it in this setting. There was no Asian, there was no European, and the Africans wasn't fighting over it, and they granted each other the choice of choosing one aspect of it than another. But the Africans had already begun to develop the main aspect that was to go into their spiritual life. An aspect which still goes into African spiritual life. If you visit the villages, you will not see it in the cities, but you will see it today in the villages. And that is bringing life in harmony with nature. And when we look at life today in the Western world is out of harmony with nature. It makes no sense. It makes no sense for one man to have enough bread to feed a multitude and to hold up the multitude. It makes no sense. There's a lack of balance. But Africans had a society where each man gave and each man had according to his needs. Now this was a form of social living that predates the concept of socialism. This is what Karl Marx misunderstood, and this is what the Marxists still misunderstood, and this is what they stupidly call primitive communism. It wasn't primitive at all. It was advanced, and it was Christian. Because they say religion is the opiate of the people, they can't deal with the fact that these early societies in their spirituality was a total thing. And religion wasn't the opiate of the people. Religion was part of the totality of the society and part of the day-by-day spirituality of the society, and it determined everything. It was only in the emptiness of Europe. It was only under feudalism. It was only in the misuse of the church. It was only in this regard, the hustlerism of the European church, that they turned it into the opiate of the people. But religion was never intended to be the opiate of the people. And this is why the European has no understanding of the non-European mind, of the non-European spirituality.
All right, good.
other religions were not hurriedly brought into being or hurriedly changed. They stayed intact for years. So the basic thing about these religions was to create balance. Balance in society. And a respect for the law of opposites. If you had a God, you had to have a goddess. Yes. Here you had the first female equality. Here you had the first female gods of Israel. While Hathor is the best known of the early gods, because her influence spread to India, and the concept of the sacred cow started from the worship of Hathor. But the greatest and the most influential of all of the female gods was Maya, who is still worshipped. Now, Europe never had a female spiritual figure. At no time did any female rise to a permanent position in the spirituality of Europe or Islam. I am saying that these Africans had created a society where the fear of the female mind was unknown, and where man was considered to be a balance or unbalanced without female companionship, and where sometimes the God was depicted as being a combination of male and female, because the totality of man, as they conceived it, consisted of female. Now, this humanistic way of looking at life and looking at people brought into being a concept that is still practiced in Africa, and that is the concept of a matrilineal society. The concept of a society where the lineage comes down through the female side of the family. In most African societies to this day are matrilineal as against patrilineal. And every invader, and the last of the massive invaders who tried to change this and succeed in changing it in one part of Africa, especially the East Coast, would be the Arabs. Now we would talk about this when we talk about African rise of Islam. Then we will also deal with certain segments of the television series, The Africans, and certain basic glaring errors, so smoothly told that you have a hard time accepting them as errors. Because the man that is narrating it is an absolute master. He has been at the game so long, and he is himself half-assed. And he can time that Africa waited in darkness for Islam to bring to light. And he's not the only one, because I've heard it reflected right here. He is not admitted that when Islam came, Egypt had been raped for 1,000 years. And they came to feed on the fallen body of a once great nation. Yes, that's true. Of course they brought a new religion. And of course they brought some order in a language. But like all invaders, ultimately they did more harm than good. And what you need to do is to look at Africa and look at the difference between history and folklore. Let's look at African spirituality in the years before any invader touched African soil. No invaders, no outsiders at all. We're looking at the elements created in Africa that ultimately is going to go into Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. These elements, spiritual elements, created by Africa. And finally, the coming of invaders and what they did. Now, when people say that what they did in Africa, when someone said that they came to Africa and built the pyramids, the people who said they built the pyramids arrived in the 13th dynastic period. Most of the pyramids were built between the 3rd and the 6th dynastic period. And they arrived over 1,000 years later. If they say they built bricks without straw, there is no record in African history that bricks were ever built that way. And there's no record where slave labor ever constructed anything as fine as what was constructed in Africa. Now, let's deal with Hebrew myth, a dangerous thing to deal with in and out of the church. All right, they came in the 1700s BC. Inasmuch as so much of the Bible is involved with Hebrew myth, and so much of Christianity is involved with Hebrew myth, then let us deal with Hebrew myth. They came 1700 BC, escaping famine, a bunch of hungry people, Western Asian gypsies, looking for a home. They brought no spirituality to Africa. They brought nothing of substance to Africa. They came and they ate, they got their bellies full, they got land. Some of them married African women, Abraham being one of them. Misused her, literally discarded her. In 1680, Africa was invaded by the Hittites. What position did they take? Did they join their African friends against the first invaders of Africa? No. They joined the invaders. And they rose to high position under the foreign kings. Now, I'm not dealing with fiction now, I'm dealing with fact. I'm not dealing with folklore, I'm dealing with fact. They rose to high position under the foreign king. The Hittites called the shepherd kings. This lasted 150 years, almost 200 years. They produced the world's first wheeler-dealer politician named Joseph, called the Provider. Why could he provide? Because he had the ear of the then remaining king. And he could provide for his people because politically he was entrenched. Then, as the Bible said, Joseph dies, his relatives died, and a king arose who knew not Joseph. Who is the king who knew not Joseph? Now we have to go to straight history. Who was the king during that period? Part of the period it was Seti. But the period of the so-called Exodus, I'm using my words advisedly, the king was Ramesses. Ramesses II. Now there's no record of any Pharaoh being drowned chasing in the Jews across any water. Now how do I find out? I go on this side of the so-called water, and I study the literature of that day. I find no record. And I go on the other side, and I find no record. No record of that many people departing, no record of that many people arriving. No record period. And yet I look at the Ramesses dynasty. It is one of the best recorded dynasties in history. Ramesses stumped his toe and made a record of it. Nefertari, his favorite wife, the Nubian wife, thought so much of her, he built a temple for her equal to his own. One of the most beautiful temples in the world and one of the finest temples ever erected in memory of a woman. She goes to visit her relatives in the Sudan, Kush. Comes home, he makes a record of it. And yet, 600,000 people depart from this country and there's no record. And what are we dealing with? Folklore? Or we're dealing with facts? There's nothing wrong with folklore, so long as you know what it is and can separate one thing from the other. Now, if some of you came from the South, we have a character called High John the Conqueror. Now, anytime we want something done that we don't have the nerve to do, we assign to High John the Conqueror. We start talking, man, did you see High John slap that white man's face and he ran like a jackrabbit? Lying like a dog, we know it. Everybody know it. It's folklore. John Henry is folklore. This famous steel driving man. I ran a train. Stories told about John Henry. John Henry was 1 day old and woke up and people were all having a big feast, and John asked why nobody fed him. Did the family eat? Yes. John's family said, did you feed the dog? Yes. Am I as good as the dog? Then why don't somebody feed me? It's a total lie. John Henry is a figment of somebody's imagination, but at least we know that. All people tell stories to make themselves feel good, and there's nothing wrong with that, so long as you are clear about what you are doing. The Hebrews copied African stories to make themselves feel good and said that was us. Then we come down and believe it. When the story of Joseph and Mary, and I've personally seen it, in the great lodge of Luxor, was carved in stone. And the story existed 2,000 years before Abraham arrived. The story of Cain and Abel is an old African story, was an old African story before they got there. And there's a whole book of flood stories. Everybody, every culture has its flood story. Now, the Bible is not less a Bible and not less holy because it is part fiction, part history, and part folklore. It is still a book of inspiration. It is still a book of spirituality. And you can separate one thing from the other and keep it. I didn't say throw it out. I said understand it. I think you can get more out of it by understanding it. And what I'm saying is that the Hebrews copied African folklore and integrated African folklore into the book, but they personified it, saying this happened to us, when in fact it didn't happen to them at all. They merely said it happened to them. All right, now, when they had to face the Pharaoh, who knew not Joseph, and when he said, those of you who wish to obey African law may stay. Those of you who do not wish to obey African law will have to go. Those are the ones who left Africa. Now that's the origin of the Exodus. All the Jews did not leave Africa because some of them said that they could stay and live under African law. Jews remained in Africa. Some of them were there when the Romans arrived thousands of years later. Now, the Exodus is one of the best known stories in human history. And there is not one iota of proof that it occurred. The Bible is not less holy because of it, but this is a part of Hebrew myth. And it is a good story to teach faith. Whether it is true or not, it is a good teaching lesson. Why can't we draw the lesson from it and stop worrying about whether it's true? Now, if you know the geography of Africa, you know that there's a 16-mile land bridge connecting Africa with Western Asia. When the Jews came in, they walked in. They could have walked out. So they didn't have to leave by water at all. If they left by water, they would have to leave further down. And if they left that way, then they would end up in Yemen. It doesn't go with the geography. Look at the geography. Look at where the land, this is before the Suez Canal. Thousands of years before. Look, the Christian story is one of the most beautiful stories in the history of the world, but you have to separate one thing from the other and keep the story. Don't throw out the story because it is mixed with a whole lot of things that are questionable. You can enhance the story by understanding it and understanding to what extent the story is embellished by folklore. All right, now, 670 people came in 70 Hebrews came in. 600,000 goes out and still leaves some. Would 70 people create that many people, even if they spent all time creating people? So what we have here is that a lot of Africans, not ethnically Hebrew, became converted to the faith. And they were of another religious persuasion, but not of another ethnic persuasion. And then, at this time, religion was so sharp in the minds of each people. Sometimes a religious person, a person in one religion, didn't feel as safe as he thought he should, though religious tolerance was much better then than it is now. All right, now what did they take out of Africa? They came into Africa without a clear language, without a clear religion, and without a clear culture. When they left, they had all three. Africa had made the Hebrews a people. The early Hebrews became a people and entered history through Africa. And you do not have to argue about whether they were white, black, or otherwise. The only whites who entered the area were Greeks and Romans.
Right.
So now if you want to figure out where the white Jew came from, that's the problem. The European white Hebrew is nothing but a European belatedly converted to the faith. In the 12th century AD, there was arguments in Europe because the Africans and the Arabs were controlling Spain and the Mediterranean. There was arguments for whose fight you're going to join, the Arabs or the Christians. And there was a group of people who didn't want to join either one of them. They sought an alternative, and they chose Judaism. So the Caucasian Jew is just a European who chose Judaism. And he has no ethnic relationship to the biblical Jew at all. Because there is no proof in existence that any of the biblical Jews were white. Any at all. Now, what you have to deal with in dealing with the Hebrew myth is with all they took out of Africa, with all they did in Africa, is after the so-called Exodus, with the destruction of the Canaanites, when they went to Babylonia, they looked over that history and rewrote that history to justify what they had done to the Canaanites. So they had to make the Canaanites villains. And so their God Yahweh had to endorse it. And he said, when they went to slay the Canaanites, came back, have you slain all the Canaanites? Yes. Have you slain all the Canaanites? Have you slain that dog? No. Go back and slay that dog. So now you see the revenge motive, the vindictive motive, integrated into the religion. The Europeans would adopt that with no appreciable understanding of that. But there is no time in our history, if anybody know anything to the contrary, let me know. There is no time in our history For they have been on our side in any great crisis of our life. And there's no time when they have hesitated to join our enemies when it was to their benefit to do so. We took them into Spain, and when we lost power in Spain, they helped to found the Dutch East India Company. They were brokers, insurance brokers in the slave trade, especially the ships in this country. They went to South America. They went the way of, when the Western world swung towards slavery and swung against us, they were just as much a part of our Holocaust as anybody else, and still are. Now this happens to be the documented truth, in spite of the mythology to the contrary, that they have suffered too. But that suffering was a family fight between whites and whites, and not people being taken from their home. All right, now we can leave this part, and while dealing with the history before the formal development of the religion. Religions, all religions are born in a particular atmosphere in history. And if you look at the atmosphere, you will find there's a demolition and rainfall, there's a particular kind of weather, there's a particular kind of atmosphere that sets people to wondering about old gods and searching for new gods on the eve of the birth of every great religion. So there is a catastrophe or some event that set man's mind in motion and that prepares man for the coming into being of a new religion. Now, when these invaders had hit Africa, and when one after the other had not so much as challenged the spirituality of Africa, but had driven away some of the key priests of Africa, Africans began to have questions. And one of the most disastrous of these invasions was the invasion by a king named Cambyses, 550 BC, from Iran, after the invasions by the Assyrians. Now, this brought on Alexander, the so-called Great. But after Alexander, the Romans began to covet a city called Carthage. And the Romans' desire to control the trade of Carthage eventually led to the destruction of the city. I'm coming to Christianity. You might think I'm away from the subject, but I'm not. The Roman tax collecting, Roman brutality, Roman rule in North Africa and in Western Asia made the Africans and the Asians question old gods and seek new gods. So the Romans played a major role in bringing into being the African concepts of Christianity that was later developed into a Western concept of Christianity. But the Western concept of Christianity is not even Christian at all. It is a political mechanism called Christendom. And don't get it confused with Christianity. because it's not Christianity. The European wouldn't even dare practice Christianity or democracy. It's against his temperament. Now, when the Roman tax collecting and brutality began to make people look into that folklore, the story about a Messiah, the story about a child born in a manger, all of these were folk stories that existed before the child was born and before the coming of the Messiah. Now, they would place human beings bodily inside of those stories. And they would identify a child being born and say, that's the one we expect. Whether it was the one or not, that's neither here nor there. But that's the one they were willing to accept as the one. If that's the one they were willing to accept as the one, then that was the one for them. So they settled it. And they settled it for the ages. All right, they identified that. All right, now we take the story of Joseph and Mary. Why were they going to be counted? Roman tax collecting again. They were going to be counted so the Romans would know how many heads to tax in every town and every village. So the story of Joseph and Mary is a tax story, a Roman tax story. I'm saying the brutality of Roman tax collecting drove people to seek a new religion and to seek a Messiah. Now that it is done, the child has been born, the people's attention turns partly away from the event, but the people's attention has to be paid to the fact that they are occupied by Rome. They're under Roman domination. The Romans laughed at this new manifestation of a new religion. They're still hanging out with Zeus. This is their God. Yes. Breathe thunder. Yes. And glorify murder. Hitler called for the return of Zeus. Yes. He said he wanted a God more suitable to the temperament of the German. And he was right. Gods who breathe fire more suited to the temperament of white people, because that's what they try to do. Breathe fire. Christianity is at odds with that temperament. Was from the beginning, still is. You can be Christians. You were Christians before Christ, because you created a society where the temperament was in keeping with the spirituality of the religion. You can't rob people. You can't bomb people's cities. You can't threaten people with atomic bomb and be Christian. That's right. Or democratic. And you can't do this and say you created a civilization because your act is uncivil. Roman rule continued. Now, for 200 years, the Romans laughed at people in this religion and began to entertain each other by killing Christians. Now, inasmuch as there were many preachers preaching and calling for a new faith at the time of Christ, and he had the smallest number of followers of them all, why is it that we have forgotten all the others, and why do we remember this one? The story is well preserved. The story is well told, and besides, it is a beautiful story. It is a story that has high drama. It is a great mother story, it's a great friendship story, it's a great betrayal story. It has all the elements of lasting drama. You can't help but remember it, no matter what religion you belong to. The story is fascinating. And it is spiritually rewarding. When you think of what is this man up against, but I'm going too far now, I'm going too fast. Let us look at the years before his re-emergence, his lost years. Were they lost at all? I choose to say no. There were no lost years. No more than there were lost books of the Bible. Where did he go during these lost years? Obviously studying in the great mystic schools of Egypt. Because he came back preaching a doctrine, preaching a concept of life that resembled the same concept coming out of the mystery schools of Egypt. And once you are trained in that school, you'd rather die than give up your belief. And that's the kind of belief he brought back. Now, coming back with that belief, he ran afoul his own people. And his own people, then under Roman rule, took him to the Roman governor for trial. Now the drama. The Roman governor did not see him as an enemy of Rome. In fact, he was doing Roman work unconsciously. He wasn't telling Romans to turn the other cheek, telling his own people. He wasn't driving Romans out of the temple, driving his own people. He wasn't preaching to Romans, he was preaching to his own people, a small Jewish sect. So the Romans did not see him as their enemy and did not want to try him at all. So now, when Pontius Pilate pushes him back to the people and said, he's your king, and the people, not my king. Now you know where the story lies? Look at the sadness of it. This is one of their sons. He's gone away and studied in a distant land. And he's learned some things they don't want to hear. Are trading people, and he's driving money changers out of the temple. This boy must have gone away like crazy. How can these people make money? Now they've taken him before a Roman, a foreign ruler, colonialist. Try and put him on trial. The Roman ruler don't want to put him on trial. They want to wash his hands of the whole thing. When they push him back to the people, not my people. When they declare him amnesty, he still wants to get out of it. Pontius Pilate still wants to get out of it. Declare an amnesty. Anybody want somebody freed or liberated from any crime? Shout their name out. Did anybody shout his name? Nobody. Mother? What happened to the disciples? Nobody shouted his name? You think 12 disciples could form a chorus, at least shout and say, free him? Whose name did they shout out? Robert, a romantic thief. Now you can see how the story lives. It lives in its sadness. It lives in its betrayal. It lives in its loneliness. You can remember that. These things, if these things happen to the other preachers, no one put it down. No one dramatized it and left it for us to go over again and again. We feel a tug at our hearts. Why did this? But nobody helped this man. Now he goes up the hill to Calvary. All those people he's initiated, we struggle with the cross. Nobody helps him. Then who comes out to help him? Simon of Cyrene. And who's Simon of Cyrene? An Ethiopian. Look at the symbols. An Ethiopian on his day off, a servant, on his day off, should be mind his own business, get a little rest. When no law had just helping a man up to Calvary with the cross, anybody could have helped him. What good were the disciples? They didn't help him. Now, I don't want to sound like a frustrated Baptist preacher who never made it, but that's probably a part of my habit. But I want to show you that this is a story that's worth some serious consideration. You want to know what is the staying power of this religion. The staying power is in the drama, is in the magnificence of the story itself. Whether you believe it or whether you are of this faith or not of this faith, there's enough to attract you if you read the story of its development. All right, now, he is crucified. Then, allegedly, the body is taken from the cave. Now, in all gods of the world, no one ever finds a grave. No one found Muhammad's grave. No, you don't find the graves of gods. That's a rule. That's a rule of thumb, universal. They ascend or disappear. That creates a permanent mystery around them. That's how they remain gods. The element of mystery is there forever. All right, now, the teaching continued. The Romans continued to persecute Christians and continued to laugh at them as being weak. But what you have forgotten and what has not been well recorded is that the literature of the Roman arena has been recorded. But the literature of the African Christian being killed in the amphitheaters of North Africa has not been recorded. Then, finally, one day a Roman emperor looked down in the arena and saw his uncle join the Christians willing to die for the faith. He said, well, he's crazy anyway, so let him know. Next weekend, he looked down and he saw his wife and child. So stop the show. If this religion has taken on to the point where it has invaded my family, then it requires some investigation. Now he's wondering what to do with this religion. In the meantime, a degenerate emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire who never joined the church, Constantine, began to call councils to examine the faith. He would make Christianity the official religion of the Eastern Roman Empire, and subsequently it became the religion of the whole Roman Empire. Now the political Roman Empire is dead and the Holy Roman Empire has started. The assumption was that Christianity would halt the decline of the Roman Empire. It did not. It hurried the decline of the Roman Empire because the religion was then and still is at odds with the temperament of the European. He could not live and hold power or trample over people the way he does and obey a religion of that sort. And still can't do it. Now, he's facing this conflict with the religion. He is publicizing the fact that he is invincible. Now, St. Augustine, the African father of the church, is appraising the religion after the councils set up by Constantine. It was not just one meeting at Nicaea, several meetings at Nicaea, but the first one, 332 AD. But after these councils, the Romans are already weak, but adopting the religion as a crutch, trying to hold on to Roman domination. They were so weak earlier, they had appointed an African emperor of Rome, Septimius Severus. There were several African emperors, Caracalla being one of the last and the most colorful. Septimius Severus, 198 AD. He was the ruler of England as well as Rome. He was the one that said that the British were so backward that they won't even make good slaves. He thought they were hopeless, utterly hopeless. He believed in the soul food of that day because he couldn't stand British food. I can understand that now. He couldn't understand Roman food. He took us, everywhere he took us to African cooks and kitchens with him. You know, have his food properly prepared and soul food of that day. But now, when the church became weak again, even before St. Augustine and after St. Augustine, the Romans appointed African popes, 3 African popes. The one that we need to remember now, because I think if he was around now, he'd be having some difficulty. Tertullian, a great writer. He was the one that coined the phrase, "Vanity, vanity, thy name is woman." He'd have his head, he'd pull that now. But while the African popes headed the church, the Romans ruled the popes. The councils ruled the popes. Now, Rome is continuing the mismanagement of the religion. Rome has declared war on the African Christian for the control of the religion. Because Europeans want to control every facet of power, no matter what they say they believe politically, they want to control. And everything that comes from the European's mind meant to facilitate European control over the world. And if you understood this, you'd understand Marxism. It's just another element of European control. And if you want a Marxism that's not under European control, then you will create it yourself out of African communalism and African social living, as against created African socialism out of African socialism. Created socialism out of African socialism. That was far more pure than anything Karl Marx ever advocated anyway. Now, I'm not against socialism, but I'm against an artificiality of it, because African social living was closer to Christianity. He actually did what Marx advocated. He actually did. This is why there was no feudalism in Africa, because land was the collective property of all people, and nothing that could be deeded to any one people, any one person, at the expense of the other. All right, now, I'm trying to wind this down, but what you have to understand is that the continuous Roman mismanagement in North Africa led to massive killing, because the Romans had such killer instinct They not only violated Christianity, they violated basic elementary decency. They killed the animal life needlessly until the food supply was gone. And when they destroyed Carthage, they plowed salt into the earth so the plants would grow. That was the Asian orange of that day. And that the killer instinct in the European has always been there and is still there. Yes. But the Romans continued until about 450, a group of Germanic people called Vandals hit the Roman Empire. The Romans had spread propaganda that they were invincible militarily. But what they forgot about the Vandals is that the Vandals not only didn't read the propaganda, couldn't read anyway. And the Vandals, after the Vandals hit the Romans was nothing militarily. They joined the Gauls and the Visigoths in Spain and came back and hit the Roman Empire, and it was nothing. And they added a word to the language: vandalism. Destroy everything. That's where the word came from. The period of the Vandals, so the period of the decline of the Holy Roman Empire and the mismanagement of the Holy Roman Empire. Now, with war declared on the African Christians and the African Christian leadership, with the priests of Europe, with the priests of Egypt now out of commission or out period, with Manetho, the last of the great priests who wrote the chronologies of Egypt, dead, he began to mislead the Romans at the end anyway, because he got tired of them misusing the history of his people. With this gone, a war started between Byzantium, the Eastern Roman Empire, and the regular Roman Empire. This war and the mismanagement of the religion and the misuse of the religion wrecked the structure of North Africa. And finally, a camel boy delivering goods between the masters and other ports called for reform. And having failed to get reform, called for a new religion. That new religion, Islam, with African military might, particularly Zayd bin Harith and Bilal, and with the help of Ethiopia, drove the Europeans back into Europe, where they went into what they call the Dark Ages or the Middle Ages. But this new force in the world would stay the hand of Europe for 1,000 years. And the Africans joined this new force that was good and bad. Christianity had been born by the Africans in peace, in love, and in decency, and great spirituality. The Europeans took it over and had killed its true meaning and opened the door for a new religion. And I'm saying that both Islam and Christianity need to be examined in this regard, because it will be the role of the African and the role of the African alone
John Henrik Clarke, Thomas Hunter Professor Emeritus for the Department of Black and Puerto Rican Studies, a preeminent scholar within dealing with African societies and African and Afro-American culture and history. Without any further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Professor Clarke. His topic, Spiritual and Human Values in African Societies Before the First European Contact.
Thank you very much. I will begin by acknowledging the fact that we live in a European conceived intellectual universe, and anyone who tackles a subject of this nature goes against that fact. And this is an ingrained fact, the fact of living in a European conceived intellectual universe. And this concept of a European conceived intellectual universe became very firm in the 15th and the 16th century. And it deals with a principal decision that Europeans made during the 200-year turning point in their history when they came out of the Middle Ages and made a decision on world dominance. They remembered the almost 1,000 years of Islamic Arab domination of the Mediterranean and Spain, starting with the rise of Islam after the fall of the Roman Empire, and they were blocked from free entry into the Mediterranean. And Europe had to literally feed on itself. And so they had a one-dimensional intellectual diet, a one-dimensional cultural diet. They were people whose resources had to come mainly from Europe. And when Europe has only Europe to turn to, Europe is poor indeed. But each time Europe builds an empire, Europe has the ability, the gall, and the nerve, and the muscle to reach beyond Europe and to take things that does not belong to Europe. Now, in the period after the Crusades, Europe found itself still people poor, resource poor, and land poor. It had survived the Crusades, it had survived the famines and the plagues. It was getting itself together, but they were still blocked from the free use of the Mediterranean by the Africans, the Arabs, and the Berbers still controlling Spain and still in control the sea lanes of the Mediterranean. Now, they would hold this position, meaning the Africans, the Arabs, and the Berbers. They would still hold this position solidly for another 50 years. But arguments between the Africans, puritanical Africans, and backsliding Arabs, because Islamic denominations are becoming corrupt. Two military groups then controlling the Mediterranean and Spain after Portugal had gotten from under the yoke the Almoravids and the Almohades had permitted Portugal to free herself from the domination. But this weakness, brought on by internal strife by Europe's enemies, the declared infidels, had weakened their hold on the Mediterranean to the extent that Portugal attacked a part of Africa, 1550, a little plot enclave in Morocco called Ceuta. It's about the size of Central Park or smaller, but that's not significant. The significant thing is that for the first time, almost 1,000 years, Europeans had drawn the blood of Africans. And they had invaded the territory of the hated infidels. Now the Europeans called the Muslims infidels, and the Muslims called the Europeans infidels. All right, now, this is a condition, the condition of calling people infidels is a condition of the creation of people outside of Europe. The Africans never refer to people not of his religion as being an infidel because he did not belong to a religion not of the African's creation. But now, 1450, with the Castilians asserting themselves, 1455, with the Pope telling Spain and Portugal, you are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people. Literally, you need not feel guilty for what you do in the slave trade. 1455. Now you have two trends in history. One that history has forgotten. At the same time, this drama is unfolding in the Iberian Peninsula. There are great independent states inside Africa, inside Western Africa, the Western Sudan. The state of Sangay is in great shape. And it's about to get one of its two greatest rulers, two of the greatest rulers Africa would know in the last 2,000 years. Soli Ali is about to come to power. He's going to be followed by Muhammad Ituri, known in history as Askia the Great. So all Africa didn't fall at one time, and there would be independent states of great magnitude 200 years into the slave trade period. But now, 1482, an expedition sailed down the coast of Africa and demanded the right to build permanent fortifications. And they built a castle called Elmina, or the Mine. In this expedition was a little-known sailor, Christopher Colon, later known as Christopher Columbus. And he said in his diary, as man and boy, I sailed up and down the Guinea coast for 23 years. What was he doing up and down the coast of West Africa for 23 years? He was obviously in the early Portuguese slave trade. Another lecture, another time. But once we examine Christopher Columbus, he will stop being the Western hero that a whole lot of people think he is. All right, that's not significant for now, except that he encountered African sailors who had already gone to the New World. And they told him a few things that helped him when he finally went. The important thing is that Europeans made a decision once they got together. And that is, whosoever ruled the world is going to be one of them. They had lost sentimental attachment to themselves. They had lost sentimental attachment to the world. And they had the cooperation of the church in sanctioning what they did. And the church assigned the Knights of Malta and the Knights of Genoa to look after the church's interest in the trade. So now, with the Europeans out to colonize most of the world, they began to colonize information about the world. This is the beginning of the concept of a European conceived intellectual universe. From the 15th and the 16th century on, the way we look at the world, the way we look at people, the way we look at history, the way we look at the Bible, the way we look at God would be through concepts laid down by Europe. The concept of everything good being white and black being evil and Asian being diabolical, Fu Manchuism, is now about to start. And they are now going to set in motion an image that's going to come down to the present day. It's going to reflect in textbooks, going to reflect in movies, going to reflect in cartoons, going to reflect in the mass media to such an extent that the victims are going to believe it. It is going to be whitewash, brownwash, blackwash to such an extent that it's going to take over the mentality of the world. They're not only going to convince themselves that it's so, they're going to convince those who suffer from it that it is so. And this is how it all started. Now, let us look at that world before, thousands of years before this happened, before there was any European at all, before the word Europe was used. It is hard for you to conceive, but there was a time when there was no Europe at all, when there was no state at all, when the Greeks had no name, when England had no name, there was no England, there was no Roman state or no Rome, when there was no Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. There was a time in the world there was no Moses, was no Adam and Eve. And none of these things had existed. And the mythology out of which these things came hadn't been exposed to the people who copied them from others and made them part of the myth and the literature of the world. There was a time when this had not happened. Now let's see if we can look back and see what happened during that time, because it seems inconceivable to most people that right and wrong was figured out before the European came to tell people that something was right and something was wrong. And nations lived thousands of years before, lived in sometime in war, sometime in peace, but mostly in peace, didn't know that a European existed. And those nations that became European nations were those nations closest to Africa in Western Asia, Rome and Greece. All right, take into consideration, because this is a fact. Ethiopia and Egypt is mentioned 80 times in the Bible. England is not mentioned once. Poland is not mentioned once. Germany is not mentioned once. Russia is not mentioned once. No nation in the Scandinavian countries mentioned once, because these nations did not exist at the time. All right. If any Scandinavian schoolboy or any person of European descent, any place in the world, can claim Greece as his or her intellectual heritage, and when his or her country did not exist at the time of Greece, and yet Africans are questioned when they claim Egypt as their intellectual heritage, and their respective countries did not only existed, but some of the original population that settled in Egypt came from their respective countries. Now, the relationship of the Romans and the Greeks, especially the Greeks, the relationship that they had was with the people across the Mediterranean, and not with the people of what became Europe, because what became Europe wasn't functional at the time. Now, I can make a better case for Greece being a part of Africa than you can make for Egypt being a part of any place except Africa. Because physically, Egypt cannot be found any place except in Africa. And Egypt never had any consequential relationship with anybody in its early development except within Africa itself. And what we need to deal with is the Nile Valley, which stretches 4,000 miles inside of Africa. And we need to deal with the migrations down that river, and we need to read the early literature of the Egyptians themselves. We also need to remember that the ancient Egyptians never called their country Egypt. Thousands of years before the Greeks slapped the name Egypt on the country, in their own literature, the Papyrus of Hunafa, they said, "We came from the mountains of the moon at the headwaters of the Nile, where the great god Hapi dwells." The god Hapi is still one of the ancient African gods, sometimes worshipped to this very day. Mountain worship is still prevalent in some parts of Africa, because this is where the god Hapi is supposed to dwell, like among the god people that I have lived among. That god lives in a lagoon. So if they want to pray to the ancient god, they go by a lagoon with fresh water. All right. Now, if you understand the migration down the river, and the fact that the upper Nile means Ethiopia, Uganda, and the like. Lower Nile means where Egypt is today, and that the river is a contradiction, and that it was an ancient highway, a great cultural highway, bringing people in and out, and that throughout its history, the great fortunate circumstance of the people who became Egypt is that this constant flow of people kept renewing its energy, and that the nation state of Egypt was a culmination of several civilizations, from the Tigris and the Euphrates because no one would have created a civilization as great as this without having a replica at home. Then you would have a model at home. You would not create a civilization this great some other place without first creating one at home. And the Europeans would not have come from under all of that ice to go all the way over to Africa and create a great stone civilization, then go back into Europe and live 2,000 years in barbarism before they make a good European shoe or live in a house that had a window. So now, when you put logic to the situation, the whole idea of Europe having anything to do with it becomes utterly ridiculous and becomes even beyond laughter. All right, now, let us look at this early river civilization, because nearly all civilizations were river civilizations, and look at the social thought of this river civilization, then before we go to the other river civilizations. All right, now, I am not saying that this was the only great river civilization. I'm saying that this was the first of the great river civilizations of the world. I am not downgrading the great river civilization of the Tigris and the Euphrates. I'm saying that this might have been the second of the great river civilization, the Tigris and the Euphrates. I'm not downgrading the river civilization of the Ganges or any river civilization. I'm saying that in chronological sequence, this one might have been the longest, this was positively the longest in its life and contributed the most to the other civilizations of the world. All right. Now, when you look at Southeast Africa, Northeast Africa, present-day research, obviously, the research indicates that the concept of early man started in this area. The concept of organized societies started in this area. Now, if organized societies started in this area, there must have been a crowding or difference of opinion that caused people to move down this river, down this cultural highway, to ultimately settle at the lower end. But there were people settling all along. Now, if you read Chancellor Williams' book, The Destruction of Black Civilization, the second chapter, Egypt, Ethiopia's oldest daughter, one of the better chapters written on the subject, or John Jackson's Introduction to African Civilization, and read his chapter, Ethiopia and the Evolution of Civilization. There is a wealth of material on the southern African origins of the people called Egyptians. Now, in order to get across the illusion or the out and out lie that Africans were not the creators of Egypt, white scholars, if they can be called scholars, had to ignore white scholars who have done masterful work in the field that you never see them quote or refer to at all. Gerald Massey's masterwork, Egypt, Light of the World, 2 volumes, Natural Genesis, 2 volumes, Book of the Beginning, 2 volumes. Massey devoted 40 years of his life to this single book, and he spun a generation of new scholars, especially in England Alvin Churchward, whose book Signs and Symbols of Primordial Men is still a classic work. And in the United States, a fine scholar, still being ignored by American scholars, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, whose excellent work, Who is This King of Glory, may be one of the clearest works ever written on the Christ story. And his second great work, Shadow of the Third Century, dealing with misconceptions of Christianity, but also dealing with the African intellectual father of the church, St. Augustine, and St. Augustine's opinion of the council meetings at Nicaea, who said that it makes him laugh. Because he said, these people are arguing about a religion we had all along. St. Augustine is clear about the fact that there was nothing new about Christianity. We had the Africans had the same religion under another name long before Christ. But Boyd Kuhn is not read, and 3 new books by after he died, Canons of Faith and others. The Health Science Group in California has published 3 of his books as posthumous today. But they don't read it. But other than that, there are other works written and published by Europeans, among German writers writing on the same subject, still ignored. The early German writer A.M.E. Heeren, the 6-volume work listed as Heeren's Research. His 4th volume, he's written a history of an economic history of the ancient world. His 4th volume, a history of the commercial trade intercourse between the Egyptians, Ethiopians, and Carthaginians. Excellent work. And if you could find it, if you could find the 6 volumes in a rare book store, if you get them for $500, you get them at a bargain. I bought the 6 for $75 because the book dealer, Sam Wiesner, just happened to be in town, and I was saving so many customers over the years, he just let me have it for $75. It's rare that you would even find them for sale. Or somebody died and somebody closed out an estate, and the people who own this estate don't care too much for books anyway, so that's about the only way you get a copy,
It's not in publication because it's so explosive?
It has not been republished. It's not only deals with Africa, deals with Western Asia, deals with early ancient Europe. But Heeren's Research, that's H-E-R-R-E-N. This is the early German writer. The second German writer that's ignored by the Western academic community is Henrik Clarke. Clarke went out with British expedition in the 1850s, 30s, because his work appeared in the 1850s. And Blumenbach, alleged father of sociology, anthropology, one of them. Well, the British had a poor expedition. They didn't have much money. They wanted one man to do 3 jobs. So he sent this brilliant student who could read all kind of languages and, all kind of skills. He was a botanist, and then he was a good draftsman. And Bach was so thorough. Each time he come to a place, he would draw the plant life, the animal life, the roads, what kind, the river, which way it's flowing, dress. He was thorough. And he could read Arabic and translate it and digest history of the Tuaregs, the histories of the different kingdoms, and some of the English, most of them died, but Bach lived. He was healthy as he could be when he came back, and the British had promised to publish his findings, and by the time he got back, the British group they promised to publish was no longer in power. They politically had lost, but they had promised to publish his findings, so they published it in a limited edition called the Temple Edition. That's 5 volumes, and that edition went out, but it was published again in a 3-volume work. I do not own a Temple Edition, and very few libraries own an edition. I've only seen three volumes of the Temple Edition, and I failed to buy them because I didn't see the other 2, and it was a great mistake.
So we're in the midst of historical cover-up. It's been going on for several hundred, at least
It was 500 years.
at least.
500 years. Van Sertima called it the 500-year room. That our history has been locked into a 500-year room. But Henrik Clarke went through inner West Africa, the kingdoms, and he wrote a digest history of these kingdoms as an appendix for, I think it's volume 2 of the 3 volumes. Been roaming around in an old bookstore in Peekskill. I picked up all 3 for $10. Cost me $50 to have them bound. An old socialist running a bookstore there who liked people, and especially if they were interested in books and wanted to sit and talk with him, and he wasn't trying to make any money. He just seemed to be more interested in a good conversation. So I got the books cheap, had them bound, bought some other things. So I got, in addition for me, I got a Cash Limited in England, published another edition, which cost me about $72 because I didn't know the difference between guineas and shillings and, So they said, there's so many guineas, so I thought that was cheap. And I said, oh, send it to me. And when I got the bill,
What is it, if you can characterize it,
Do you allow Professor Clarke to speak, and then after, then we can take on questions?
I just want to deal with the literature briefly, then we're going to go, we're going to finish. Now, Frobenius is the last of the German writers that's neglected. He lived into the German colonial period, and he wrote a massive 5-volume history of Africa, African civilization, never been completely translated, but condensed into a large 2-volume work called The Voice of Africa. But there have been a lot of excerpts from Frobenius's work. But Lady Flora Shaw Lugard, who went out to Nigeria to write a series of articles defending the British takeover of Nigeria, and fell in love with the British governor and married him. So now she's a town lady. She don't supposed to work. She still want to finish her book, and because she spoke some languages, and then she wanted to write a preface on what happened in this part of Africa before the Europeans came. In doing research for a preface, she found so much interesting information on what happened. The research for the preface became the book. The book is called A Tropical Dependency. The book became literally a Bible for anti-colonialist Africans, including Nkrumah. Many of our early scholars, Hansberry, was converted to being an African scholar by virtue of reading this book. Now, I digress merely to let you know that there is a large body of work written by whites, and this work is ably written, and that some of them devoted a lifetime, an entire life, to setting straight African history and social thought. And they're still being ignored, rarely ever quoted. Now, I can go on mentioning work written by Africans, but these men rendered good service in showing that Africans played a commendable part in the history of the world. Joe Massey proved that what you think are European religions are nothing but the rehash of African religions. And he shows in diagram how these religions were systematically taken from Africa. And he takes the major Western religions. Now, an African writer, Ben Yakinen, has done a more succinct job in his work, The African Origins of Major Western Religions. But I'm merely pointing to white writers that white scholars refuse to read. Now, I've neglected a major one, that is Sir Godfrey Higgins' 2-volume work, Anacalypsis, dealing with the dispersion of African people throughout the world, including the dispersion of African people through Asia, and the presence of African-looking emperors on the throne of China, and the fact that when the Romans arrived in England, they found African people. And the interesting thing, which we haven't been able to deal with to this day, that everywhere they found African people in the world, there had been no war between the African people and the other people that they had met, proving that African people can merge and meet other people without necessarily having a cultural conflict or a physical conflict, which might again explain the presence of African people in the New World, where the so-called Indians elevated them to warlords and deities without having any conflict with them. All right, now, I want to go back to a period after the formation of the villages and the city societies, with the beginning of the unification of people coming down the Nile and the development of social thought, and the first beginning of the formation of humane and social thought. Now, I'm talking about a period now before any of the world's religions. And I'm not talking about religion at all, because I am talking about spirituality. Because the Africans at first did not approach this from a point of view of religion, but believed that there was a universal spirituality presiding over the world. And this period of believing in a universal spirituality is, in my opinion, man's highest order. And that formal religions and denominations literally toned down man's spirituality and made it to the point today where he is in shambles. But during this early period of Nile Valley civilization, when he believed in a universal spirituality and he lived at peace with everything around him, the Africans believed that everything had a soul. Now trouble would begin when foreigners would copy African religions and would take an arrogant attitude toward himself and the concept of soul. When man said that he alone has a soul and the dog and the cockroach has no soul, that is when man began to lose his soul. When the Africans say that everything has a soul, including the dog and the cockroach and the snake and the tree, and he didn't cut down a tree without a ceremony because he was cutting down a living thing, I believe that this was man's highest spiritual hour on this earth. And this was a period of social thought and humane thinking that the world might have to try to at least think about, if not go back to. Because this was the period when the Africans projected certain concepts that the world thinks it wants to go back to, that it is morally incapable of. To this day, this was the period of the matrilineal. Man did not argue about whether woman had equality, never used the word equality. He just assumed that no one would be so stupid as to argue about whether he's equal to his mother, because a woman was the giver of life. And you going to argue that she is not equal to you? Would you dare argue at this point? Can you have a baby? So the Africans began to not make a special place for her because she was physically weak or anything like that, but make special concessions built into the society itself. And he was secure enough not to fear her overdoing or overusing these concessions. So at this point, most of the societies were matrilineal. The lineage coming down to the female side of the family. And the woman having certain basic considerations built into the society itself. And certain basic rights built into the society itself. Now this will explain, at least in part, why the African woman, the first woman to head a state, the first woman to ride at the head of her army, and the first woman to call court and to preside over the court. And these societies existed for a long time, that existed without the interference of any foreigners at all. It is hard for people to conceive, and sometimes hard for the African to conceive, because his mind is so warped by foreign rule and foreign propaganda. But most of his existence has been a time when he was self-sustaining, self-governing master of his own destiny. Most of the total time he's been on the earth. Now, because land was plentiful, water was plentiful, and women were plentiful, he had no argument. Now, this seems rather simplistic, but anytime a society is short of land, water, or women, the society is in trouble. Because one of those shortages can hamper an entire society. Because without women, you can't reproduce yourself. Without water, you can't sustain yourself. Without land, you can't feed yourself. We had no shortage of either one. So this was a period before the I love you marriage. It spoiled everything. See, here's where marriage was for the sake of union of people, union of group, and sometimes union of cattle herds. Might offend some people today, but sometimes it brought all those sheep and goats together, and two people came together, and they benefited by it too. Then it kept down walls, kept down dissension. And it united one group, sometime who feared another group. These consolidations. And this was part of the network that made the village and subsequently the state. When all of this started, and before people start calling something religion, he got in trouble once he put a name on it. Once he put a name on it, it became difficult. But while he was accepting it as a universal force of the universe, presiding over everybody, it was simplistic. And there was no argument about it. Now, formal intelligence, formal learning is going to take a leap forward, a formal leap forward. This is going to be the third dynasty, about 2800 BC. A commoner, Imhotep, became advisor to King Zusa. And this commoner, one of the most brilliant men of his day or any day, built the step pyramid. He was the world's first physician, and the Greek, who's called the world's first physician, says in his own writing, I am a child of Imhotep. He lived 2,000 years before the Greek, who's called the world's first physician. He began to bring intellects together to discuss mysteries of life, mysteries of death, mysteries of falling things. And out of these intellectual discussions came the embryo of secret intellectual societies, the basis of what is going to later be a lodge further south at Aswan, the great lodge at Luxor. This will be the beginning of the first semblance of the university in the whole world. This will be the training ground for a lot of the writing, for the book that is called the Book of the Coming Forth by the Day and the Night, that the Europeans call the Book of the Dead. This will be the gathering place for the scholars of the Nile Valley. This will be the training ground for the Palpicus, the different texts. Now the book, what you think of the Book of the Dead is really an anthology, a gathering of large numbers of these books, some of the better ones, gathered under one text. The Papyrus of Hunafa is part of this collection, and there's a number of texts within this single text. And a lot of the writings in this text went into the writing of the Bible, another anthology. Now, this is the third dynasty. Between the third and the sixth dynasty, not only you have a development of social thought, but you have the great building age. Pyramids, great temples are being built. You have the development of several types of religion, but you have something else we have not paid much attention to. You have the development of the concept of the law of opposites. If you got a god, you got to have a goddess. Something Western man has never balanced. So you have two great female gods. There were many. The best known, Hathor, whose influence was spread to India, the basis of the whole sacred cow worship in India today. Mayat, the best known of the female gods of the ancient world. Now, it was really around Mayat that we got the so-called, what the Westerners call the negative confessions, from which Moses extracted the 10 Commandments. Now, one of Africa's greatest contributions to social thought and humanistic thinking is really this proclamation of Mayat, which they mistakenly call the negative confession. Now, if you read what you call the negative confession, there's nothing negative about any of it. People name things without thinking about what they are naming. Now, simply, at the Great Lodge at Luxor, the students who are going to become oracles, great master teachers, who show potential, enter at 7 years old. They stay 40 years. Then they are examined to see if they could continue to be master teachers. Then you get your examination. See if you're going to continue. That's apprenticeship. You continue till you're 70. Then you become a master teacher, and you go out in the public and give freely of your talent the rest of your life. But you stand before your masters, your teachers, and you recite these 42 confessions. They're not negative at all. I have not been guilty of violating my neighbor's wife. I have not been guilty of stealing, my thus and so. I have not been done this. There's nothing negative about what you're saying. These are purification rites. If you have not been guilty of any of these things, and if your teachers are satisfied that you have not been guilty of any of them, then you're qualified to continue on to school until you're 70, then you turn out as a master teacher. Now these writings were in existence over 2,000 years before Moses was born. Now we have to deal with one of the great myths in Nile Valley civilization. The cause of the Hebrew entry, what they learned and what they misunderstood, and what they still misunderstand to this very day. And the misinterpretation of Moses to this very day. Of who was Moses, which I will not fight out here. But they came in the 1700s BC. Escaping the difficulties of Western Asia, mostly famine, All right, Africa owed them nothing, so, and yet Africa was kind. Africa gave shelter. Africa gave position. Africans did not chase them away. They got good, humane treatment in Africa. Africans have always been hospitable to strangers. This has been Africa's trap. It was a trap in the slave trade. Nobody ever had to fight their way into Africa. And they stayed and they lived in some kind of decency. 1680, that was an invasion in Western Asia by a group of rulers referred to as the Shepherd Kings, Hitzoks. They knew the people who invaded. They had lived in the same basic area. They spoke the language. And they became servants and collaborators with the invaders as against the African who had befriended them. We're not talking Bible now, we're talking facts, historical facts. All right. Here, with Africans, emerged among them maybe the world's first wheeler dealer politician, Joseph, called the provider, who had the ear of the foreign kings. Here emerged an accusation in history which never proven, one iota proof, that they were slaves in Egypt. No scholar, Jewish or otherwise, ever proved it. Just repeat it, but nobody ever proved one word of it. Nobody ever proved they made bricks with or without straw. No one ever proved they built any pyramids, because all the pyramids were built before they arrived. The Sphinx was built before they arrived. That's not important. What is important is that these Western Asian strangers came into Africa's house and got humane treatment. That's the only significant point. In that they saw a house that was culturally rich, religiously rich. And they came in without a clear language, a clear religion, and a clear vision of themselves. And they left basically with all three, large in numbers, led by an African called Moses. The important thing is the cultural aspect, and that all of them did not leave in the so-called Exodus. And that was a 16-mile land bridge connecting Africa with Western Asia. So therefore they walked in. There was nothing to prevent them from walking out. So Charleston Heston did not lead them out. Cecil B. DeMille had nothing to do with it. It's just an interesting story. But now, this is basically what happened. You got to find the king who knew not Joseph. The indigenous kings came to power, owed no political favor to Joseph or his people, and said, whosoever are willing to live under indigenous African rule, obey indigenous African law, may stay. Anybody that's not willing to do this will have to go. It's as simple as that. Those who decided they wasn't going to live under African rule went. The rest who decided stayed. and a large Jewish population. Some of them were there when the Romans arrived. Now, the simple, true story is rather unromantic, but it is the simple, true story. Whether they left 600 in number, I tend to question.
600,000.
600,000. And I also tend to question whether a forest could support that many people for that particular time. A forest of this time, or a forest of that time, or any time. Now, after this, you've got a period of recovery, 17th and the 18th dynasty. Then we go to the main figure of social thought in the 18th dynasty is Akhenaten. Although I would love to discuss Hatshepsut because I'm very intrigued with women in power, but I don't have the time for that. Because Akhenaten is so misunderstood. Akhenaten, who did not want to come to power around 1380 or thereabout, son of Queen Tai, a Nubian woman from the south, Amenhotep III would rather write poetry and play with his cousin Nefertiti, but he did come to power. He outlawed warfare. He thought so much of life he wouldn't crush a flower. He permitted the nations, colonists of Egypt, to break away and gain their independence. And he was a man of great peace. Some people call him Father of Monotheism. Some people say the Jews created monotheism. Now let's correct this, because neither Akhenaten or the Jews created monotheism. Akhenaten dealt with the corrupt ministry of that day, who assigned to themselves so much power, they were literally hustling on the people, telling the people that they had so much authority that they couldn't go from different places because their power extended only so far. And he merely got across the universality of the spiritual force, and that force of God was everywhere. So neither Akhenaten or the Hebrews created monotheism, because monotheism was there all along, because all the Africans had to do, and this is what Akhenaten did, Akhenaten merely taught them to recognize what they had all along. The concept of the universality of the spiritual force. Whether you call it God, no matter what you call it, it was there all along and there for you. And no matter where you went in the universe, that spiritual force was there to go with you. That's all he did. To announce it as one thing, to create it as another. Neither one created it. Now, the Hebrews wrote about it because it came during the time. But Moses, who had some difficulty in the Pharaoh's house, when he went among them, he made a deal: obey my God, I'll be your leader. And his God was taken from what he had learned about the teachings of Akhenaten. It's as simple as that. Now, we're coming to the end of the great spirituality of Egypt, because after the 18th, we find the dynasty of the Ramesses, the 19th, giving Egypt its last great strength, the weakness setting in after the 19th, then the Cushites from the south moves up and show their cousins how to rule a state one more time. Now, to strengthen Egypt, they would send 3 generals to the north, Castor, Pianki, Taharqa, starting in 751 BC. Now, this is the last of Egypt's true greatness. There will be 7 more dynasties. These were the dynasties of mixed breeds, mixed Assyrians, mixed Iranians, mixed Greeks, mixed Romans. But the 25th was Egypt's last walk in the sun. Now you can say it ended, but remember, it ended after 4,000 or 5,000 years, and it lasted maybe 10 times longer than anybody else's day in the sun. This was a civilization that had the strength, the holding strength, to do more and to last longer and to give and to leave a much better account of itself than any other civilization in the history of the world, and to leave behind concepts of humane value and social thought that would influence the world and that are still influencing the whole world. Now, I'm going to conclude by talking all too briefly about the civilization of the other rivers, principally the Niger, the Volta, Limpopo, and the Congo. Because I'm skipping a vast area. I'm skipping over the role of Africans in the development of Christianity, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. But after the Roman exit and the Africans and the Arabs established themselves in Spain and the Mediterranean, the formation of states in inner West Africa, called the Western Sudan, began to have social thought and humane treatment for its people, similar to and sometimes equal to that of Egypt. And remember, some of the population of Egypt, a great deal of the population, after the invasion of Egypt by Cambyses from Iran, what is now Iran, 550 BC, the population began to scatter. So the original population of Egypt began to leave Egypt. And by the time Alexander, the Macedonian, arrived, at least 1/2 of the original population was gone. Until today, you may not find a single descendant of the original Egyptians in Egypt, but you might find many of them in Africa, but not in Egypt. You find them in the Sudan, find them in Ethiopia, find them in large places in Africa, but they physically left Egypt. There was a tremendous tragic impact of the Roman destruction of Carthage. A whole lot of people left North Africa. The reverberation of that tragedy caused a whole lot of people just to move from that whole area. mean, migrations and movements within Africa hasn't been properly assessed. All right, but now, Ghana, this is one of the best known of the state, became a great state, a great humane state, under several remarkable kings, Tennessee, and the last of its great ones was Tenkamini, known as the king who rode out twice a day, every day. This state was literally destroyed by the Muslims 1076, giving way to the second state, Mali. And this state rose to height under the king Mansa Musa, 1306 to 1332. This state ultimately was absorbed into Sangay, that absorbed what was Ghana and what was Mali. And the Sangayan state lived 200 years into the slave trade period, noted for its humane tax laws, when the British was delayed in entering the slave trade, they drove the Portuguese out of West Africa, and the Portuguese went to the Congo, formed a partnership with the Africans, and the Africans grew sick of the partnership, and the Portuguese tried to start the slave trade. Then the Africans rebuilt the Congo after throwing the Portuguese out, brought into being a fine king, Shamba Bolongango, outlawed warfare, sent his men to knitting. A lot of the evidence of this kingdom, especially the figurines depicting the different royal families, can be found in the Brooklyn Museum. And one of the great kings that followed Shamba, Bomanchele, his likeness is also in the Brooklyn Museum. My main point is that Africans created, before the Europeans, societies that had no word for jail because no one had ever gone to one, no word for orphanage because no one had ever thrown away grandma with children or grandma, no word for old people's homes. I'm saying they had an indigenous religion that had a value transcending that of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, principally because they lived it out. They didn't do a lot of preaching. They lived it out. I read a PhD thesis, University of Syracuse, by a Ghanaian, dealing with an African religion, with why African religions never became world religions. And he explained that because first they were free, no commercialism, no pew, no silver piping. Actually, he didn't make any demands on any money. How can you become great when you're not asking for anything, not passing any collection plate, you're not penalizing people for not showing up? You greet them when they do show up. You know, ask, why were you last Sunday? Religion is not a Sunday thing anyway. Religion is an everyday thing. It's a part of your very being. It's not a Sunday or Saturday, you know, it's totality. And that all the elements that went into the making of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam came out of Africa. Africans are rather naive about their own creations in relationship to religions. And if they studied Western religions, they would discover that most of what you think of Western religions were originally African religions, updated and rehashed anyway. It was theirs in the first place. Because Africans are overly generous, they're always giving things a chance and trying things on for size and not knowing. Many times they try something on for size that they've got something better at home. They're democratic to a fault, more democratic toward foreigners sometimes than to themselves. But I think in the world of tomorrow, in the building of new African governments, Africans will have to understand that they created concepts of living, of social living. Not only before Karl Marx created socialism, but before Europe itself was born. And they have to believe again in their own values, in their own self, and in themselves. When you want to oppress a people, the first thing you have to do is to destroy their self-confidence and historical memory. And Africa not only needs an economic rebuilding, but a spiritual and cultural rebuilding. A case of rebuilding their own confidence in their own religion. I remember the evenings I spent with Kwame Nkrumah's schoolmaster, Joseph B. Danquah, who tried to get across to him the possibility of drawing from a Ghanaian traditional state, and that he could put the two together and build a modern state. And there was no contradiction between the traditional state and the modern state. And he could have, that the two could have made it workable. That it was a dream that still could have been realized, and that the model of the European, while it might work for the European, it wouldn't work for the African because it lacked spirituality. Well, that's not our worry, but I think if we are to go into tomorrow, Africans will have to take the totality of Africa into consideration. And now, I don't worship any Western religion, and yet I consider myself a very spiritual person. And yet, when I go to my hometown, Columbus, Georgia, and my sister takes me to Gethsemane Baptist Church, where I used to teach Sunday school, I respect that fact. I think the new minister is too young, he can't preach. I think they've got a good choir, I respect that fact. I don't like to go to any church where they can't sing anyway. But I would not go into her church and tell my religion is the opiate of the people. I wouldn't be that stupid. Even if I believed it, I wouldn't go into her church. I wouldn't say it. But it might be the opiate of some people, but not the opiate of all people. It's life and death for some people. So in our socialism, we're going to have to handle it different from some other people. We might have to socialize it, then clean it up. My main point
light of reality, because we have not faced reality, because we as a people live in a world of fantasy. And once we face reality and use religions properly, and once we understand how they are used by other people, and once we separate, not so much as separate spirituality from religions, and understand that out of our spirituality came the world's religions, and that we have been naive and let people take from us the basis, the elements, make religions and come back and sell them to us. Once we understand that, and that we had a much better version of the same religions before their former creation, then once we recover from the shock of discovering that we had something better than what was sold to us, rehashed from our elements, then go back and take the great spirituality we had and move with it. And once we understand what we were and where we are, we will understand what we have to be and where we still have to go. We are still thinking minority when we were never a minority. But we are letting minority people fool us into thinking minority. And we are literally being controlled by minorities who endear themselves to other minorities by demonstrating their ability to control us. And they control us by manipulating images through politics, religion, in the mass media. All right, the subject admittedly is dangerous. As religion is a delicate and dangerous subject, and it's even more delicate and dangerous when you're talking to people of African descent. Because where religion is concerned, we are a purist people. We are the true believers. We out-pope the Pope and out-Muhammad. We believe in things in its purest form, and we actually believe things are exactly what they say they're supposed to be. We have a humanity that actually makes us believe that people believe in democracy, and the inventors of it don't believe in it. And we had democracy before they think they invented it. And when they invent a fake version of it and sell it to us, we accept the fake version and neglect the genuine democracy that we have been living all along. Not only democracy, but humanity. We have had a historical fascination for ideas that come from the outside, and this has been our trap. And we have not studied those people who sell us fake trinkets, fake ideals, fake government forms, and rehash our religions that we invent in the first place. Now, all of the elements that went into the making of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam came out of Africa. And you have to distinguish between the elements in the formal organization of the religions themselves. The religions began to decline when outsiders, foreigners, took over those elements, organized them for their own political purpose, gave them a name, and began to project them to the world for their political purpose. Then the outsider created a religion, but he forgot the African substance, and the African substance was spirituality. Because if you have spirituality, you can use any one of them or none of them. Because the African spirituality encompassed the essence of all of them. The white man has religion, but he has no spirituality. Then you must study and understand the difference between Islam and Arabism, something which is difficult for black people to understand. The Arab did to Islam what the white man did to Christianity. He subtracted the spirituality and made it a political instrument for his opportunism. But when it came over to the African accepted the spiritual aspect of it and forgot that to the Arab it was then and still is a political game, and that the spiritual aspect left him very early, and that he was then and is now playing a game, and that the spiritual aspect never touched him. And if you listen with me with some kind of patience, I will show you exactly what I mean, because if you see that it was the African who used this religion spiritually, and it was the Arab who used it politically. It is the African who still uses it spiritually, and it is the Arab who still uses it politically. If you look at the present-day Sudan, where the Arab have declared war on African cultures, and he not only while he has declared war on African cultures, he's eating bacon, drinking scotch, and patronizing European whores. He is as holy as a dog. And yet, you can go to Egypt and order scotch, bacon, or anything you want from the West, including a Western woman, and you can go to an African country that is Muslim, and if you order scotch, you might be put in jail. I am saying that Senegal, a Muslim African country, is more Muslim in its practice of the faith than Saudi Arabia. And you have African countries, because Africans in general believe in the spirituality of the religion, and while the Arabs practice the political aspect of the religion, devoid of spirituality. And it is the African side of Islam that has used it for spirituality. It was the African side of Islam, and the African side of Islam alone, that has used it as a rallying cry for social reform and revolutionary change. Now, in a speech at the African Poetry Theater a few weeks ago, I asked the audience, could anybody name one Arab who used Islam as a rallying cry for revolutionary change? A Senegalese student rose up and said, Gaddafi, which proved he don't know what Gaddafi is doing. Gaddafi is an Islamic zealot who is trying to use Islam to start a new form of Islamic and Arab imperialism. He's doing a few good things to disguise his con game. Otherwise, why would he be in Chad and Niger? He's looking for minerals, he's looking for resources, and he's backing those African countries that he can Islamize. Then why would he build a mosque in Ghana? And when Ghana wanted some money for a sewage system, he would refuse. You see the politics, but you don't see the spirit. Now, there's some things he's done that I can admire. I've been in Libya 3 times, and I've talked to him twice. He has a country 2/3 desert. It's almost self-sustained in food. That is to be admired. You've got African countries rich in soil, rich in forests, buying rice from Texas, and they got big rivers running through the country, and all rice needs is water, moisture. All sugarcane needs is moisture. You got them buying sugar from other countries, not making the best use of their own resources. And yet, he has made better use of his resources internally than many countries in Africa that have 10 times more resources. That's a plus for him in taking care of his people. But his external program is a form of Islamic colonialism that the African can't see. The African has got the illusion that there's somebody going to do something for them for nothing. The European and the Arab are similar. Their intention is to come to power and to use the religion as an instrument of power. Now, I believe religions should be instruments of spirituality and moral uplift. And the African obviously believes the same, and that is the way it should be used. But if you name, every time you name an African revolutionary who used Islam as a rallying cry for revolutionary change against colonialism, it is the black side of Islam. Now, I can rattle off all these African revolutionists, and it nearly always became part of that same basic structure. Now, I am not against Islam. I see it as a force in human history that has to be reckoned with, and that at times has command respect and can again command world respect. If forced to the wall, and if I have to choose between it and Christianity, I would choose it. I am that disgruntled about Christianity. I'm that disgruntled about it because I think both of them have failed their mission to mankind, and there is no excuse for them failing in their mission to mankind. I don't excuse either one of them, as I don't excuse the United States or Russia for failing their promise to mankind. I think they're both two thugs. I'm not equating Christianity and Islam with Russia and the United States. I am saying that these are world forces that made promises, and that these two thugs who met in an icebox recently to reflect their temperament and their character and when these forces meet, you assume that one of them on your side. You quite forget that when they meet, they are arguing about which one of them going to rule over you. All right, now, let me stick to my notes because I've got more notes than I've got time anyway. Now, my point is that we were robbed of our original religions so long ago, we have forgotten what those religions were. And once we go back to the original base of our religions, before Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, and when we go back to those religions were based on spirituality, and the God concept of those religions, of Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, came out of what I refer to as pre-God religions. I don't use that anymore because people don't understand what I mean about pre-God religions. They're so accustomed to the word God, they cannot understand that there was a time when man thought of a force in the universe presiding over the universe, and while he meant God, he did not use the word God, and man had more spirituality before he consistently used the word God. He used the God force and the God concept without using the word. He meant the same thing, and ultimately Western man interpreted that as meaning the same thing. But at this period, when everything was an all-encompassing, all-conclusive, man had not created, the Africans in the great river civilizations had created a religion that was so all-conclusive. It was not a weekend Jimmy Swaggart type of religion. It was a kind of religion that touched your total being. It wasn't a Sunday religion or a weekend religion. It was part of your totality, your morality, your dress, your diet, your marriage, your total human being. And it dictated everything. And this is why at this period in human history, man did not have a word for jail because no one had ever gone to one. No word for orphanage because no one had ever thrown away any children. No word for old people's homes because no one had ever discarded grandma and grandpa. Man was truly religious, too religious to shirk his responsibility in any way. I'm saying that was the truly great religious period of man. But once these foreign clowns began to organize and misinterpret what the great Nile Valley African thinkers had and began to slap names on them and began to make political and military use of them, that's why the whole thing went wrong. Now, when we look at Islam,
where the brothers go wrong, that every time they move from one religion to another, they think the new religion has been with us forever. It is the newest of the world's religions and the last one to come into the mainstream of historical consideration. And when you separate it from Arabism, if you can, and it is difficult, I must admit, but when Islam moved over into North Africa, Northeast Africa was a fallen land. It had been raped for 1,000 years. The conquest wasn't much of a conquest. Starting with the Cambyses' invasion 550, and they didn't arrive until 639 AD. And the Cambyses' invasion was 550 BC. Over 1,000 years later, they got there, and they had one invader after another, Greeks, Romans. What resistance was left? All the great structure torn down. They were ready for anything when they arrived. They said they're bringing a great civilization. They arrived to feast on the fallen body of a once great culture. All right, now let's go back and pick them up at a period, the infancy of this thing. But let's look at these religions and look at these Nile Valley civilizations. Look at them as the basis of Western religions. And all the time this had happened while Europe was in its darkness. Now, when you take this like a classroom teacher, you've got to go into details. And when you go into these details, you've got to look at the making of the spirituality of Nile Valley people, and to what extent this influenced the people of the Tigris and the Euphrates, and the development ultimately of the people who became the people called Arabs. Remember, and this is hard for the new convert to understand, that inactivity as a place in human history, the Arabs are basically an AD people. There is no BC activity of consequence that can be attributed to them. Now, if you want to build a religion around them that has been there forever, and if you want to say, as some brothers have said, God created the first Muslim, his name was Adam, I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to create an Islam that started before the Prophet Muhammad, again, I don't know what you are talking about. But if you want to say that the elements, the sentiment, the basic social thought that went into the making of the religion existed in Africa before Christ, I can understand what you're talking about. But if you're going to say the religion existed before Christ, I don't know what you're going to talk about. I don't know what you're talking about. Then if you say that Islam is the black man's natural religion, I don't know what you're talking about. But if you say spirituality, the spirituality that went into the making of all three of these religions is the natural spiritual inheritance of the black man, I know what you're talking about. So you have to define your semantics, and you got to define your terminology before I understand what you're talking about. But you cannot say that he had a religion way back there called Islam, because Islam didn't exist way back there. Islam came into existence around the 7th century AD. And that's what we're going to deal with. Just for your information. Some people never seen the Quran. This is it, in English and in Arabic. This is a short history of Muhammad and the early caliphs and the early heroes of Islam. This is a book all black Muslims should have read, called Christianity, Islam, and the Negro Race by Edmund Vilmont Blyden. I have 2 shelves of books dealing with Islam, Arabs, and their history alone. 2 shelves. And I read practically everything and every word in every book. I grew up a Baptist Sunday school teacher. I belong to an African spirituality. I respect all religions when they practice what they preach. Now, we have to distinguish between what a religion is, what it can be, and what it promises to be. Now let us start with the present, then work back. Let us start with Ella Mazzaroi's series, The Africans. Because this series will and has done a lot of damage, principally because most African people who see the series never read one book on Islam, never read one book on Arab history, and do not plan to do so. And all they have is his word. And they're not going to check him out. He tells you a few good things about Africa, then he is running strictly an Arab Islamic game, and he is running it well. It is a con game. And it is not about African history at all, because he is not telling you African history. He is telling you basically a few tidbits of African history in order to get his Arab Islamic point across, and he is getting it across exceptionally well. And that is what he set out to do. Now, why don't we ask the question? A Jewish journalist fund financed it. Why haven't we asked, who is Ella Mazzaroi? Half African, half Arab. Another question we have to ask, what is the role of the bastards of history? And he's a bastard.
The bastards of history under pressure nearly always take sides with their father's side of the family that is in power. Father was an Arab. He is more Arab than the Arabs. He's black when he wants to be black, when it's his convenience. But in this series, this man is more Arab than the Arabs. You have to know some African history to know the game he's playing. But if you don't know African history, you don't know his omissions. You don't know his omissions about Ethiopia. You don't know he's left out Bilal. He's left out Zayd bin Harith. If you don't know anything about the Ethiopian period of Islam, when Ethiopia saved Islam, then when you leave it out, you don't know it because you didn't know that there was a period when Ethiopia saved Islam. But if you read the Encyclopedia of Islam, the Encyclopedia of Islam said that Bilal was a slave, Zayd bin Harith was a slave. The Encyclopedia of Islam on this point is wrong. Bilal was a lawyer for that day. Zayd bin Harith was a military man. They were both Ethiopians. Why Ethiopians? Why did his rich wife choose 2 tutors for him, both Ethiopians? Now you got to look at Ethiopian history. Why the fascination for Ethiopia? When the Prophet was born, half of Arabia was an Ethiopian colony. But if you haven't studied black imperialism, you don't know this. There was a time when Africans ruled nations and dominated nations. Well, you never read Baldwin's Prehistoric Nations or Drusilla Dungy Houston's work, recently reissued, on the wonderful world of the Cushite Ethiopians. The second chapter, Chancellor Williams' work, The Destruction of Black Civilization, dealing with the southern African origins of Egypt. Look how much you have to know. Now, in his 4th stanza, the 4th session, which was really one of the better ones, dealing with exploitation, he dealt with it pretty well. He opens by downgrading the Western slave trade by 12 million people. Du Bois, in the end of the 19th century, said it was from 60 to 100 million people. The documentation has proven since then that it was at least twice that much. Then the other documentations on the Arab slave trade in a work called Slave Trade in the Indian Ocean prove that one period 35 million Africans were taken out. Then he said there's only 2 million Africans in the Arabian Peninsula. And he asked, where are those Africans? He's safe because most people don't know where are those Africans. Alan Mazaroi, who's known me for 30 years, wouldn't dare stand before me and ask that question. Because I got an answer. I know where the Africans went who are not in the Arabian Peninsula. A lot of them went to India to perform the armies for the Maharajas. A lot of them went to Asia, different parts of Asia. Some went to China. And when the Portuguese came around to East Africa, the Arabs formed a partnership with the Portuguese. And the Portuguese and the Arabs got together, the Omani Arabs, and Ali Mazaroi is an Omani Arab. The Omani Arabs established Zanzibar and made Zanzibar the largest slave trading force in the world. And if you look at the magnolia trees at Zanzibar, each tree represents an African who made the mistake of looking at one of the harem women of the Arabs, because if an African looked at one of the harem women, they'd cut his head off and they'd bury his body and they would plant a magnolia tree over his body. Every magnolia tree at Zanzibar represented an African who made the horrible mistake of looking at one of those women. If you look at Basil Davison's work, A History of East Africa, look in the index, look at the word Mazaroi. You'll find some information on his family. Now, he wouldn't ask me any question, what happened to those Africans? If there's only 2 million in the Arabian Peninsula now. See, he's whitewashing the Arab side of the slave trade. Now, when the meeting was called by UNESCO on slave trade in the Indian Ocean, they invited 50 Arab scholars. Not one showed up. They don't want to deal with it. And the African who is a Muslim don't want to deal with it. And those who are Muslim in this country don't even know about it and don't want to be told about it. Because they think when they left Christianity, they joined a pure thing that is without fault. I'm not saying leave it. Stay with it. Stay with whatsoever you want to stay with. But realize all Western-oriented religions are faulty. All Western-oriented religions were in the slave trade one way or the other, one time or the other. And all religions that said that God endorsed slavery are liars and hypocrites. No religion and no God ever proved of anybody enslaving anybody. The Quran, and if you doubt it, you can take a copy here and find the passage, says that you can beat your wife, but you have to beat her with a stick only so long. The stick cannot be too large, but you can beat her. And when you go back to the laws of Hammurabi, 2000 BC, from Babylonia, and you can see the origin of some of this. It's supposed to be the first civilized law. Hammurabi said that slavery is a good thing. It's all right to have a slave, but you got to have some humanity about it. You've got to give him a day off. Give him a day off, it's all right. We need to read more of other people's history and more of our history. And if we had read more history, we might understand the damage that the series is doing, and understand also that he is playing the role of a con man. Con man gives you through a few flattering things to get you into the trap before he robs you and makes the robbery looks palatable to you until you wake up and realize that you have been had. I don't know where he's going the rest of the series. I don't even know where he's going tonight. And this series will get more exposure than any educational series ever. It's on tonight, it'll be on Sunday, and it's on cable sometime during the week. So if you miss it tonight, don't worry, it'll be on Sunday. Why it's getting all this exposure? Somebody wants this message out there. Who wants that particular message out there? Who has the reason? Let's study its backers. Why the National Endowment for the Arts, an American, your money, was behind it. That's only $650,000. It cost about $5 million. The rest came from the Annenberg Trust. What's their interest in backing an Arab commentator? He wrote the commentator. He wrote the book about it. And yet another series was put on by an Englishman, Basil Davison, 3 times better than that one and more honest. Because knowing that he was white, every time he came to a critical part of the history, he found an African and put the African historian in front of the camera and let the African explain African history instead of he doing it. And I'm saying that the Englishman did a better job because the Englishman let the African explain instead of explaining himself. But Ali Mazrui is doing all of the explaining. All right. This talk is not about Ali Mazrui, but you have to understand something of what is happening to you. This is an Islamic whitewash. I hope you understand that. And the sad fact is that most of you and most people who saw it will not understand that this is what it is. And it is for a larger reason. And that reason is going to come out more and more. Now let's look at Africa on the eve of the rise of Islam. Religions rise and are created and grow in a vacuum. A condition has to be created for religions to rise. What was the vacuum? How did it create? Who created it? What was the condition in Africa and Western Asia, called the Middle East, on the eve of the rise of Islam? If Islam rose in the 600s AD, what was happening in the 600s AD? The Roman Empire was falling apart. The Roman Empire had been falling apart militarily since 450 AD. 450 AD, a bunch of German thugs called Vandals moved down and hit the Roman Empire. Now, the Romans had propaganda out that the Roman was invincible militarily. And a lot of people believe this. It's just that the Vandals didn't read the propaganda and couldn't read anyway. And they did not know that if you hit a Roman, you're supposed to fall dead. And see, they just went and hit those Romans in such a way that the Romans never recovered. And they added a word to the language: vandalism, destroy everything. They warred on men because they had a wife and children, because they're too stable. They resented everything. Then they moved over to Spain and started a fight with the Visigoths, the Goths and the Visigoths. But only the people who read Roman propaganda continued to believe the nonsense. But the Romans would coax a long time. Now, they had already made a mess out of the management of Christianity, because now the fight between the Byzantines and the regular Romans continued. When the Romans, and if you understand what I'm saying right now, maybe you'll straighten out some current thing. When the Romans stopped killing Christians and became Christians, they wanted to take over the apparatus of Christianity from the Africans who were managing it while they were killing Christians. When the European takes over anything, he wants to control all of it, not a part of it. Now, if some backward people called black leftists understood this, they would realize that if they help the white left into power, the white left is going to do them in. Now, I'm not less of a socialist because I'm saying this, but I'm more of an African nationalist and a Pan-Africanist because I'm saying this. Because I take my socialism from African social living and not from Karl Marx. I take mine straight from the originators of it, who originated it before the first European wore a shoe or lived in a house that had a window. So I know there's nothing new about it. The Africans had it all along. So I go to the original instead of the carbon copies created in Europe. Now, there are a whole lot of Africans today who don't understand that. Now, my point is that once the Romans became Christians, they accepted as a political apparatus, but the spirituality of it eluded them completely. Where are they now in history? The conference at Nicaea has already occurred, several conferences. That's behind a few hundred years now or more. The Romans, out of their weakness, you must separate the political Roman Empire from the Holy Roman Empire. The political Roman Empire is dead. When the political Roman Empire started to weaken, they began to have African emperors, the most colorful being Septimius Severus, and one of the last being Caracalla. And Septimius Severus is noted for he was also the governor of England, in addition to after being governor, emperor of Rome. All right, he was from the political Holy Roman Empire. Political Roman Empire. Now, the Holy Roman Empire has had, at this point, 3 African popes. Tertullian being a noted one. There were 3. And Tertullian wouldn't be popular today because he's really one of the first to say, "Vanity, vanity, thy name is woman." So the holy sinner, the greatest writer the church has had is behind us now. I mean, St. Augustine. St. Augustine, really, who gave the church its literature, also African, gave it its being, has lived and practically died by now. Bishop of Hippo. He has written far more than the world knows. People know about his City of God and his Confessions. But there was so much of his writing that has not come down to us that is available in texts and in documents. But he has lived and practically died by this point. At this point, my main point is that the African contribution to the church has been made, and Augustine looks back at what these Europeans have done to Christianity. He said, makes him laugh, especially the conference at Nicaea. These people don't understand Christianity. Now, the fight between Byzantium and Rome over the dominance of the church has literally wrecked the church. And this mismanagement and disenchantment now would cause a camel boy. Now, because you can't read, that doesn't mean you have no wisdom. Most of the people of that period couldn't read. That don't mean they're stupid. To begin to talk to other camel boys. And finally, he began to rise up in his profession, and his uncle began to give him a little leadway. He was working for his uncle, in the trades, the caravan trades between the masters, and and finally he marries a rich widow. This rich widow secures for him 2 Ethiopian tutors that the Encyclopedia Islam mistakenly called slaves. They're not slaves. And Zayd bin Harith and Bilal. Bilal is the prophet's first convert. And Zayd bin Harith is listed as the third. I'm at a loss to find out who was the second of the African converts. All right. Oh, now, this is the condition. The corruption of Christianity has reached a point for failing to find reform, to get reform. He began to send letters to the different heads of state, asking them to accept the new faith. And some of them laugh at it. Some of them tear up the letter. The Emperor of China takes it seriously. He didn't say, oh, so what's the big deal? he erects a mosque. Says, all right. One more religion don't mean nothing to him. So, he erects a beautiful new mosque in China. It's all right. I mean, it didn't seem to bother him. He'll accept it. He'll give it a chance. Anybody want to join it? Here's a mosque. Yeah. You make no fuss about it. A few accepted, a few didn't. And then he tell me either go to accept the faith or go to pick up your sword because I'm gonna fight you. Now, Bilal accompanies the prophet on his various missions. And he is looking for someone to call the faithful to prayer. Bilal becomes the first of the Muslim to call the faithful to prayer. And he has looked, and he didn't, among the people of Arabia, he don't want to use bells or, Then he comes home one evening. Bilal is his steward and his mace carrier and general all-around man. And he tells Bilal his problems. Then he asks Bilal to see if he can say the call to prayer. And he said, why have I been looking all over Arabia when you have the sweetest voice in all the land? Now Bilal becomes the one to call the faithful to prayer. And he makes out of it a great art form. And even today, if you go to Senegal and listen when the faithful are being called to prayer, the Africans do it, and it is a concert. It is a concert piece. Then go to an Arab country and listen, almost like a bad bird singing off tone. They can't bring it off to this day. They can't bring off that song. The beauty of that song. There's no God but Allah. Allah is, it's repetitious, but it's the African who can take that repetition and infuse a spiritual beauty into it that you will not find in any other country, any other place in the world. Of course, in Libya, they just record an African voice and play it on record from the play. That they get it that way. But Libya seemed to have been the only predominantly Arab country where the 5 prayers are called on time, and where you do see a degree of people moving toward the mosque to say the 5 prayers. In most Arab countries, the traffic keeps on and nobody pays slight attention to it. But in Senegal, a predominantly African country, when it comes time to say one of the 5 prayers, the traffic stops. And you could be going to have a baby, but the traffic stops. And my point is that whether I believe in it or not, it's just so beautiful to see so many black people doing something in unison. Right or wrong is of no significance. No significance. Just see them doing something together. It's a thing of joy. You notice one thing generally, the men and the women are closer together in African countries than in Arab countries. And inasmuch as the Prophet's first public act at a time when, because they are a desert people, when a woman had 2 girls, if the 3rd child was a girl, they either got rid of her or put her to death. Women protested this. He defended their right to keep the children. Now, inasmuch as the Prophet defended their right to keep their children, one wonders why and how, over the years, systematically, Islam became predominantly a male chauvinistic religion. Here you have to separate Islam from Arabism. Maybe it was something about the desert, and maybe it was the belief that a woman needed protection, but very few women rose to high position in the Arab side of the religion. And I can name one woman head of state in the black side of it who not only headed a state, but rode in the head of her army and commanded her armies in the field. 1500s, that's Elmina of Nigeria in the state of Zara. I recently recommended that she be included among Budweiser's great queens of Africa. And I purposely supervised the writing of the copy in order to eliminate a whole lot of the misconceptions about her. And they are misconceptions and rumors. The rumor was, because she never married, is that she took a new lover each night, and if his performance wasn't adequate, she had him killed in the morning. There was no proof of this at all. And if that rumor got out, I guess half of the male population in the world might disappear. Even stars don't perform at their best every night. So that wasn't an important thing anyway. The important thing was this strong woman defended it wasn't Nigeria then, it was in the Hausa country. The state of Zara defended her state and built walls of defense that still can be seen in this part of Nigeria. Defended her right as a woman, without getting into the nonsense about liberation, held her ground, defended her lineage, and left her mark on that territory of Africa until that part, as a part of Nigeria that is literally called Elmina City. And she was a Muslim. And that did not happen any other place among Muslims for women. That did not happen. It surely did not happen any place among the Arabs. And the revolutionary African, especially revolutionary against colonialism, happened nearly always on that side, on the African side. That meant that the African accepted the religious side and the spirituality, and that Islam said something to the African that it did not say to the Arab, and that it still says something to the African that it is not saying to the Arab. That if Islam is to be rescued and made the great spiritual and moral religion it was intended to be, instead of the political instrument for opportunists, it will be the African who will make it so. He has the capacity to make it so. And this is what we need to look at. Not to ignore the Arab at all, not to ignore the fact that it was from Arabia that the religion came out, swept over into North Africa, and had its rapid growth. All right, now, after this religion barely got underway, the Prophet had some difficulty, had to leave Medina, then literally had to fight his way back to Mecca. Bilal was with him all of the time, and so was Zayd bin Harith. Zayd bin Harith was the governor of the Prophet's tribe, the Quraysh, and he was married into the Prophet's family, one of the highest honors possible. And he is hailed as one of the great heroes of Islam in the Encyclopedia of Islam and other literatures of Islam. The literature of Islam writes about the great blacks, but they don't tell you they were black. And what we need to do is to do a little more research in the area of Arabia and the presence of so many Africans at the time. We need also to look at the number of African neglected heroes in Islam and bring them back to fore, bring them back into world consideration, and understand that Islam came into being so fast. It is literally a religion made from a composite religion, and the least original of the world's religions. It had to take something from Christianity, something from Judaism, something from Zoroastrianism. That is nothing that one needs to apologize for. And yet, it came into being at a time it served a great purpose. And it had to turn to many places for haven and for shelter. On the advice of Zayd bin Harith and Bilal, some of the key followers were sent to Ethiopia for shelter while the trouble in Arabia blew over. The prophet said, "Go to Ethiopia, go to that land of righteousness where no one is wrong." This is the kind of reputation Ethiopia had among Muslims at the time it had been a Christian nation for over 300 years. Other people against the move went ahead and told the Ethiopians that these people were thieves. And when the Ethiopian king received them, he said that your message is not much different from the Christian message. And he received them and sheltered them until the difficulty blew over and they went back and strengthened and got the faith well underway. Now, Bilal stayed with the prophet the rest of his life, and when the prophet was dying, he literally appointed Bilal as the next caliph. And he refused it. Now look what would have happened to the faith had Bilal became the next caliph after the prophet. It would have been a different religion altogether. But he refused the honor, but he did not call the prayers except 2 more times. After that, he called the prayers for Omar, the first caliph, and 1 time for a special meeting for the first caliph. And then he either went back to Ethiopia or he died. We know Zayd bin Harith died in a battle against the Byzantines. But these 2 Ethiopians had helped to lay the foundation and the strength for Islam. Islam now was ready to move out of Arabia over into North Africa, to move into the vacuum left by the confusion of the Romans and the mismanagement of Christianity. North Africa was in such a sad state that the people were ready to welcome almost anything with the wreckage left by the Romans. So there was very little resistance. In a little while, the Muslim armies had swept across most of northern Africa. A little resistance from the Berbers. These are relatives of the Arabs who had arrived much earlier. And this resistance didn't last too long. When this resistance died down, Islam swept into the Western Sudan and began to convert Africans. Now, Islam swept into the Western Sudan. Understand me now, if you can visualize a map of Africa. They went down into West Africa, not the coast, but inland away from the coast. That is called the Western Sudan, skirting the coast. And they converted a group of Africans. And these Africans became purists. so much purists that these Africans, after 50 years or so, came back into Morocco and told those who converted them, you are not properly observing the faith. I'm purer than you are. Now, you have to understand this, because Western Africa, the Western Sudan and Western Africans were converted by Islamized blacks. East Africa was converted by Arabs. Islamized blacks knew what part of African culture to leave intact in spite of Islam. You can see the difference to this day. And East Africa, converted by the Arabs, who had no respect for African culture then or now, they destroyed a lot of African culture. They married African women, and after 50 years, they had produced enough black-looking Arabs, and ultimately they would use them to go inland where the Arabs were not permitted to go and start the East African slave trade. Over 600 years before the European slave trade. And the Arab is the only branch of Islam to use Islam as an aspect of slavery. Now, the Africans who converted those in Western Sudan left the matrilineal system intact, meaning the lineage coming down through the female remained intact in Western Africa, while in Eastern Africa, the Arab installed the patrilineal system, meaning the inheritance comes through the oldest son, and the lineage comes down through the male side of the family. It has wrecked the culture to this very day. It has confused the culture to this very day. Now, when they arrived in Egypt, they arrived at a culture that had been raped by foreigners for 1,000 years. They had no respect for it or understanding of it then. They have no respect for it or understanding for it now. The Arab traditionally has no respect for non-Arabic culture, and practically none for African culture in other parts of Africa. And this is the basic drawback and the basic difference between Arabs spreading Islam and Africans spreading Islam. African Islam is basically different from Arab Islam. Arab Islam is a form of Arab supremacy and condescension. Just like white Christianity is a form of white condescension. They think they're doing you a favor to let you in their church. The church becomes their private property, just like the Arabs think they're doing you a favor when you come into one of the mosques. And if you go to Mecca and see the discrimination against colors, different colors, you will find that out, is that even in Mecca, there is color discrimination. And they'll look you straight in the eye and deny the whole thing. All right, now, they're in Egypt. But out of the Western Sudan would come a great general, Tarak Ben Zad, Jabral Tarak. He would discover a weakness in Spain fighting the Goths and the Visigoths, and the Vandals fighting among themselves. The dissident element in Spain would do something white people rarely ever do. They would sneak across into Africa and tell the Africans how weak the whites are, and said they are so weak, if you want to conquer them, it's an easy thing to do.
Jabbar would send a testing army about 10,000 just to test their lines. You find it is easy. Then later, he would send 60,000. He'd take Spain. Now this is purely an African conquest. You are not dealing with the Arab conquest of Spain at first, because the Arabs were not there at first. The initial conquest of Spain was African, not Arab. That army came from the Senegamia, now Senegal, and parts of what is now Mauritania. And when they moved over and conquered Spain, Madame Bourguiba has written a book on it that bears the name Tariq bin Zayed. The Rock of Gibraltar is named after him. It's the hill or the mountain of Tariq. Gibraltar is a corruption of his name, Jabbar. And she describes the army going into Spain. She says the army was black as ink. The general was blacker still. Meaning the general was the only one riding a white horse. So his blackness against that whiteness looked blacker than the rest of them. But the horse was better dressed than the kings of Europe, with silk and brocade. And the women taking off garments and throwing him in front of his horse, waving. Let me be the first. I'd like to see Hollywood put this in Technicolor. Militarily, the Africans took over Spain, and militarily, the Africans held Spain until 1240, while the Arabs did come in. But the military hold on Spain was African. Now let's look at the Africans and the Arabs, that combination called Moors in Spain. What did they do? What did the Africans give to Islam? Why do you find a toleration between Christians and Arab, Christians and Muslims in Spain that never existed before ever? It is the African spirituality. They coexisted with the Catholic Church side by side. They worked out a humane agreement. No mass killing. They built public schools. They built public baths. There's a chapter in John Jackson's Introduction to African Civilization called Africa and the Civilizing of Europe. You would do well to read it. That chapter alone is worth the price of the book. But there are many other books on the Africans and the Arabs in Spain. They gave Spain the greatest civilization it has known before or since. They built a great university, Salamanca. They translated the great works of the masters of Europe, including a lot of work they had stolen from Africa. Europe had forgotten its own masters. The Africans translated it. It was the African that suggested that the Jews be appointed to the chairs in the mind sciences. God, what an error. All the ideology chairs. It was the Africans who took the Jews into Spain and made them the grandees, the money managers of Spain. And when the Africans lost power, some of them went
Holland and found the Dutch East India and the Dutch West India Company and became managers of the slave trade. People find no compunction of turning on us when it's to their convenience to do so. But their performance and the partnership between the Africans and the Arabs and the Berbers in Spain was a long and beneficial partnership and a fine moment in their history and in world history. The African and the Arab and Islam had united and held Europe at bay for almost 1,000 years. And when that partnership went bad, both of them were in trouble. By 1450, the Africans and the Arabs began to argue among themselves over nonsense at first. But 1240, the Portuguese had broken away from the Africans, but Spain was still under their domination. Then half of Spain, by 1455, had broken away, the Castilian part. And now they had colonial aspiration of their own. And they went to the Pope to discuss the matter. He was the leading authority of the world where Europe is concerned. Now they wanted a piece of the world. They wanted to start dividing up the world among themselves. And the Pope told them, you are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people. In other words, you need not feel guilty about the slave trade that had already started along the coast of West Africa. The fact that there were great independent states inside of Africa is something I'll talk about later on. My main point here is that Islam had swept down into the Western Sudan, that a lot of people say the great states of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai were Muslim states. Ghana was never a Muslim state. In fact, Ghana was destroyed by Muslims. By Abu Bakr of the Susus. When he pulled his army out of Ghana to help his co-religionists in Spain, he died. Now, I'll be talking about these other states in more detail in another way. But what I'm concluding with is that the spread of Islam into the Western Sudan had brought a language, a sense of accounting, and a religion that had a fascination for the African. But now, the argument between the Africans and the Arab, spoiling the performance they had, that almost 1,000-year performance that had been good not only for them but good for mankind. They had given North Africa some stability, and they had given the Western Sudan some stability. It came 1492, and the least significant event would be the so-called discovery of the New World. The greatest event in the history of that period would be really the Africans and the Arabs, collectively called Moors, would lose their hold on Spain and be pushed out. Be pushed out of Spain, and they would lose the Mediterranean. They had blocked Europe in the Mediterranean. They had forced Europe out of the Mediterranean, and they had forced Europe into the Middle Ages. Now Europe had discovered longitude and latitude. It had come out of its box. They'd gone back to sea. They had learned some maritime techniques from the school at Salamanca, that the Africans had translated the information from Spain, and they would turn on the very Africans who translated it for them and the very Arabs. The fight between the Africans and the Arabs would facilitate the rise of Europe. But except had the Africans and the Arabs got together at this point in history, fighting over various interpretations of Islam, they could have stopped Europe and stopped the slave trade, but instead of stopping the slave trade, the Arabs went into the slave trade, disgraced Islam, disgraced themselves, and left the African without protection, something which we should never forgive. And after this, the Africans, mixed Africans, Berbers, and Arabs in Morocco, sore heads, turned inward on Africa to rob the nations to the south. They recruited European mercenaries with modern weapons for that day, and with some guns supplied by Queen Elizabeth I, they invaded the Western Sudan, destroyed the great state of Sangay. And the long night that was to last 500 years had started. And the good that Islam had done was being spoiled. Now you had Muslim against Muslim facilitating the spread of the slave trade inland. I am saying that while this is one of the world's greatest religions, its redemption is going to come from Africans who will rescue it, give it a real meaning, make it a world religion, make it a world force for unity, and give it the sense of tolerance and respect for other cultures and religions that it once had, and integrate it into the concept of African culture and African liberation. Either do this or throw it into the ash can of history. Thank you.
Henrik Clarke.
They have decided to establish these clinics in which to dispense prescriptions and to supply birth control devices to kids. Now, I have spoken to various people in the Board of Education department. I was there only today. And I sat down with this guy who's the director of public education or something like that. And I asked him to explain the policy, the reasons why, and so forth. And we sat down there for about half an hour. And this man could not give me a rational explanation of it. I mean, he is in charge of the program. and he did not even understand it, and he confessed as much. So it seems to me that what we got here is very clearly an attempt to deal with a very serious issue in a very cosmetic way. And what we're seeing in New York City are cosmetic ways of dealing with problems. Our leaders have no clue as to the solution of problems. Their way of dealing with the drug problem is to have a senator dress up like a drug addict or something like that and buy some stuff in the Upper West Side. The police commissioner's way of dealing is to transfer our cops once every 5 years. Their way of dealing with education of black children is to distribute birth control devices. So these people have seriously run out of ideas. They are intellectually bankrupt. Now, what we're going to do is this. We intend to do something about the problem, because it has nothing to do with the high teenage pregnancy rate of black children. Because it's true that the teenage pregnancy rate is high, but giving them condoms is not going to solve that problem. And we intend to bring a lawsuit, against the Board of Education on several grounds. First of all, that this policy that they're implementing is not very clear and precise. It violates their own standards. And secondly, and more important, that it is a violation of the rights of blacks. It has a discriminatory impact on black folks, since all of the clinics are located in black and Hispanic areas. If it was a great program, don't you think that it would have been in Canarsie and some of those places? When they start locating them just in black areas, I think it's a very good idea that it's not all that great as it's touted to be. So we intend to stop this, this type of action by bringing a lawsuit against them. And it's not only intended to just stop this practice, but intended to force them to come up with serious solutions to the problem of black kids in the community. Because we are convinced that they have no clue as to this solution. And the only thing that is going to force them to do it is to stop this practice and let them seriously rethink about the problems of homelessness, crack, drugs, teenage pregnancies, and so forth. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask each and every one of you, if you can, to be there next Tuesday. Next Wednesday, at 6 o'clock at the public discussion, when each and every one of you can make a contribution. Because they feel that we have a way of just kind of talking, bad talking, hey man, we don't like this and that. But when it comes to the real showdown, they say that they don't see too many of us there. So let us make our presence felt. It affects us, okay? It affects your kids. And make your presence felt at that Board of Education by being there next Wednesday at 6 p.m. 110 Livingston Street. It's on the first floor.
First floor, 110 Livingston Street. And just to reiterate and to bring some of you up to date, I don't know if it was mentioned, how well it was mentioned, but are we all aware of Mr. Mickens' situation over at Boys and Girls High? All right, he's the principal over at Boys and Girls High. And a few days ago, he was walking down the hallway and he saw some of the young brothers with condoms blowing them up like balloons. And so he asked them, so where'd you get that from? They said, well, we got it from the health clinic. So he went to the health clinic and he said, to stop distributing any more contraceptives until they can discern this program and evaluate it and find out what it's all about. And Robert Wagner, who's the president of the Board of Education, said he's going to make Frank Mickens an example by punishing him. Now, how they're going to do that, they have not explained yet, but they have targeted the brother. And what we want to do, part of what we want to do, is to say to the Board of Education, you're not going to touch this brother. All right? You're not going to let him touch this brother, because he also stated that one of the reasons why he was doing that was because the parents in his particular school were on his side, and they were encouraging him to take a stand, and that he was going to meet the needs of his constituency. So we have a brother who is courageous, a brother who is responsive to the people that he is accountable to. And we don't have too many of those type of brothers and sisters around. And when we find a brother like that, a diamond amongst us like that, we need to give him. All right, sister.
Dr. Clarke, who did you say made up the Vandals, the people that you call the Vandals?
They were Germans.
Germans?
They were what became Germans. They were Teutonic people, and they came out of what later became Germany. And their descendants can be seen in North Africa today. You occasionally in North Africa you see a jet black person, tall, with blue eyes, descendants of the Vandals.
Exactly who are the Arabs and where did they come from?
They came from the Arabian Peninsula. The Arabs are really a mixture of people. They really
All right, you know the theme, the effects of global white supremacy. It is going to be covered from our guests from several different perspectives. One historical, one psychological, and one legal. We will start with our elder in the historical, Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Thank you again. We have a lot of work to do, short time to do it. After we have finished the 3 lectures, there should be 4, but we're going to settle for 3. The lectures will be transcribed. All of us will take our respective lectures and build in the documents, and I will edit all of the lectures into a book and start. The book will contain, in addition to an extension of what we have said here, the major documents on the extension of global white supremacy all over the world, how it started, Greek attitudes, Roman attitudes, even the attitudes of semi-white people like the Arabs, who will separate custom from religion, things that you believe to be the truth that is really folklore. It's so difficult to get people to recognize that certain things were imposed on you that were alien to your society. They came out of other societies. And you accept these things and are willing to kill each other over them. And there's the word of truth in it. All right, we don't have time for any form of chit-chat. The focus of my talk, all too short given the subject, the focus of the talk will be global white supremacy from the end of the 19th century to the middle of the 20th century in the African independence explosion. Now, what had happened at the end of the 19th century, African people all over the world had engaged in protracted revolutions and had given themselves something they need right now, something their children need right now, something all of them misinterpreted and removed from their memory: the longest revolutionary heritage of any people on the face of the earth. Giving up a true revolutionary heritage, they began to follow people who didn't know where they were going. They began to accept books called the Bible. They began to hear stories about the rescue of a Holy Grail. Number one, wasn't holy. Number two, wasn't laws. Number three, wasn't there in the first place. There is an essential myth through the life of most of the people in the world. Now, with interpretation of the curricula as a feel-good curriculum, the criticizers of our desire for a correct curriculum have had nothing but a feel-good curriculum. But they don't want anyone else in the world to feel good. Now, if they stop telling lies about themselves and integrate our truth, maybe all of us can feel good together, and you have universal humanity other than global white supremacy. What the fight over the curricula is about their claiming things that they couldn't possibly have produced, because the things that they claim are older than their existence. It came up this morning on WWRL, a man or a lady, it called, reporting about some 12 gates. And the names of the 12 gates. Give me this name. Gates to the holy city. I said, that presupposes that I believe the story in the first place. It also presupposes that I accept Jerusalem as the Holy Land. And I do not. I have no Holy Land outside of the physical property of Africa. So what you are calling Jerusalem and what you are calling the Middle East or Western Asia was once an African colony and an extension of Africa. But the first holy city that the Africans declared or any other people declared in the whole world is Abydos. And that city is still there intact. Jerusalem has been destroyed several times. And Jerusalem was given to us out of someone else's folklore, or we ignored the city we built with our own hand, still standing, not holy by us, because someone else told us another city was holy. Now, as we came down to the end of the 19th century, the Africans had been engaged in anti-colonial wars. Global white supremacy had manifested itself in the form of slavery. We had had 400 years of it by now. Europe had recovered at our expense. The products from Jamaica, Haiti, and other West Indian islands had restored the economy of Europe. South America, that mulatto continent, contributed very little to Europe then, contributed very little to Europe now. The race in between was in conflict with itself, not worth a conversation here, because these want to be whites. I wish the hell I was whites, pretending that they are whites. That's another lecture, another day. When I have enough strong men to protect me from the podium to the street where the car is running, to get me the hell out of here and keep me being killed, I will deliver the lecture on the role of the bastards in history. The people created by the coming together of blacks and whites who go through life, in most cases, debating whether they're loyal to their mother's people or their father's people, not knowing that every time they knock on their father's door, their father won't open the door, leaving them with no other door to come into but their mother's people's door. And yet, so many times, they have no loyalty to their mother's house. In Africa, they had fought 100 years of colonial wars. These Africans who never wore a store-bought shoe or heard of a military school, in their fight against global white supremacy, had outgeneraled some of the finest military minds of Europe.
All right.
And whose word do we have for this? A young British reporter named Winston Churchill, in a book called The River War, dealing with the British retaking of the Sudan, and another one called A Roving Commissioner, dealing with the Boer War in South Africa. These Africans did not concede that anyone had the right to take over their country. So the Asante Wars in what is now Ghana, the wars along the East Coast, engineered, brought into being by Islam, Europe, after chattel slavery was turned into another form of slavery called colonialism, a more sophisticated kind of slavery and more profitable. You're less responsible for the upkeep of the slave, and yet he has no choice but to work with you because you destroyed his way of life. He must now survive by serving you. You torn down his trees, you killed his farm life, you blacked at his gods, you told him his clothes was ugly so he now wears your clothes. You reduced him to a vassal by demeaning his culture and demeaning him. Some traditional Africans who would not wear their clothes, adopt their tastes, decided to fight. They did not go to London, to Whitehall Street. They did not go and laugh at the smiling lady under the chandelier. The minute the African went to London and saw a chandelier and had a cocktail in his hand, he was doomed. So global white supremacy was manifesting itself in many ways because they had produced a mechanism of control. Now having controlled the body, they wanted to control the mental wealth of Africa. They knew then what you still do not know. Africa is and has always been the world's richest continent.
All right.
And we are a rich people who are poor because we have not understood our riches. That juvenile delinquent who came out of Europe shooting babies in the back and calling himself a superior man at least knew something about the African who befriended him. He knew that he was politically naive. At the end of the 19th century, the Africans had 100 years of fighting this supremacy. The European had created a literature trying to justify his superiority. This literature had to deal with the brain side, head measurement, a whole lot of things that had absolutely no scientific basis. Now, people looking for the missing link. The missing link cannot be possibly found any place except in Europe. So they created a man in Europe, took a skeleton, buried the skeleton, dug it up. Didn't have any ancient history, so he got to create some. In the meantime, there were Europeans debunking all of this that no one paid any attention to then or now. But in the closing years of the 19th century, there was a royal prostitute in Belgium named Leopold who had houses of joy in different capitals of Europe, and he was spending a whole lot of money on these houses because he kept them the year round and sometimes could use them about once or twice a year. He's looking around for capital. There are nations in Europe who did not get in on the slicing up of Africa. They would call a conference at Berlin where they would split up the rest of Africa, but all those got a little muscle. The Germans got a big slice. The Germans got 4 nice pieces. Southwest Africa, now Namibia, the Cameroons, Togoland, now Togo, and Tanzania. They began almost a rehearsal for Nazism in Africa because the civilian governor of Southwest Africa was Jewish. The military governor was Herman Goering's father.
No.
If I didn't know what the documents, I wouldn't be saying it. Now, with these colonial wars being fought, African kings, so-called chiefs, been either driven into exile, driven to suicide. What do we got now? In the closing years of the 19th century, you got missionary-trained Africans who are now petitioning the European, appealing to his conscience. not knowing he had no conscience where power was concerned. There's no conscience to appeal to. Thou shalt not, the religion that said thou shalt not was meant for you. He gave that to you. He didn't intend to obey it. Now after the Berlin Conference and France getting more colonial territory, Germany getting colonial territory, Belgium getting the big Congo, Portuguese getting a little piece, all of the gangsters agreed on the slice. No African attending. And at this conference, an American Stanford allegedly attended the conference, saying as his rationale that the Congo might one day be a place to settle American blacks. Abraham Lincoln went through that same charade. Now you want to know what would have happened had Abraham Lincoln not been shot. I'm sorry he got shot. Had he not been shot, he had to make a movement to get all of us out of here. Even to the corner of Brazil, any place, just get you out of here. And why he did not believe in slavery, because it was an unwieldy labor system. He didn't believe in your presence and said point blank you will never be the social equal of a white person in any case. So while you are welcome celebrating Lincoln's birthday, do a little sobering thinking and read Lerone Bennett's famous article, Was Abraham Lincoln a White Racist? He asked the question and he answered the question affirmatively. He was.
All right.
Now, as we come down to the end of the 19th century, Africa is shifting gears. The warriors are leaving the field. The missionary-trained African activists are moving on the field. In Ghana, a brilliant politician, E. Casely Hayford, is in charge of the youth that exiled King Prempeh and his cousin, Ye Asantewaa, who led the last of the Shanty Wars. And these wars were really wars to maintain European control over Africa, therefore a part of global white supremacy. At this juncture, we see North Africa coming under the French. We see the Arab who's a colonizer and a slaver being colonized. We saw resistance coming within this whole structure. And yet we see an intellectual movement existing in Africa in reaction to the continuous presence of the Europeans. Along the coast of East Africa, Somalia, a man named Mohammed bin Abdullah Hassan, the British called the Mad Mullah, had fought the British up until about 1923. Along the coast of West Africa, the Asante Wars in Ghana had lasted from 1805 until 1900, when the exile Ye Asantewaa. After the exile Ye Asantewaa, Casely Hayford started a campaign for the return of the royal families and converted that campaign into a fight for independence. And when he died in 1931, he sent for a young student, Joseph B. Danquah, to send for J.P. and said, J.P., the mantle is yours. Joseph B. Danquah, in turn, had a young student under his wing called Francis K. Nkrumah. Francis K. Nkrumah, after attending the Pan-African Conference of 1945 in Manchester, England, was broke, and in London, and like a whole lot of Africans, eking out a mere existence, serving the unfulfilled British women. Sinclair Drake, unfortunately deceased now, he said, when we get together, he said, John, one of these days I'm going to tell the real story about these African heads of state and what they had to do to get along. I said, Sinclair, have another cocktail. Sinclair, have another cocktail. I'm going to tell the real story. He never, the real story. I'm glad he never told the real story. My main point is that Joseph E. Damqua sent for his former student that until the end of his days he addressed as Francis K. Nkrumah. He never called him Kwame, just like he was in the classroom. And Nkrumah, being brought home to take the mantle of leadership from Damqua, got impatient. And instead of waiting for the mantle to be handed to him traditionally, seized the mantle and led the country to independence. Had he waited for it 2 more years, it could have been done more peacefully. There could have been a mixture of tradition and modernism. It would have been a much better state with the infusion of traditional government. Now, we were now becoming a prize to be captured because the land, the resources of Africa becoming a prize to be captured. Africans were now relating to Africans in the Caribbean and Africans in the United States. A great Caribbean figure, Edmund Blyden, had proclaimed and literally prophesied the concept of black studies in his inaugural address, Liberia College, 1881. He had already written his crowning masterpiece, deserved to be reread right now, Christianity, Islam, and the Negro Race. All of us are mixed up on all the subjects. We're mixed up on all forms of religion. We're mixed up on all forms of politics. The European was still justifying the domination of other people through politics. All right, now, we've had, at the end of the 19th century, a better Pan-African network when it took 2 months for a letter to be delivered than we've got right now. People were not boasting of any island they came from. The Africans understood the artificial nature of the state divided by foreigners. Some of them understood the artificial nature of the religion imposed on them by foreigners. All of this was a form of global white supremacy. All over the world, it began to happen. It had reached Asia. In China, the Europeans had their own courts. In Shanghai, there was hotels. The Chinese and dogs not allowed. And some of the people who will spit on you now were then being spit upon. All this is documented. Edgar Snow's work, another work called 400,000 Customers. The only Chinese woman that could go into one of the hotels had to be a prostitute or a cleaning woman. This kind of humiliation. The British had reduced an entire nation to dope, to opium. You think you can't survive crack? They were worse off than you ever was. If they survived it, you can survive it. But you ain't gonna survive unless you crack some heads. Japan told them, trade with the West, whether you like it or not. No, it's earlier than that. The Japanese were minding their own business. The silkworm, making that beautiful kimonos, wooden shoes. Didn't even have a decent wheelbarrow. Never heard of a Toyota or a Datsun. When people are asleep, sometimes it's best to leave them alone. Now, I'm going to show you what they did that you still got to do until you stop. Until you do it, you are jiving about independence, about freedom. A Japanese educator called in the youth of Japan and told them what had happened. And he sent them to the leading schools of the world, to get that information, get that technology. And if they smear that body waste in your face, apologize for having your face in the way. So he sent them to MIT. They went to military schools in the United States. You wouldn't even let a black person sweep the floor. 2/3 of all the field officers that faced America in the Pacific War were trained in America. Every field officer, practice training. Virginia Military Academy was the main trainer. Black men is not even there, even now. My main point is that by 1905, the Japanese had learned enough to take on a European nation. And when the Russians started messing with them, they started kicking butt. And they defeated them. Right. And this shocked Europe so much until they began to propagate something called the Yellow Danger. This is the beginning and the basis of anti-Asianism. Manifests itself in the stereotypes in the movies. A Japanese detective called Mr. Moto, Fu Manchu, Charlie Chan. And what do we have? Step and fetch. That control over the movies. All of this is global white supremacy. That control, that colonization of the Bible. They're sending down Sunday school lesson with all white angels. Every single thing that came out of the European mind was meant to facilitate his control over the world. He's got no hesitation about it, and he's got no apologies. You buying a hook, line, and sinker. You buying his concept. All religion is good when it is practiced good. All religion can be bad, but all religion that I know of is used for one people to control another people. Because they killed the spirituality in the religion itself. The missionaries were handmaidens of colonialism, and they still are. The African trained by the missionary began to react. So global white supremacy was manifesting itself in the commerce of the world of that day. The Caribbean islands now realize that while their independence, their emancipation came 30 years before black Americans, their emancipation was a fake, and ours was a fake. And when you boasted, all you're saying that my fakery came before your fakery. Jamaica, 1865, in Moret Bay, George Gordon and in that crowd. Now, in the United States, because of the pressure, we had produced the greatest line of intellects of any people living outside of Africa. The climate was cold in New England. You could only work a slave 6 months a year. So you begin to have slave carpenters, slave craftsmen. You would farm them out. You begin to develop industrial slaves. They made a little money on the side. They could buy their way out of indentury. It wasn't quite as difficult. They began to read, write, run newspapers. Frederick Douglass escaped into this group. Yet the concept of getting back to Africa was prevalent. 5,000 Africans in this country had fought with the British against American independence, an incident left out of history. After the British lost the war, they had to get rid of them. So the British sent them to Canada and to Nova Scotia. Global white supremacy is now manifesting itself in the failure to acknowledge that every American citizen is a citizen. If you're a citizen, you need no civil rights movement or no civil rights action. The fact that you need it proves that they have not acknowledged you as a citizen. In a nation of immigrants, we are the immigrants against our will. We are the only immigrants who were invited here. Right. The nature of the invitation will not be discussed here. They were anxious to get us here. We had an affirmative action program waiting for us. No unemployment. No pay either. We transformed this nation. My main point is that the first half of this 19th century, we were fighting against global white supremacy in the Back to Africa movement that had started during the American Revolution, the movement to settle Liberia, 1847, with Martin Delany and the Jamaican Campbell going out to what is now Nigeria to search for a place. All of this was a reaction against global white supremacy. A lady in Nigeria who had been in the slave trade discovered that she was not a labor contractor and her people were not returning. She began to fight against the slave trade. She began to fight against other Africans in the slave trade. Her name was Madame Tanabu. And when she continued her fight, not only to get out of it herself, but to fight everybody in the trade. Her husband had died, and there was a man pursuing her hand. And she told this man, I cannot marry you now because I have men's work to do and I do not have time to be a woman. She fought every king in the slave trade. All right. And when she had removed the last king from his throne, she turned to the man pursuing her hand and said that, I am a woman now, I'll accept your offer. You think you're not rich? Look what a beautiful opera that was made. What a beautiful opera. There's so many things that we in our life that we haven't converted. Be a beautiful children's story, be a beautiful adult story. Beautiful story of conversion, the story of Madame Tannenbaum. I can name you 100 of them now. I've done nothing but research. Don't get me wrong, I've researched the latest for other reasons too, but academic reasons as well. Now, early, after we entered the 20th century, we were in a conflict over Booker T. Washington's theory, Du Bois, a conflict we never should have entered in the first place. Global white supremacy was manifesting itself in restrictions in the West Indies, in restrictions in Africa, in the continued petitioning of Africa and buying off or killing off all dissident elements. In this country, massive riots, 1906. Our reaction to Booker T. Washington's program of self-reliance, which is a form of nation building, a nation management. Those terrible years between 1900 and 1915, Africans progressing all over the world, in the Caribbean islands fighting for constitutional government and improving their own lot because they were a majority, but they still did not remove the private clubs in every island, but they had broken themselves down into clubs for brown people, clubs for almost white people, clubs for black people. We see R. James Beyond the Boundaries and his other works on the subject. You can understand it and read Rex Neverford's work, Mirror, Mirror, and another work, Color and Race and Color in Caribbean Literature. The British had built in an army in some of the islands, especially in Barbados, by telling them that they were English, and they became as English as the English. And by enough infusion of blood in Jamaica, they would hold their hands because they're fighting their relatives. And yet there was a group fighting for constitutional government, consistently fighting for improvement. In 1908, Marcus Garvey would make his tour of Central America. 1914, he would be in London studying under Duz Muhammad Ali. And in Duz Muhammad Ali's paper, he would read an editorial which was a quote from, of all things, a white black nationalist, Edmund Booth, who had grown disenchanted with other missionaries and went around Africa saying to the African, the white man can't be trusted. And when finally the African looked at him and asked him, can you be trusted? To his everlasting credit, he said no. And he proclaimed Africa for the Africans. Marcus Garvey read it and added the phrase, Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. Right. Marcus Garvey and his entire movement was a result of reaction to global white supremacy. The African colonial movement was a result of it. The early church movement in the United States was a result of the fight against global white supremacy. We wanted to get back some of our African self. The Chief Sam movement in Oklahoma was as a result trying to Africa's trying to escape global white supremacy. This story is told in a book called The Longest Way Home, the Chief Sam Movement in Oklahoma. Many blacks sold their property and gathered different harbors, waiting for a ship to take them home to Africa. The Pap Singleton movement for resettlement in the United States. The Liberian movement continued. 1915, Booker T. Washington was dead. Du Bois moved to the center stage of leadership, replaced soon by the attention given to Marcus Garvey. The rise and fall of his movement has been told many times. There's an 8-volume book of documents edited by Professor Robert Hill on the life of Marcus Garvey. You can argue with Professor Hill's notes, you can argue with his introduction, you can argue with the fact that some of it seemed a little conservative, but you cannot argue with the fact that he has given us the greatest documentation on Marcus Garvey ever. Going through the archives of most of the libraries where anything on Garvey existed. I think Tony Martin's work equally demands attention. And when you're tired of those and would forgive the modesty, I think my own work. Some attention. Because I'm going to extend these remarks into a full-blown book. I need not do everything tonight, and I'm a fan of both of my colleagues, and I want you to hear them also. So one of the things I admired about Martin Luther King, he had such a magnificent way of closing things out. I think of too many closing and get confused about which one I'm going to use. But I'm going to call on you not only to look at global white supremacy, but look at the global possibilities of African people coming together as a people across all national lines and across all religious lines. Van Cook has said, a race is like a man until it loves its own history and its own memory. It cannot fulfill itself completely. I say not only to understand global white supremacy, but to understand yourself. You must be acquainted with your history. I have said that history is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day, and it is a compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. History tells you where you've been and what you've been, where you are and what you are. Most important, history gives you some direction about where you still must go and what you still must be. The relationship of a people to their history is the same as the relationship of a child to its mother. When we look at Europe crumbling, maybe we need to stop imitating people who can't find their own way and stop following people who don't know where they are going. We need to entertain the possibility that we can give the world a new human society. We need to heal some of these wounds, some of all the cleavages between us. Take pride in wherever you were born. Be parochial, but remember, the common denominator is African. You can't answer to any other word because the name of any people must reflect land, history, and culture. And through our own life, let us say to a Malcolm and a Martin and the many thousands gone who put it on the line for our freedom and lost it. With our collective selves, let us sell the differences between us and let them know they did not do it in vain.
All right. Professor John Henrik Clarke. Professor John Henrik Clarke. Once again, brothers and sisters, Professor John Henrik Clarke. The effects of global white supremacy, a historical overview. Before we continue, we'll let you relax for just a couple of minutes. We'd like to welcome a brother who has been very much a power force in relationship to UAM and certainly to the activities here at the Slave Theater. He'd like to speak to you for a few moments. Let's welcome Brother Roy Kenton to our microphones here this evening.
Thank you. Let's give another hand again to Dr. Clarke. What I also would like for you to know, when Alton asked me to get involved with this program, I have to say that the person that has been the greatest help in me doing the things in the United African Movement, in giving me the advice and recommending people and so forth and project has been Dr. Clarke. Let's give him a hand again. Tonight, we got to make this very quick. We got a lot of information to give tonight. That was only part one of two more other parts. So again, we're going to ask you to help us pay the bills. Needless to say, you know, there was somebody that was your color, was in the audience and had to be removed because we only take care of our own. Okay? So we don't have nobody else funding this organization. So we're going to ask you very quickly to please dig deep tonight and help us not only do this, but continue the program that the slave has been provided for the black community. So we're going to ask all of you who can give 100 or more, please come to the front now, and we would appreciate that. And if you notice, again, as usual, United African Movement never charges an admission, although I have to admit that initially, this event tonight, when we first did part one, I did suggest to Brother Maddox that we should charge for that one because of its expense. And his position then, as it is now, under no condition, he'll be involved with the charging black people for information for liberation. So I think we should applaud Brother Maddox for that. So again, we ask you to make this as quickly as we possibly can. Please, you with 100 or more, please come up to the front and we will get rolling. And
ourselves. Let's welcome Dr. Amos Wilson this evening.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure and an honor to be invited back here this evening to share this time with you. And I'm very flattered to have been invited again and to be with such distinguished platform guests. Before we get started, I'd like to sort of do a little rooting here in terms of something we're doing. I had an organization that we are rapidly developing called the Pan-African Research and Development Foundation. And I co-direct that with Brother Joseph Gilliams. Brother Gilliams is a very dear friend, along with Brother Samantha Plata, who is in partnership with me at my publishing company, African World Info Systems. Brother Gilliam's work you've seen on the cover of Black on Black Violence. And you will see his work on the cover of my other 3 or 4 books, which will be coming out within a month or so. You've also seen, of course, his covers on many other books from McGraw-Hill and other large companies. We have a pool of talent over there at African Research and Development Foundation. And as you can probably surmise from the title of our foundation, we're very much concerned with African-centered research that can be used, but at the same time, as implied by the word development, we're concerned with very practical work. Those of you who have known me for a while know that in addition to my studies and my lecturing and writing, I believe in getting my hands dirty, in doing real things in the real world. Some of you have been familiar, of course. You're familiar, of course, with the business I established over there on 125th. We're back in business again. All right. Because ideology and great thoughts must ultimately be turned into reality. And this is what we're doing over at African Research and Development Foundation. Now, what we are passing out here, I've received Brother Maddox's permission for us to pass out a form. This form is just wants to, with this form, we want to know if you would be supportive of credit unions across New York City. As I will speak about later, it takes money to run a revolution. You have to finance revolutions. You have to buy guns. You have to finance research. You have to finance your health. And while it's good to get caught up in Afrocentrism as idea and ideology, ultimately it must be transformed into wealth and must be transformed into material to be utilized for our advancement as a people. We must finance our own revolution, and we must transform our world economically. The Pan-African Research and Development Foundation then is beginning to dam this bed. The credit unions that we are now researching will only be one arm of the economic development that we are about. The next time we picket Koreans, we want them out of the stores, and we want to finance our people into those stores. So therefore, we are, in addition to the credit unions, which of course will be used for business finance, we are developing a loan fund, a business loan fund, so we can do the 1-2 punch. Get you out and replace you. So we're not going to just use a lot of energy protesting. we are going to actually displace those people who've captured the black internal market. So we need your support to do that. And we, of course, have other plans. You'll be hearing more from us as we join together with your organization and other organizations here to organize the whole of the United States, and this is in unity with everyone else. And ultimately to organize and be a part of the organization of the total African world to end white supremacy. It's very important, of course. A good deal of the information inside tells you what a credit union is, what it's about. It gives you a little introduction over there about what is being done to us in terms of the credit market. You know we are putting billions of dollars into these banks and getting nothing out. Our money is being used to finance our own oppression. We have to take this money out of these financial institutions and use it to our own advantage. We are very much concerned here that you fill in the back page the credit union pledge form. Now, we want you to keep in mind, though, that this is non-binding, so that you're not legally committed to it. But in order to develop the in order to develop the credit union, we have to have some idea of what kind of initial funding we will have, so that you can point out what you possibly could deposit in the credit union on the back of this form. And leave us your address so that we can contact you as to further developments. We would appreciate your participation. Thank you very much. This is our third set of lectures here. We talked about white global supremacy. We talked about the effects of white global supremacy. Now it is time for us to begin the talk of how it should be brought to a close. Yes? We must prepare for war. Yeah. On a number of levels. Yeah. Think the unthinkable. That's what you got to do if you're going to get out of this situation here. I know we've been conditioned into thinking of the European as invincible. Yes. But you gotta get over that kind of thought. This man bleeds and dies like any other man. He's already bleeding. He's already throwing up over the world as it is. He's already sick. It's time for him to be finished off. And we must do it. We can't just wait for him to be done in by other folk. As I was saying earlier today, it's nice we look at the Japanese and the games that they're running on the Europeans. But I will tell you up front, the Japanese are no party either. And I tell you, we haven't fought this fight, and we're not going to fight this fight against white supremacy to come under Asian supremacy. We must be prepared to fight any people who are the enemies of our freedom and liberation, regardless of color and ethnic background. You got to face it. And that means you got to appropriately organize yourself to do it. And you must visualize yourself doing it as a people. Yes. I'll talk later. You see, I get this little hesitancy and I feel it out there. And I can hear the little butterfly wings out there. Yes. But you got to get over the conditioning. Because as I will tell you the show later on, you see, the white man has conditioned us to a certain extent that when we begin to think certain kind of thoughts, our stomachs become upset. We get a little feeling down here so that we can automatically withdraw from the thought. And in that sense, we become self-oppressing. And we become allies with our oppressors. Yes. I wish I had time to develop it today, ladies and gentlemen, and how the thought control has been so subtle. We talked about the education of black children. I hear people talking about teaching our children to think, and this is what we must do. Teaching them to think abstractly. And we attempted to see abstract thought as an academic problem. But abstract thinking is foremost a political problem that represents itself in the school as an academic problem. You see, in a sense, to act in terms of being an African is to act in terms of an abstraction. It means that you have looked over African people the world over, looked at their various cultural differences and national differences and so forth, and abstracted a commonality that looks over African people speaking hundreds of different languages and so forth. And from those differences, you have abstracted a commonality called African. And yet that abstraction has a reality about it that makes it possible for Africans of whatever nationality or whatever culture to act as a collective against their oppressors. So you have to recognize that abstract thought at the very base is concrete thought, because it allows concrete and concerted action. That is why the European does not want your children to think abstractly, you see, and conceptually, you see, and it is projected as an academic problem, when really it is a political problem, because they know if we can think abstractly and act in terms of abstractions, such as Africanness and African consciousness, their day has ended. But you see, at the threshold of thinking abstractly, at the threshold of thinking cosmically, at the threshold of thinking conceptually, at the threshold of thinking in terms of implications, in terms of analogies, at the threshold of thinking deductively and inductively, at the threshold of thinking critically and critical analysis, there is planted anxiety. So that when people and when your teachers attempt to move you into these areas, you start feeling uncomfortable and out of place, and you back off of it, and therefore you maintain your aggression. You must learn to think abstractly, conceptually, and logically, and critically, even though your stomach is filled with butterflies. Even though you may be trembling, you still must think of the possibilities. And you must prepare yourself to meet your enemy and to bring him down and destroy him and stomp him into the dust. nothing wrong with having fear, but you must learn to act in spite of it. This is the situation. So, why are we in this situation we're in today in terms of white supremacy? Is it because the people are white? Is it because the people are mean? Is it because they have distorted genes? It's because they have power. That's what it comes down to. And because there is an inequality of power between us and these people. It doesn't matter what their skin color is. It doesn't matter what their genetic background is. It doesn't really matter, what their sociobiology is. The ultimate thing is they do to us what they do to us because they have the what? The power to do it. That's it. That's it. Now you can get caught up in long explanations if you want to. And you can do great genetic analyses if you wish. And that's fine, there's a place for all of that. But in the end, you're talking about a power differential. And this is one of the constants I referred to earlier today. That despite all the madness they go through, despite all of the disorganization they are experiencing, there are things they want to remain constant. And one of those things, of course, is what I call the power differential. The difference in power between Africans and Europeans. Despite what humiliation the United States is going through, it still has submarines all throughout the seas and the oceans of the world. Right off of the coast of Japan and the other coast of this nation. If you looked at Channel 13 last night, they indicated that one of those submarines contained more firepower than all of the ballistics and firepower that was dropped during World War II. You understand? That's why I'm telling you today, this battle is not over here. Not by a long shot. So despite what they are going through, they are still trying to maintain the power differential. Because after all of the negotiations are over with, after all barfing takes place into the Prime Minister's lap, after all the huffing and puffing takes place, there is the iron fist of military power. That is always the ultimate diplomacy in the world. And it is always the thing that makes the ultimate decision. That is the power differential and the willingness of those who have it to use it. Now, why am I talking about that then? Because we as a people hesitate to talk about power. I've lectured all around. And if you want to get an audience quiet, a black audience quiet, you mention two things, power and money. Yeah. Somehow we have identified with poverty. Somehow we don't think we should be wealthy and prosperous. We got to the point where all you had to do is say poverty, we think black. Poor people, black. And yet Dr. Clarke told you, but we are what? Wealthy. We're the richest people. But what did I tell you? That in order for us to be in the condition we're in, we must be backwards. We must be turned backwards. Therefore, the richest people must see themselves as what? The poorest. That's the only way it can work. You see? And therefore, and then when they lay this religion on you, you think there's some virtue in poverty. Yes. And you fill yourself with nonsense, like poor but honest. And one of these days we had to have a conference on money and the place of money in the liberation struggle of African people. If you claim that the white man has despoiled and taken the wealth of our land and the treasure of our people, then when you take it back, what must you be? You must be what? Wealthy. Yes, if he took wealth from you, if the wealth that he has is what? Stolen, then when you reclaim your rightful resources, then you must enter into the wealth God gave you. And therefore, you must think in those terms and move beyond thinking in terms of poverty. Yes. But you see, in order for us to be in the condition we are in, we have to identify with poverty, and then we have to identify with weakness, powerlessness. And when we start talking about power, we have to begin to feel anxious. And anxiety is unpleasant, and people avoid unpleasantness. And if we move away from the thought of power, we will never accomplish it. So what are we saying here then? We are saying that the main thing that maintains the relationship between African and European people is a differentiation in power, a difference in power. Which means then, if we want to end white supremacy, we must end what? White power. Bring it to a close. Otherwise, you're just talking through your head. Right. You know, you're playing games with your mind. That's it. So then, that means, ladies and gentlemen, we now must enter on the stage where, in addition to studying history and culture and Afrocentricity and all of the other things, we must now study power and its acquisition, and we must study war. That's a part of it. How is white supremacy achieved and maintained? White global supremacy was attained and is maintained through the white conquest of power. What are we talking about here? People who have moved on the world stage barely 500 years. Once powerless. You see, again, if you don't know history, we get some people who don't know history, they'll say, well, you know, this is the white man's world, and they assume that he's always ruled it, and he always will. But one thing about reading history tells you immediately, the white man has been in a position of power only a fraction of a second in world time. Therefore, white power was not divinely intended. It was not created with the creation of the world, or they would have had it from the beginning. But they didn't have it from the beginning. And they will not have it in the end. Whites conquered power, and they increased power. Now we then have to look at this conquest of power and the processes that the ruling white class uses to maintain domination in the world. In other words, now we have to study subject matter, power as subject matter. We must not only compile what has happened to us, that's important, but now we have to move beyond compilation of complaints and injuries and so forth, and begin to move in terms of how we're going to end the sources of our complaint. If we are to end white global supremacy, we must end, neutralize, or balance white power. To achieve this end, we must study power as subject matter, how it is achieved and how it is preserved. See, this is not multicultural education, as I told you the last time here. And I keep telling you again and again, African-centered education is not multicultural education. We are not educating our children just as one little culture among many. We're not educating them just to sing other people's songs and learn about other people's customs and rituals. We said at the center of an African-centered education is that you must learn how to solve your problem. You understand? And no education is any good, multicultural, monocultural, or what have you, for black people if it does not solve the problem of the bringing to a close white supremacy and oppression of black people. And this goal of bringing white power to a close begins to set the curriculum of African-centered education. Understand? And that's why you're going to study war as a part of your African-centered education. That's why you study the development of power as a part of African-centered education, and the preservation of power and the organization of power, because you need power to overcome your enemies and to achieve your liberation. We must come to know intimately the organization, the weaknesses and strength of the white power system, and develop appropriate strategies, organization, and resources for ending the oppressive presence of white people in the world. Got to do it. And therefore you must ask yourself, what is power? And begin to look at it. And we know that white power is systemic, that is, it is a system, and it is overt and covert. In its covert nature, and I'm quoting here, and I'm using a book by Thomas Dye, D-Y-E, Power and Society, 3rd edition. This is something I find interesting. The European will put the means by which he can be overthrown right in your hand. Yes, definitely. The European gives us freedom of speech. And what did I tell you? They give you freedom of speech only if the speeches that are most pertinent to your liberation are ignored. Yeah. And in a sense, during the slavery period and these other periods, the black mind has been organized in such a way where, in a sense, we are only free to do the wrong thing. Yeah. So now we'll let you talk about us and talk about like global supremacy and call Bush a dog and so forth and all of that, because the largest percentage of your people will yawn and go to sleep on it. Yeah. But you watch, as soon as you wake up and start listening and really taking it in, you'll see how much freedom of speech you have. Oh yeah. He knows right now you express your freedom by saying, I don't have to read. Because I'm a what? Free man. Yeah. I don't have to study power because I can do what I want to, and I just don't want to study power. Yeah. You watch how we express what? Freedom. And you'll see that that freedom is expressed in such a way that it maintains a system of oppression. That's why I tell you that we feel freest when we are most enslaved. It has to be that way if the system can let you run out here without pointing guns at you all the time. It must have implanted within our own mind an orientation, in a sense, so that we voluntarily, in expressing our freedom and independence, keep ourselves in jail. You see? So now you got to study and read. It's covert. Ordinary men and women are driven by forces in society that they neither understand nor control. These forces embodied in governmental authorities, economic organizations, social values and ideologies, accepted ways of life, and learned patterns of behavior. However diverse the nature of these forces, they have in common the ability to modify the conduct of individuals and to control their behavior and to shape their lives. What are we saying here? When I talk about African-centered education, I talk about an explicit curriculum and an implicit curriculum. And it's the implicit one that does the damage. You see, the one that you don't notice. You see, that organizes your behavior subtly. The very organization of the school, the very organization of the classroom, the very teacher-student relationship, the very time system, all those things that we take for granted are really the other curriculum that shapes and creates us. See, the lessons are superficial. And we must then question all of those things. Power is the capacity to affect the conduct of individuals through the real or threatened use of rewards and punishments. In other words, we must gain the capacity to reward our friends and do what? Punish our enemies. If you do not have that capacity, you do not have power. That's right. This has got to be developed. Power is the capacity of some persons to produce intended and foreseen effects on others. Domination does not mean total control, but the ability to set the terms under which other groups and classes must operate, which we had time to talk about that. As I've told you before, I've seen many black people and many of us going to conventions dealing with the education of our children, never bothering to do what? Define what education means to us. Yes. We talk about schools without defining what schools mean to us. Consequently, we end up not finding solutions to our problems because we are operating under the definition of another people. And I tell my class all the time, once you make up your definition of what education is, you can see the solution to your children's problems. Don't tell me, but that ain't the school's role. I said, what? The school is what? Whatever you want it to be. That is your right. If the school is for you, then you define it. But when you accept this definition as made by the other people, then you'll find that there are certain things schools cannot do. You see? And this is where domination is very subtle, you see. It makes people operate in terms of those that are dominating the system. That's why you have to look at your terms. Power is essential to being. It is essential to one's sense of significance. That one counts for something, can get recognition for one's existence. Power is essential to the development of personality. When we talk about the personalities of ourselves, of our children, and of our people, recognize that these personalities that we complain so much about are personalities that develop from a sense of what? Powerlessness. In fact, power is the ability to become self-creating and self-defining. And consequently then, if we are to be what we have the potential to be, then we must be self-defining. We must have the power to do so. We must have the power to create the conditions that can create us as a people. So we have to understand then, power is essential to life. It takes power to walk. It takes power to talk. It takes power to think. It takes power to do everything. Consequently, power is central to life itself. And you cannot reject it unless you reject life in itself. Power is never equally distributed. For power to be exercised, the power holder must control some base values. The power holder is in a position to offer those values has rewards to others or threatened to deprive others of those values. You can't have power, ladies and gentlemen, giving your money and giving your markets and giving your talents and everything else, the best that you have, to other people. Other people cannot take what you have, your material, spiritual, and other resources and cultural resources, for granted. You have to husband those resources and those values that other people want, because that is your handle over them. This is your negotiating coin between you and the world. And consequently then, you must create value and you must husband value. The values are the power base, and they include physical safety. In other words, when your enemy gets too bad, you have to do what? Threaten his what? Physical safety. That's right. Deal with it. This is the reality world, ladies and gentlemen. It's ugly, but it's real. How many of us are controlled right now in terms of what? Fear of what? Fear for our physical what? Safety. How many of us are obeying the rules of this society because we fear for what? Our safety. Because our safety is where? In the hands of what? Other people. How much freedom and movement and thought and how much potential you can develop if you
Brothers and sisters, without any further ado, may we rise and welcome our elder, Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I have said on more than one occasion that for 500 years the world has been ruled by white nationalism. It was set in motion by a concept of a new world order. Anytime a European announces a new world order, you'd better run like hell or get your gun and shoot like hell. Anytime a German uses the word Reich, better give him some land, a secure burial ground for yourself. There are certain characteristics that came out of Europe that never manifested itself the same way in other people. I'm going to be talking about the present and looking back at the past at the same time, because the present is always the past and the past is always the present. History is always with us, and all history is a current event. Everything that ever happened continues to happen. Now, what set in motion that concept that led to global white supremacy? And how was it that the massive people in Asia, in Africa, in the South Sea Islands, let them pull away, let them pull over on them the greatest trick in human history, an inadequate group of human beings, juvenile delinquents with guns that should have been taken away from them in the first place and could have been taken away from them in the first place. They came out of Europe after they turned on themselves and created a dark age for themselves. Now, having exhausted their resources in the silliness of the crusade, in famines and plagues, they were hungry, cold, and evil. They had no sentimental attachment to any people, not even themselves. They were looking around for something to eat. And they developed maritime skill mostly through China. They used that skill to turn on the people who had preserved that skill. The Africans and the Arabs at the University of Salamanca in Spain. The sunrise of white supremacy globally is the 15th and the 16th century. Prior to that period, there was no white people, no black people, no brown people. You did not identify people based on color. There was no concept in the world that one people should prevail over another people because of someone's true faith. To say that I've got the true faith, that means all other faiths are false. And that's a hypocritical lie told in the name of God. But now, with the pressure of the European coming back into the Mediterranean, challenging the Africans and the Arabs who had been controlling it since 7/11, the area having been conquered for them by an African, Tariq bin Azad. Now, Spain got enough independence, though she was still under colonial rule, to begin to have colonial aspirations. When Spain and Portugal went to the Pope was the arbitrator of all disputes in the world of that day. And the Pope said to Spain and Portugal, you are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people. White supremacy had been endorsed by the church. It would now set in motion the longest and the greatest act of genocide and the most tragic Holocaust in human history. They would drain the whole world of resources to recover from their own internal disputes. I am emphasizing this now because once more they have drained their resources to the point where they will go outside of Europe, create a rationale for the conquest of other people, the exploitation of the resources of other people to recover from the ways that they are responsible for. If you are naive enough to think that someone goes into Somalia for humanitarian reasons to feed some Africans, you are set. There are whites starving all over this country. Hillbillies in the Kentucky mountains, blue, all over this country. Prostitution is an industry. If the white woman was so sacred, why are the pimps running this industry? And why has it always prevailed where they prevail? So if he was so humanity, if he got so much humanity, he got to spare some for the Africans. Why didn't he spare some for his own mother, his own sister? So who are you lying to? Now, because this caveman came out of Europe in fear, he had to destroy competition. And when they come on you, even today, they don't come by ones, they don't come by twos. You never hear of one man lynching one man. They are terribly insecure that those years in that ice took some humanity away from them, if indeed they started with any. Now, when they came out into this broader world, they had enslaved Europeans under the guise of feudalism, but that was slavery. And in the Children's Crusade, they had enslaved not only their children, but sold some of their own children to the infidel Arabs they were supposed to be fighting. And if we understood his mind at this juncture in history, instead of inviting him for dinner, treating him like a gas, you'd have killed him on sight. He had nothing but evil on his mind, and we fell into his trap because we believed he was a part of humanity. And we believe that if I'm a part of humanity, then all men are an extension of me and part of my humanity. The African tried to bring man in harmony with nature. The European defies nature. The African might go walk on the moon one day, but they're going to have a prayer meeting first. And if the gods say, not favorable, he's going to stay his behind on the ground. A spiritual human being works out a logical reason based on spirituality for the things he does. The European is guided by need and greed, and there are no thou shalt nots in his religion. He turns all things into a negative force. He would take some admissions of purity and honesty. He would extract 10 of the 42. He would call this the negative confession. It wasn't negative and wasn't confessions. He would change the language around and said, thou shalt not. The African didn't say nothing about thou shalt not. He said, I have not. We were pleading, we were standing before our teachers, standing before our people, and said, I have not violated my neighbor's wife. I have not done thus and so. Now he takes and twists the language around and says, thou shalt not. It's a command. Now it's a command. Otherwise, it was a voluntary admission. That's distrust of other, in the mutualizations of other people's spirituality. Because his own culture is so weak and not defendable, he have to mutilate the cultures of other people so his culture will have no competition. He has to colonize God. He has to colonize the image of God. He has to say, God looks like me. And he got you worshiping a picture painted by Michelangelo. He had to colonize history. If you think that there's something only current about this fight over who were the Egyptians, this fight over curricula, it's a life and death struggle. Because when we define who the Egyptians were, he's going to have to go back to his computer and rewrite his whole history. This child who wasn't born when Egypt flourished. You can't say, now, where did it come from? It couldn't have come from Europe because there was no Europe. It couldn't come from Western Asia because politically they wasn't functional. Then you have to ask yourself a question. Why would anybody build in someone else's country a civilization over and above anything they built in their own country? This is why they cannot. Look at the Nile River stretching 4,000 miles into the body of Africa. Now, just for the sake of conversation, let's just say that the Egyptians were white. Okay. That great labor supply came from the South. A lot of the technicians came from the South. Experimental pyramid building came from the South. 4,000 years of that and the biological necessity being what it is, could they still be white after 4,000 years? But they wasn't white in the first place. So we don't even need the hypotheses. But this whole thing over who were the Egyptians and who built the civilization of the Nile Valley, it plagues them because if they didn't do it, then they've told a lie straight across the board about our mind. And once we recapture our mind and realize that over half of human history was over before we knew a European was in the world, and we had functioning societies, then you're going to start nation building again. You're going to start with yourself. You're going to start with your community. You're going to start with the restoration of confidence and the restoration of image. When a people restore their confidence, they must restore that image of God as they originally conceived him or her to be. We had no problem with the her. That's somebody else's hang up. Now, when he adopted a belief system, all adopted from other people, he turned all organized religions into male chauvinist murder cults. We have not examined to what extent religions have been the handmaidens of conquerors, created by foreigners, fakers, and fools. Now, I'm not against anyone's spirituality or anyone's belief system. I am highly spiritual myself. I am against all of the charlatanism, all of the money changing that takes so much of your time and gives you back nothing of consequence. I'm against all of this misguided energy. It is a pacifier. And you need to go up to the point where you will not need this pacifier. He needed a justification for slavery. So his justification is these people have no souls. Now, if he believed in the religion he said he believed in it, he would not enslave you because you have no soul. He would have kindness and pity and some humility because you have no souls. If God is love and God is grace and God is kind, then to follow him is not to enslave, but to enhance those lesser than you, weaker than you. But he used his strength to confuse people and to weaken other people. And we bought it. They laughed at our gods. And each time we mount a revolution, it is dismantled from within and from without by images. And because we are forced in some way not to believe in ourselves, there is a wholeness that every person on this earth needs. And that is a concept of a place in the world, geography, that you can point to as a place of origin and feel proud about it whether you ever go there. That was my beginning. That was my home in the world. That was my mothership. Frederick Douglass, in his old age, once said, the Republican Party is the ship for the Negro. All else is the open sea. It's a ridiculous statement, but the symbols are good. I say Africa is our mothership. All else is a strange land. When you're out of it, you're away from home. The crisis in the global white supremacy today, the crisis that started soon after World War I, World War II, is that in the 15th and the 16th century, the European colonized most of the world. Europe was his home. Some enclaves outside of Europe, like the United States, there was a mulatto colony called continent called South America. The rest of the world was his servants' quarters. And what the world is facing right now is a revolt in the servants' quarters. The servant will not be restful in those quarters, wasn't too restful in the first place. The servant is looking for the state for the mind, the state for the soul, the state to house his culture, the state where he could be full man, a place in the world where he will not have to grapple and ask permission to live, where the manhood can flourish and the womanhood can flourish, where he can look at his child and take care of his child and be proud of the seed of a crop still to come. And once they take that away from you and you become dependent on him, you have lost the mothership. In this country, a nation within a nation searching for a nationality. This is why, under the impact of white supremacy, we want to be someplace we are loved. We want to be someplace we are wanted. And sometimes we get defensive. I'm in America, I'm in America, I'm an American. Please accept me. I'm in America. Because you are conscious of the fact that you wasn't brought here to be given civil citizenship. You wasn't brought here to be in America. You brought here to be labor. You became surplus. You're a floating nation, not wanted any place, not wanted in America, and no Africans ever invited you home. The strangest and the saddest, most complicated nation in all the world, floating in a sea of white supremacy. A child can't find his way back home. I'm saying there's only one solution for us, only one solution for the Caribbeans, and only one solution for Africa. Pan-African nationalism. I call it the essential selfishness of survival. It is the role of the teacher. It is the role of the preacher. It is the role of the thinker to ask and answer the question, how will my people live on this earth? First and foremost on my agenda, how will they be fed? How will they be educated? How will they be housed? In answering the question, in setting in motion the organizational structure that will bring that about and answer the question, I am rebuilding the concept of nation responsibility. And this is what we have to get back to. We have to think nation inside of our head and try to make it into a reality. And form a connection all over the world. And realize that the culture container for us is the restoration of the state. You do not have a single African state in Africa because they were all set up by global white supremacy. These states are too restrictive. The borders are artificial. The Africa did not live in little tight nation states. He lived in territorial states. 16 clusters of states living together, different religions, different belief systems. We have to get back to something that we designed with our own mind. We have to throw out that constitution and write new ones that fits our culture. He is afraid of women in power. We must stop. Because we created a society where women's place was different her role was different, but it was equal in importance. There were certain things that couldn't function without her. You couldn't think of a god without a goddess. You couldn't think of a king without a queen. It was a contradiction in kind. So you couldn't function otherwise. Rapidly, you're living in a society where they want to organize man doing without women and women doing without men. Now, what's going to happen to the family? And when you hear all of these rationales now intruding into our very school system, when you hear all of the excuses about the alternative ways of practicing sex, I would ask the full-grown man, have you ever seen a fully undressed woman? And can you conceive of anything better than that? We become prisoners to other people's needs, other people's ideology. People impose own religions, things that came out of their culture. Then we are a little hesitant about discussing Christianity, and I've met very few Christian ministers who know the religion anyway, and I haven't met a Muslim who knows much about anything other than to praise Allah. Religions can be powerful instruments for liberation. All religions are revolutionary in their potential. They don't have to retard the progress of people. I don't know a single black Muslim who would look, a black scholar who would look on the black side of Islam and see how it differs radically from the Arab side. I don't know a single one who will examine the invasion of West Africa in 1591 and the breaking up of those great independent states in West Africa that had lasted for 1,000 years. I don't know a single one who will acknowledge the fact, because the research is in from their scholars and from European scholars and from ours. The Arabs were in the slave trade before Islam. And there are certain elements of Islam that they dare not admit. The first official act of the Prophet Muhammad, the prophet still to come, was when in Arabia, if you had two girls and the third child was a girl, you were obliged to kill him. The prophet's first official act was to defend the woman's right to keep her child. Then why in the hell have you formed a male chauvinist cultist religion in the name of a man whose first official act was in defense of women? He had asked Bilal, the African. He wanted Bilal to be his successor, the first caliph. Bilal refused. Then seeing these warring Arabs fighting among themselves, he went on back to Ethiopia. The other Ethiopian who assisted the prophet, Zayd bin Hadid, died in the wars against the Byzantines. Now, what am I talking about? I'm talking, you don't understand white supremacy, you don't understand pseudo-white people and their supremacy and how they use this religion to enslave you. You don't understand why all you want to praise, all the praise is now being given. We've got people among us who think if you're not Islamic, you're somewhat less than the dog. I'm saying we can have dynamics in all religions without fighting among ourselves over something. And we don't have to tell this lie about this is the black man's true religion. All the elements that went into the religions of the world came out of Nile Valley civilization. Therefore, all religions are the black man's true religion. Africans are being killed in the Sudan right now solely because they're not Muslim. Part of the fight in Somalia between Africans-oriented Muslims and Arab-oriented Muslims. No one's lifting a voice to say a single thing about it. We have to seriously study the invaders of Africa. Pseudo-white people and white people. Yeah, read the destruction of black civilization. Read some of the books that came before. Sarah Johnson's book, The Colonization of Africa by Alien Races. And read Reginald Copeland's book, East Africa and Its Invaders. Read the Cambridge history of East Africa. You can weed out the racism among this, but you got a whole lot of very good information. Now, how do I drive this home in as much as we are in more danger now than we were on the eve of the slave trade? How do I get it across people that we cannot afford the luxury of being separated based on denominations and religions? Else the enemy come and pick all of us off. How can I explain that I'm not asking you to leave any church or leave any religion? I'm asking you to convert all of them into an instrument of liberation or leave them alone. I have no proof of this, but I deeply believe it, and I have no time to kid anyone. I think AIDS was discovered and developed specifically to depopulate Africa. I think the Europeans want to take over Africa. I think a whole lot of people had something to do with it, including people complaining about their Holocaust being the only Holocaust in history. There have been many Holocausts in history. That little difficulty in Europe was small in comparison. In comparison to the Congo situation, it was very small. In comparison to the total destruction of the black population of not just a million, but Tasmania. Every man, woman, and child was destroyed. There's very little known literature on the destruction of the blacks of the Pacific. There's a book called Anatomy of Paradise. Not easy to get. Plenty of books on the rape of Africa. We need to read something about how the independent states of inner West Africa was destroyed by Muslims from the north, pseudo-whites. And the African ran to them, said, "We are your brothers, we're your kin." It didn't make a slight bit of difference. They'd turned that religion into the handmaiden of murderers. Many didn't believe it anyway. I think it can be, like all religions, can be a spiritual haven for mankind. I think all the religions of the world can come together. And in that gather, in being together, They can send a message to the world. They have sway over, they can do it if they would dare to do it. But if you think one is better than the other, you are never going to do it. Being different one from the other doesn't make you better one from the other. I look at Ghana, a nation which is my home in Africa, where I went in 1958. It was the point nation in Africa. It was the example of the re-emergence of Africa. And I look at it today, a nation of Jesus freaks. Crippled. Look at Nigeria, nation of thieves. Zaire could have been a great industrial nation in the heart of Africa. Global white supremacy. Whites want to take over all the industry of the world, all the diamonds in the world. What must we think about if we're going to reclaim the state that I refer to as the mothership? We have to stop talking about nation time and take an inventory about everything that goes into the making of a nation. If you need an inventory, if you need an oceanographer, we should have 20 in training and 20 working. Always have someone in training to replace someone on the scene. Never be short of people that are needed to run a nation. Let's make deities, let's make something of nobility out of a man who could not only fix an elevator, but who can make one. Here's Joe Jones, he can make an elevator. Let's have a little parade for Joe and give him a dinner. Another one, he's a good supervisor, kept all our streets clean and kept down diseases, and our children are healthy. We are healthy. Let's start patting common people on the back for doing ordinary great things. Whole lot of miseducated people won't take their nose out of the air long enough to fight for freedom or come out of their enslavement. Since the independence of Ghana, there have been 2 generations. They didn't deliver. Since the Supreme Court decision in 1954, we've had 2 generations. They didn't deliver. And no one's going to deliver. In the Caribbean islands, your opportunity for federation, you're the majority. Haven't got a single state. Jamaica could have become a great island state. Hung up with color, caste, where am I there? Scottish uncle, British grandfather. Producer Marcus Garvey, about as un-African as any place can be. Barbados, little Barbados having tea at 4. Dealing. I'm saying we have to throw away all of this excess baggage we have picked up from our oppressor and be an African people again. We better draw our children close to us again. We must hug each other unashamedly again. We must ask questions again. Why psychiatrists don't know what to do with our head when it gets mixed up. We're going to have to do it ourselves. We have to give our children assignments in life. These are the things we must do in order to survive as a people on this earth. You pick one of those and do it well. If you're nothing but a roofer, be a good one. Whatever you do, make a priesthood out of whatever you do. Since wandering from that sharecropper farm in Alabama to a place called Columbus, Georgia, and since discovering an essay by a Puerto Rican of African descent, Arthur Schomburg, called The Negro Digs Up His Past, since making a decision that I would teach history, since being a grammar school dropout who read 3 libraries of books and trained a generation of PhDs, my priesthood has been to leave a liberation message that can resound after the ancestors has called me home. Yeah. When we think about building the house of Africa, each one of us with good conscience should say what we have done to build that house and to maintain that house. I remember briefly my relationship to Malcolm, and I thought about this during the film and before the film and after I saw the film and didn't see the Malcolm that I knew personally in that film. I thought about the dialogue that I had that first year after his death, almost like he was creeping in the room. The same thing when I had a stroke in '82, and my great-grandmother, who was a deity in my life and still is, kept sitting by the bed, and each time I reached out for her, my hands could go through it, but never touch it. And after a while, she just walked away. I remember something almost humorously there in the darkness, grappling to get my body back together. Never saw Grandma when she didn't have a black dress. Grandma had a black dress and that cane. Now, in looking back at people who planted so much in my mind, I believe deeply in meditation. I don't believe in prayer because it's a waste of time. So sometime in my meditation, I look back at the great messengers of our lives. We missed the point in looking at Booker T. Washington. We took away the wrong thing, and we missed the real point. We missed the point looking at Du Bois. Du Bois was a towering intellect and gave us a lot. He was an impossible snob also. Still the major intellect we produced in the Western world. Then when I look at my readings of the monumental works around Garvey and who came at a certain time in the history, that's another messenger. We need to go back. All these messengers were trying to show us a way to avoid the worst aspect of global white supremacy. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Booker T. Washington said, if you live in a brick house, own a brick yard. Wear leather shoes, tan leather, make your own shoes. Du Bois said political consolidation, bring it all together politically and make it work. One wasn't contradicting the other. Then Marcus Garvey dreamed a bigger dream that encompassed all the going on before. Back to Africa, go back in the mind. Then Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, concept of a nation away from home. We need to look at it politically, look at it sanely. Every religion has its mythology. You can forget about the mad scientist named Yakub and all of that. But look at Elijah Muhammad's achievement. He didn't steal anyone from the big church or the little church. They wasn't there. He took the people who were floating around searching for a leadership, searching for anchorage, searching for their social moorings, had lost confidence in themselves. He made them live again, made them whole again, make them feel like they were part of something. Now, to conclude, that last year, thinking of my own relationship to Malcolm that I didn't say very much about public, mainly because so many phonies were showing up talking about they were friends of Malcolm. I decided to keep quiet. In that beautiful conversation between us, there wasn't a conversation. In a silent room. Well, what am I to do? What can I do? Then the words without words coming back to me, do your best work. I decided I would rededicate myself to a total fight against the concept that any person on this earth have done anything so good that they have a right to rob and steal and mutilate and rape another people. And that I was further committed to the fight. Global white supremacy. I would destroy it wherever I could, however I could. I would not become a Muslim, and I would not even go back to the Baptist church where I grew up. I would become a deeply and a very spiritual person. And the liberation of my people would become my priesthood. I would seek the truth about their history and their future. And that would be my mission. And that would also be such legacy as I will humbly leave when I am no more.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke, brothers and sisters. Let's give it up. Once again, Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Come on. We're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. Quick notes. Immediately for those of you who I'm sure may have heard a little bit about this but didn't know that it was actually scheduled to be released. September of 1992, this book was released called John Henrik Clarke, The Early Years. How many of you here already have this book? How many of you are going to get this book? That's what we want to hear. Exactly. John Henrik Clarke, The Early Years. Hardcover is $20. The soft cover is $10. Make sure that you get it. This is an important part of our legacy to pass on through our extended family and certainly to our children. A quick announcement before we move on. Professor Derek Bell is going to be appearing at the Slave Theater next Wednesday. That is Professor Derek Bell, who will be here next Wednesday at the Slave. Well, it's time for us to get into the mind. Time for us to take a deep journey. Everybody talks about how deep outer space is. You see all these different television programs that are coming on now. Every time you turn the channel, there's a new program about going into outer space. But the deepest trip of all is not outer space, it's inner space. And the brother who's about to come up right now is an expert navigator to take us into deep inner space. May we welcome Professor Amos Wilson to the Slave.
Thank you kindly. Thank you very much for your warm welcome, and it's always a pleasure to spend some time with you. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm not going to take much of your time, and I know what I will invite you, those of you who can make it out to New Jersey. Is someone here from African Echoes? Brother Stedman? Am I scheduled there Sunday? Right, Sunday afternoon. Location again. The location? St. Mark's Church, South Orange Avenue North. Time? Okay. 4? 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. I'll be there. I will talk there a bit about the relationship between culture and identity. And I'll expand a bit on something I mentioned here a couple of weeks ago about the role of identity and what identity is about. Some of you heard me mention the fact that personality and identity are not only psychological concepts, but more than anything else, personality and identity are political, economic concepts. And it's very important that we come to understand this, because it is through our identity that we will achieve our liberation as people. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the psychology of identity and what that was about as well, the psychology of taste. I was asked by Monk to announce that the books that we publish are on sale in the back. I'm always a little awkward when it comes to announcing the selling of books, even though in a way I should not be, because I gain no personal income whatsoever from the sales of our books. The major purpose being to establish a means of communicating the necessary information to our people. And so that all of the money from sales of books go into the establishment of the African World Info Systems, so that we can have a strong publishing house that not only publishes in terms of books, but uses all forms and types of information in this information age to advance the interests of our people. I'm going to talk briefly about the crisis of white supremacy. And white supremacy is in crisis. We've been talking about it for the past 3 lectures. It is very important for us to recognize that white supremacy is facing a major crisis. Its life is on the line. However, in many ways, that makes it more dangerous to us. And it endangers our survival as a people. We've looked at the black world that white supremacy made, and it is still with us. The world that it segmented, the world of dependency that it created, the diaspora of African people that it left in its wake. I want to indicate then this evening that that diaspora, though, can be made to work for us. I would like to start this off a bit by quoting to a degree Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, to give us some idea of the legacy of white supremacy. He states that very few undeveloped countries are lacking in natural resources which would go into the making of a better life. It can be shown that the underdeveloped countries are the ones with the greatest wealth of natural resources, and yet the poorest in terms of goods and services, which they presently provide by and for their citizens. And of course, I've made reference to this many, many times, in that in order for this white supremacy to rule the way it does over the world, we literally have to be turned backwards, upside down, and inside out. Because you look at the circumstances in which we exist as people, we would have to be, as I've so often said, out of our minds. To live in countries of such natural resources and wealth, and yet to be perceived as starving people. Something has to be amiss, and our mentality would have to have been twisted and in some way turned to the service of our oppressors. Walter Rodney indicates that even the goods and services which are produced inside Africa and which remain in Africa nevertheless fall into the hands of non-Africans. And this is the situation we face today. We have some people foolish enough to talk about nationalized citizens. They're still non-Africans. I don't care how long the Lebanese have inhabited Africa or any other group. They cannot be at the table before the indigenous African people sit there. No amount of naturalization requires that African people sit behind other people in their own nations and countries. And yet we have this situation today when Africa is not exporting her wealth to others. She is still turning over her wealth to those inside of her nations. So we have a paradox in underdevelopment. And that paradox, of course, is the fact that the richest countries in natural resources are the poorest in wealth in terms of their people. And we must know that this is the result of global white supremacy, because this is the result of the relationship of exploitation generated by this global system. This system is founded on unequal trade, but more than that, it is founded on the ownership of the means of production by non-African people. The legacy of white supremacy has been the international division of labor, segmented labor and financial markets, dependency and underdevelopment. This is the world that white supremacy has made for black people today. And these legacies themselves are the legacies of European imperialism represented as the slave trade, colonial and neo-colonial imperialism, the infrastructural forerunners of white supremacy. As Arthur Young in his Imperialism and Dependency stated, this supremacy is represented by the white-dominated world economic market, which promotes the expansion of development and general well-being of Europeans and white Americans, as it tends to limit the development and well-being of Africans and Africans in America and in the Americas. As I've stated time and time again, you cannot be oppressed, you cannot be dominated and operate in your own best interest. There are those who think that we can leave the European in control of this world and in control of our lives, and that we can then operate in our own best interest. That defies the very definition of domination. For if there is domination, then you're dominated to work for the interest of those who dominate you. Therefore, we cannot be dominated. We cannot be controlled. And whites or any other ethnic group cannot be supreme in the world over African people. And African people do the best things for and by themselves. The internal development of Africa and the African communities in the diaspora have been severely curtailed and conditioned by the needs of the dominant European white American economies within the international economy. We're going to talk a bit about that and how that is represented psychologically in what we call our personalities, in what we call our identities, in what we call our tastes and desires. The international system is not merely economic, it is a system of power relations. A system of power relations underwritten, rationalized, and justified with a set of ideas, beliefs, and values called ideology. We must look now at this situation of white supremacy in crisis. And if you'll go now to Barnes and Nobles and to other large publishing and printing houses, you will see many a book trying to figure out how the supremacist white economic system is to salvage itself. One of the writers who concerns himself with this, by the name of Jacques Attali, wrote a book called Millennium, The Winners and Losers in the Coming World Order. In assessing who would be the winners and losers, he argues that each of the emerging economic power spheres in the world, the United States, Western Europe, Japan, and so forth, has a periphery. That each sphere will continue to extract profits from its periphery. I've told you many times of what I call the European constants. That no matter how things appear to change, they basically remain the same in terms of the relationship of Europeans to African people. There is never any intention for the Europeans to turn us loose and to make us equal to themselves through their own volition. And everything they do, whether it looks like progress or not, ultimately is done to maintain the constancy of domination of African people by Europeans. I don't care how it looks. Some of you heard me the other day when someone was remarking about Colin Powell. And we are so easily deceived. And yet a brief reading of history, Chancellor Williams talking about the Arabized African armies, or the reading of the history of the Byzantine Empire, will quickly awaken us to the fact that generals have led major armies in the world, that slave generals have led major armies in the world, and that major armies were often slave armies as well. So the idea then that you have a black man who is the so-called chief of staff, joint chief of staff, has absolutely no meaning whatsoever, except that a slave now is leading his master's armies. It is not an African army. It is an army organized to maintain the European domination of African people. And it is interesting that they did not appoint a black man to head their armies when they were fighting among themselves. But they bring him now when the major fights will be against black people. And as you pointed out earlier in this piece, he is using his mind to plot and scheme and tell the Europeans the ways and means by which they will maintain their domination of non-white people. This is the essence of a slave general leading a slave army. So the intention is that the periphery, the non-European nations, will still be used and sapped of their energies and creativities by the European. Attali then assesses what each sphere or what each periphery would contribute to each sphere. He states each sphere will continue to extract profits from its periphery, made up of a group of underdeveloped nations. The periphery of the Pacific sphere is infinitely more promising than the European sphere. Of course, we're referring to Africa. In other words, the Japanese will be able to extract more out of Malaysia and Singapore and the Philippines and Indonesia and the others than the Europeans will be able to extract from Africa. And this then will aid their fight, their economic struggle for supremacy in the world. And this is one of the things that has put white supremacy then in crisis, is because another center of power is developing with this periphery to challenge the supremacy of Europeans in the world. And yet we can't take comfort in that. I will argue that the Asians will be even more vicious than the Europeans. We cannot applaud them merely because they are slightly less white than the Europeans. He goes on to state unabashedly, Europe's periphery, Africa, is a lost continent. It is one of the last places on earth in which famine persists. The terrible facts of having fallen into an economic black hole speak for themselves. Since 1970, Africa's share of the world's markets have been reduced by half. Its debt has been multiplied by 20 and now equals its total gross product. Income per capita in sub-Saharan Africa has fallen by 1/4 since 1987. Falling exports and investments, coupled with aging machinery and equipment left over from colonial rule, guarantees the economic plight will only grow worse. The most probable future for Africa is tragic. It will be the only region on the whole planet that is entirely excluded from abundance. There is a single possible exception. With enormous luck and skill, South Africa may well emerge relatively unscathed from this fate. This is the view of the supremacists, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the view not only held about Africa in the world. This is a view that's held of African people in the Americas as well, and in this United States. Because we as African people, whether we want to admit it or not, are still one world. Just as we find a segmented labor market and economic market in Africa, we find it in America. Some of you had a chance to see the series on Channel 13 about oil called The Prize. And if you didn't see it, I think you should look at it. It's very instructive. it would just disabuse you of a lot of the stupidity that has been inculcated in us in terms of American ideology of the free market and the open market. And yet you see there from Rockefeller right through the rest of these greedy people that there's no such thing as a free market. There never has been, and there never will be. There's no such thing as an open market. And certainly when we look at the experience of African people in the world, we have never been a part of a free market in America. We got some people around here calling themselves motivators, trying to make you think that you can be whatever you want to be by yourself alone. That's not the way the world operates. You can only be what you can be within a social system, within an organized economic structure. You cannot be anything by yourself alone. Imagine yourself in the total universe, alone, telling yourself you can be what you want to be. Why would you want to be it? What would it mean to be it? It only takes meaning within a social structure relative to other people, relative to a system of other people. This is the ideology of individualism that is used to maintain the division of African people, making them pursue their own selfish ends, ends that can only destroy African people themselves and can only perpetuate their oppression by others who are organized into social systems. The black man in America and in the world economy has always existed in a segmented labor market. Slavery is a segmented labor market. It is cut off from the other types of labor that exist in a nation. When you talk about being segregated and discriminated against in terms of labor, you're in a segmented labor market. You're not in a free labor market. If you were in a free labor market, then you could compete in terms of your talents and your possibilities. But when someone looks at the color of your skin and forbids your employment or pays you a lower price or discriminates against you in any form and fashion, you are not in a free market or an open market. You are in a segmented market, a secondary market. And this has been the case. I say that we don't have time to elaborate on this. We have to understand this. I'm going to publish a book here called The Psychoeconomics of Black on Black Violence. I want to deal with the economics here. We got to understand that, you see. Because you see, we sit in our neighborhoods and let other people sap up our economic wealth because we've been indoctrinated with something called a free market. That people are free to invest wherever they feel like it. And yet you cannot invest where you feel like it. And we have a secondary market here then. In fact, African people in America do not even belong to the United States economy. We're at best working aliens. We are not even a part of this nation. There is only one nation on this continent, and that is the white nation. And it does not take long to see it. You're not a part of its government. You do not make its laws and make its rules. You hardly own 2% of the economy. We come in and we work for it, and we leave at 5 o'clock and we are outside of it. In fact, fact, we are farther outside of the American economic system than our immigrants, such as the Koreans and other people. And we have to come to recognize that, ladies and gentlemen. Because if you don't, you see, in the name of free enterprise and all this other stuff, you'll let yourself be robbed. But not only will you let yourself be robbed, you will set up a situation where you begin to rob yourself. A good deal of the so-called black-on-black violence in our communities today is the result of the segmenting of the marketplace by Europeans. The deindustrializing of our city centers, the legal deindustrializing of the so-called inner cities. We help to pay for the movement of factories right out of these cities when we so carelessly put our monies in these white banks, which were then used to finance the movement of our jobs out into the suburbs. And after that, we finance now their movements out of the country as a whole. We put our money so foolishly in these white banks until the money financed the highways to the suburbs, while we could not finance our own housing within these cities. Our monies financed the factories and financed the housing of people as well, all in the name of law, all in the names of rules laid down by others. And I'm so happy you mentioned here this evening the idea of law, and I mentioned to you a week or so ago that laws are nothing sacred. There's nothing sacred about laws. I have pointed out to you before that the greatest danger to the African American community is the law-abiding black person. Yes. The greatest danger to the African American community is the good black person. Oh yes. We'll have time to explain that to you maybe Sunday. Don't have time tonight. The one who spends their money with Asians and feel good about it and feel as if they are expressing Christian love because they are not discriminating. And they only feel as if they're discriminating when they guiltily spend money with themselves. Yes. Those good ones who say, I don't see color, as they march their monies to all other people but their children. I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that even what is good and what you think of as good is in the service of European domination. I told you a week or so ago, it is not enough to be good. It is not enough to follow the law. You must ask, in what way does this good serve you as against me? And I have told you before that the law is nothing but one group making a rule to protect its interests against another group. That's all it is. And the capacity of one group then to enforce that rule. And therefore, in obeying the laws of other people, you are not being good. You're just supporting your own domination. That's all it is. And so you cannot brag about being law-abiding and good when the laws have been made by your enemies and the good has been defined by your oppressors. But what did I say? We have to be backwards in this world, don't we? We have to feel good. We have to feel good when we are destroying ourselves and feel bad when we're advancing our interests. And in our good feeling and following the law And in our believing that we are operating in a free market system, we have created a nightmare for our youths. And we talk so much about our youths until we forget that the youths did not make this world they are in. This world that our youth inhabit today was made by us and made by adults. If we gave them a different world to live in, they would behave differently. But when you make jobs for Koreans and make jobs for every other ethnic group but your own, when you let other ethnic groups ship out all of your wealth, when you let the only growth industry in your community become the selling of crack, then you will be killed by your youth. And you'll be terrorized by your youth. These youth are not crazy. These youth are not unusual. They're responding to economic imperatives. When you've let then another people take every industry and every job, the youth become very creative. And they decide then that they're going to figure out a way to get funds within the community. When you let them be fed these ideas of what it means to be a man or a woman, is as defining themselves in terms of what they wear, buying the most expensive junk and garbage produced by other people. And when you then promote this kind of value system and this kind of behavior system, and yet you will not produce for those appetites and those desires, then they will turn around upon you and eat you alive. It is not unusual. Men have always struggled over scarce resources. And resources have been made scarce in our community. And the only part of gold has been the selling of drugs. And when you have a gold mine, men will go to war over it. Yes, it's not a mystery. And when they go to war over it, they will shoot and kill, and they will destroy bystanders. Nothing unusual about that. Look at the millions and millions of people who were destroyed. Look at the millions of bystanders who were destroyed as the Europeans struggled over gold, when they struggled over markets, and people who got caught in the crossfires. Yet, you see, if we forget the history of these people, we will be too quick to condemn our youth and forget the role that we play in the life that they lead. Speaking of law, United States law is one of the greatest sources of violence in the black community today. Yes, there are some people who think that drive-by shootings were invented by black youngsters in the 80s. Yes, they think an interest in automatic weaponry was invented by black youngsters in the 80s and 90s. But as I've told you before, you sit in front of your TV year after year after year, and you watched The Untouchables, and you saw drive-by shootings, Valentine Day Massacre. Have you ever heard of the Tommy gun? Then how can we say that the black youth are the first ones to exhibit an interest in automatic weaponry, when these people shot innocent bystanders and themselves with this weaponry? And what was a major reason? Because of the configuration of the United States law and its prohibition on a drug called alcohol, which enhanced then the value of that drug. and created an industry called smuggling and made it then worth fighting for. And people fought for it using the latest in weapons technology. The U.S. law, ladies and gentlemen, the law itself. And we can follow, if we had time, many other laws that are responsible for creating the black community that we talk about here today. Yes. And on top of looking at the law, you have to look at ecology and how the very structure and physical dynamics of the African American community, with this isolation from the rest of the American system, creates a crucible so that our youth fire at each other and kill each other. Yet we know that there are many more white drug addicts than there are blacks. And we know that there are many more white drug addicts who buy the products from our youth. But because they live in an ecological situation called the suburbs, and because the law is configured in such a way that if a black man stood in the midst of these neighborhoods, he would be immediately dispatched. We have a law enforcement system then that literally herds our young men into a confined space we call the ghettos. And they fight and fire at each other and terrorize our community. And yet we damn these youngsters without looking at how the whole organization of the country is set up to destroy them and us together. And there is a parallel situation, ladies and gentlemen, in the world. A world organized according to European rules and laws and trade agreements, such that, again, the African nations spend too much time fighting each other, are locked and isolated out of the world economy. And yet, again, we want to look at the so-called minds of Africans as the source of their problem, when the major source of their problem, of course, is white supremacy. You are not going to solve any problem by being what you want to be as long as you leave Europeans in control of this world. It is not possible. I will finish here. The crisis of white supremacy, it's in crisis for a lot of reasons. Of course, one of the major reasons it's in crisis is because it has expended its monies and energies in trying to maintain its global system. And its investments in its economy has been so distorted by what we call a permanent war economy, because it has to spend something like $50 billion or more a day to maintain its warships across the world. It has taken its best scientists, it has taken its best technologies and invested them in the military, and therefore destroyed its civilian economic system. And the very nation then that it thought it defeated in World War II, Japan, not investing in its economic, not investing in a military system, has come now to challenge the supremacy of the United States as well as that of Europe. We have also had a country here that is terribly mismanaged. And it's amazing how many of us go to these white schools and universities to get masters in business administration and think that we have made it in the world, and yet cannot look and see what is happening to the economy of this nation, and have not recognized the degree to which these white boys have mismanaged this nation as a whole. And yet we think that we have a great deal to learn from them. We were deceived, of course, at first by them telling us that their supremacy in the world, it was due to their organizational genius and due to their managerial skills. And yet we forgot that before the managerial skills and organizational skills came into being, she fought and killed and murdered and raped and robbed and stole land. And then she developed a managerial system to distribute the booty that she'd taken from other nations. So if you think that you are going to achieve parity with Europeans by learning more about management, you are seriously wrong, because no nation has achieved economic supremacy in this world by management skills alone. At some point, it has involved a confrontation with other people. And unless you're prepared for confrontation, in protecting your wealth and ultimately in taking the wealth of others, let's be serious. I know it sounds hard to a religious people. But when you put yourself first, there are times you will have to take to live. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, or just choose to die quietly in the byways. These people have mismanaged this economy so badly, their greed has overrun them so badly, until what we call foreign competition is really not that foreign at all. Because what we will see is that the United States has invested in the last couple of decades well over $450 billion in other nations.
It breaks out of the custom mold. We have not asked and answered the question of what we are within the context of world history. We see history unfolding around us, and many times we develop a complex, assuming that we are not the makers of history, because something has divided us between the period when we made history and the period when history was made at our expense. We were once not only the makers of history, but we were the makers of the world of our day, and this lasted for thousands of years. You must be reminded that over half of human history was over before anyone knew that a European was in the world. And you were in the world and had been there for thousands of years. And you were not sitting around idle, twiddling your thumbs. In the thousands of years when you did not know that the European was in the world, before your first trouble came from Western Asia, coming over 1,000 years before you knew of the existence of Europe. Now let me put a timeline on it so you can understand what I'm talking about. Africa had existed over 3,000 years intact before the first invaders 1675 BC. The first European invaders, 332 BC. I'm saying that for over 1,000 years, when you began, you had thousands of years of history before you had any trouble from anyone. But the first trouble came from Western Asia. And that trouble was consistent and that trouble set Africa up for the European invasion under Alexander, sometimes called the Great, 332 BC. Then he, like all Europeans, although he was more merciful than most, showed more understanding than most, began to misinterpret African people in their place in the history of the world. My point is that we cannot save ourselves and decide where we are going until we understand where we have been and where we are. With history unfolding before us, we have to become astute at asking and answering the question, where are we in relationship to what we are seeing right now? All right, now let's take some current events and let's play them over to see how we relate to these current events. Where are we in relationship to Panama? How do we relate to it at all? The head of the Joint Chiefs, the Supreme General who command the armies of America, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is superficially a person of African descent. I'm using my words advisedly. Superficially. He participated with great glee and great joy in the military encounter. He did not understand or call to public attention that he is a Jamaican and his people died in the thousands digging that canal. See, when you don't know history, look at the traps you fall into. You don't get into, you become so patriotic. Jamaicans, more Jamaicans than anyone else because they had more to send, had more employment, more unemployed people. So they sent more labor. They labored on that canal for years. Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Barbadians, but mainly Jamaicans. When they demanded a raise, 10 cents an hour, they were lynched. So now, what you act as though we have no vested interest in the canal. That's somebody else's show. It was not. When you understand what you relate, how you relate to today, you understand how you relate to yesterday. Now let's play a little further back. Let's go back to the discovery, opening up of the Americas. Let's go back to the 1400s. Let's go back to Balboa. Let's go back to the Spanish conquistadors. Let's go back to the discovery of that area when it was called the Isthmus of Darien. When African road builders built a road across what is going to become Panama, they could handle Indian labor, so-called Indian labor, indigenous American. They could handle it without the lash. How then could Africans recruit Indians without the lash, get them to work without mutilating them and humiliating them, and whites could not? The African humanity in the recruitment of labor was different. All of this is forgotten in history. Our role, the minute you heard about Panama, you should have asked yourself, what role did we play? How do we relate to all of this? Look at the contradiction of a Jamaican being chief of staff. I'm not arguing about whether he's entitled to be. He's probably more than entitled to be it. That's not the issue. But look at the contradiction. His people dug the ditch and died in the thousands. One of the main reasons his people dug the ditch and whites died of yellow fever in the thousands, because something the Africans told me that proved to be true. The mosquito have a taste for white meat. So they told me in Ghana, I'm traveling in Togo, from Ghana to Togo, on to Nigeria, and the bus conveniently breaks down at the border checkpoint, so that makes the trip longer because bus drivers get paid according to the length it takes to make the trip. I didn't know that until later. So they conveniently break down at the border checkpoint. You got to spend the night there. No hotel, no nothing, no rest house, no nothing. Go sleep on the beach. And so they said, Mr. Clarke, if you sleep near fresh water, with your head away from going the same way as the wind, if the wind is blowing west, you lay your head to the west. The mosquito is not going to touch you. Because the wind will take your scent away, you know. It's not only Europeans lay the wrong way, they smell the wrong way and attract the mosquito. So no matter what you think of your smell, it's in your favor in relationship to the mosquito. Therefore, while some blacks did die of yellow fever, most of them survived to dig that ditch. Now can you see how you relate to everything? That didn't happen to you that you don't relate to in some way. And we can't save ourselves until we become astute at identifying our relationship to everything in the world, because we relate to everything in the world. Now let's deal with the so-called dictator. Niagara. What is it called? Somebody pronounce it. Niagara. He went to American military school. He's a light-skinned one of us. And so they didn't make it any better for him. They called him a nigger. And he didn't associate with the whites for a while. When they found out that if they could use him, they let him pass for whites. Then they let him engage in all the skullduggery until he engaged enough to have as much on them as they got on him. They don't want to try him. They want to kill him before he can talk. Now, can you understand that one of us who is a fraction will suffer the same as the blackest of the blacks once we fail to play a power game? My point is that to understand our history, past, present, and probably what it will be in the future, you need to know more than our history. You need to look holistically at the world. And this is what we have not been doing. Right now, we should be getting ready to debunk all of the celebration around the 500th year of the alleged discovery of America by Christopher Columbus, who discovered absolutely nothing. We should be getting ready now to prove, and we can prove it, he discovered absolutely nothing. And he never set foot on North America or South America. He stumbled upon some islands and he depopulated every one of them. Everywhere he went, he destroyed the people. We should have conferences, entire conferences, devoted to one item and one item alone. Revelations of Father Bartholomew de las Casas. Just to read his work and talk about it. 3 days. Have a retreat. Don't mix it with 1,000 other things. Just talk about Father de las Casas, the first historian of the New World. Because it was Father de las Casas Christopher Columbus went to when he saw the Indians, so-called Indians, dying wholesale. He would go to Father de las Casas to get an increase in the African slave trade to save the so-called soul of the Indians. And when the Pope sent commissioners to look into the disappearance of the Indians, many islands didn't even have one left. Dying wholesale of malaria, mutilization, brooding themselves to death. Now you have to look at the culture of a one-dimensional people. I'm not dealing with good or bad. I'm dealing with culture and sometimes how people can get into a culture trap of their own design. We are in a culture trap right now of our own design because we believe that the white man was telling the truth when he gave us Christianity. And we didn't go beyond what he was saying and look at the spirituality we produced and gave the world before Christianity. We dare not read about it. We dare not think about it. We dare not examine the conference at Nicaea. When the fakery that is now Christianity was fostered upon the world. And the reality and spirituality we gave the world got lost. Now I'm not saying anybody should walk the world godless or spiritless. I'm not saying leave any church. Stay in them. Make them. But infuse spirituality in religion, you got a dynamic, you got a revolutionary dynamic. But without spirituality, you are wasting your time. This is why I'm against all these millionaire phonies imitating black Baptist preachers making a fortune like Swaggart and the other who have the spirit of a dog. They're taking something from us and disgracing it. Now, if you understand what is happening before you, you will understand what you've got to do. All right, now, let's look at what is happening in Europe. You think it is an argument
between communism and capitalism. It is a difference of opinion on the methodology of European control of the world. Europeans have decided that they would control the world, be it communist, capitalist, socialist, or fascist. And there's certain Oriental races who decided they will help them. But you won't face this because you think once you deal with your white enemy, you have no other enemy. You are dead wrong. People want power by any means necessary, and they will take it from any person on this earth who have not learned how to use it properly, and you have not learned to use it properly, not even how to protect your own community. If we're going to save ourselves, there's something which I have called the essential selfishness of survival, which you're going to have to start practicing. There are blacks who, following some whites, who will say this is black racism. I say it is not. It is survival. But if someone want to classify it as black racism, so what? So be it. This is our community, Harlem. I think we should own every single house in this community, control every single house in this community, control every single store in this community, employ people in the community running these things properly, have our own social agencies, eliminate homelessness, put people to work, renovating the houses in this community. And if we did this and walk upright and began to fix our own shoes and have small factories in this community, have independent schools, good day nurseries, good child care, if we did all that, a national theater with its headquarters in this community, if we did all of that, we are practicing nation structure. We would have at last understood what Booker T. Washington was saying, what Du Bois was saying, what Garvey was saying, and what Elijah Muhammad was saying. I don't separate one from the other. Now, I'm not endorsing Islam. I think religion without spirituality is a waste of time anyway. I'm not looking for a new one. I'm not trying to direct you to a new one. I wouldn't even call the name of Elijah Muhammad except the fact that he did make a contribution toward nation consciousness. In nation consciousness, you can make your own religion. You can go toward his, or make another one, or choose another one. The laws of nation consciousness is the laws of responsibility, and we are not going to save ourselves until we are conscious of nation responsibility and nation building. We're not going to save ourselves as individuals. We're going to do it as a collective. And to do it as a collective, we're going to have to be bold enough, even if we have to break our own hearts, to find out where we went wrong. Throughout history, we have been politically a naive people. We have trusted the wrong people. We have bought false goods, fake salesmen. We have bought things of a synthetic nature, not knowing that we had things of a realistic nature at home all the time. We have forgotten the fact, because we have not studied our history seriously, that before there was a Europe, we built enduring civilizations that lasted thousands of years
without a jail system, without a word in our language that meant jail. We had family structures that were so tight. The family was structured in such a way that both crime and punishment was taken care of within the family structure, and you didn't even need a jail. And there was no word in that language that meant divorce, because each party had a support system. The uncles, the fathers, the mothers, all that together. And that foreigners declared war on this support system. Throughout our history, we have always been and still are, in spite of the contradiction, the world's richest people. Rich in culture, rich in minerals, rich in ideas, rich in imagination. We have not used this great riches to save ourselves. You can listen to white musicians. They can do a good imitation of our music, but they cannot do an exact imitation if their life depended on it. Benny Goodman played one imitation over and over and over. But he didn't innovate on nothing because he didn't know how. He learned a form. He played the form over and over. I have been listening to our musicians, and this is the genius of our survival. Because I used to work in a building over the old Metropole, when musicians are kind of down on their luck, they used to play at that bar there, where you play and have naked women dance over the bar, get you to buy more drinks than you would normally. So when they're playing there, that means their luck is not so good. So Canada didn't pay so good anyway, but it's a gig, you know. You make a few. Maybe make $20 a night, you know. Cannonball Edley was there one night. I said, "Hey, Cannon, what's the secret of you and the horn?" Man, Johnny Boy always played his horn the same way. And then he qualified. If my girl is sweet, I play one way. If she's evil, I play another way. Had a good steak, I play another way. Had a bad one, I play another way. But I always played it home the same way, Johnny. I tried to understand what he was saying. Years later, we were growing up in the country, my wife and the children. I saw a dog on a leash. The dog could go to the end of that leash. He could jump as far as that leash would take him, one side of the tree, other side of the tree, but he could not go beyond the length of that leash. I said, "Stop the car." Everybody, the two children and my wife, thought I was crazy. I stood there just watching the dog. That's innovation. That's the heart of innovation. That's movement within a restricted form. That I remember Charlie Parker playing "Ain't She Sweet." And I listened to him 3 straight nights, and he played it a different way each night. And yet he still was playing "Ain't She Sweet." He played it according to his mood. He wasn't in the same mood each night, so he didn't play it the same way each night. Some nights it sounded better than others. But he didn't kill the tune of the song. What I'm saying is that we have been put on stage without a script and told, "Act, or we kill you." And we have acted. That's the nature of our survival. So we have learned something about survival that has eluded other people. We have not used what we have learned to continue to survive. We become now prisoners to forms other people created without using our imagination to survive. Otherwise, we would use our imagination, we could have rebuilt every boarded up house in Harlem. Mm-hmm. We're good carpenters. We're imaginative planners. And we are great decorators. Because we can use color and situation so well. Because why haven't we used our cultural gift to save ourselves? Now let's look beyond the United States. Let's look at the Caribbean Federation, a great heartbreak to me. Let's look at the Civil Rights Movement, another heartbreak. Let's look at the failure of the African independence explosion, the greatest of all the heartbreaks. Because that could have saved the two of us. And yet all three of them failed because instead of using our imagination, we were using forms developed by someone else, not knowing that your slave master and your colonial master created nothing that you can use to save yourself, because his form was to keep him in control of you. And when you use his form to control your own people, your situation is merely changing faces. You change your condition without changing your position. You have to understand the nature of the position in relationship to the condition. All right, now, one of the reasons why I want to start by examining the Caribbean concept of union and federation is that the idea of federation, the idea of Pan-Africanism was formalized by the Caribbean mind. How is it that the three great Pan-Africanists came from Trinidad? H. Sylvester Williams, George Padmore, C.L.R. James. They could never unify Trinidad. The great Federalists mostly came from Jamaica. The great internationalists came mostly from the Virgin Islands. Dryden, Hubert Harrison, Ashley Totten, who helped Randolph, but mainly Blyden, who tried to build a three-way bridge between African Americans, the Caribbeans, and Africa. Now you go to any part of the Caribbean islands, you find no nationalism of consequence. You even find the Rastas confused. You find a lot of rascals calling themselves rascals, and they are rascals. Now you explain to me, a Rasta who is a nationalist and been on Africa, what are they doing physically serving unfulfilled, socially inclined white women on all these islands? Why do they roam the beach in Jamaica to render sexual service to these women? Is that on your road to Africa? It's a side road, but Africa don't lead in that direction. So there's some confusion even by those who claim African as purity. And anybody that claims Haile Selassie is the depiction of God on this earth is confused about the history of Haile Selassie. Now, I like the idea of the rascals. I wish the rascals wasn't rascals. I wish there was something in the Caribbean islands of pure black nationalism, because they've got something we don't have here. They've got a majority. Then they've got something else we don't have. They've got a special kind of revolutionary heritage based on being a majority. Their slave revolts were the most successful of the slave revolts outside of Africa. They have forgotten their revolutionary heritage and become too dependent. Their slave revolts were successful because they had an African culture continuity. And our culture continuity in this country was broken, almost destroyed, and yet we maintain a large degree of that culture continuity. Go to Jamaica. Everybody in Jamaica want to be everything except an African person. They're willing to tell you about their Dutch uncle, Scottish grandfather, everything. Nobody say, I am African and proud. In the conference on Marcus Garvey in Jamaica in 1987, I raised the question, where would Marcus Garvey be safe in the Caribbean islands? Where would he be safe in the world if indeed he was alive walking around? Why would he be safe? In Jamaica, some disrayed Jamaican was stoning him to death. He failed twice in Jamaica. Jamaicans want to forget this. He's dead now. They can make him a hero, bury him in King's Park, and go back and say, Marcus Garvey's buried out there. They show you the word buried to make emphasize he's buried there. So he's dead. He ain't hurt nobody. If he was alive holding a mass meeting, they stoned him to death. Anybody would elect a Seaga prime minister, a Lebanese con man from Boston. There may be some hope, but I haven't found it. And yet, if the Caribbean islands would ever be the rallying cry for the return to Africa, if Jamaica fails to be that place, then there'll be no place. It has the resource, it has the personnel, it has the intellectual personnel, it has the technical personnel. Just like if Nigeria become a truly African nation and not a den of thieves, it can change all Africa. Half of the lawyers in Africa are Nigerian, half of the technicians, half of the engineers, half of the trained engineers are Nigerians, half of the school teachers and qualified professors in Africa are Nigerians. Nigeria could turn Africa around if it would, but it has to work as a collective and not as individuals. Okay, now let's look at what you call the civil rights movement in the United States and why this failed to be a vehicle we can use to save ourselves. And let's see if we can show you, when you do not understand the nature of the history behind an event, you're going to misinterpret the event and misuse the event and misuse yourself in relationship to the event.
These young people, brilliant and beautiful and brave, got the illusion that they were making a revolution that had never appeared before among their own people. They were totally ignorant of the early 19th century black revolutions, of the black freedman in New England under Douglas, of the newspapers published by that group, the Anglo-American. Douglas is a North Star, Freedom Journal. They were ignorant of the relationship of brilliant Caribbean minds to that movement, when nobody called themselves West Indian or Caribbean. Ignorant of the great contribution of the Barbadian Prince Hall, who found our Masons and didn't call it Masons, didn't call it Black Mason, didn't call it anything like that. He called it the African Lodge. Why were we closer to Africa then than we are now? Why do we have a romance with the word Africa then, have a way of avoiding it now? Why do we want to be something else now? We were comfortable being Africans then. When we lose our African connection, we lose our world connection. When we disconnect ourselves from Africa, we cease to be a world people. It is the African connection that makes us an important people of the world. Without the African connection, we are disjointed people, just hung out, begging for entry into somebody else's house. As an African people, we've got a big house, 12 million square miles, full of riches. And people are begging to enter our house to enjoy its riches. We are on the outside, not developing the talent to master that riches and exploit it to the benefit of all African people of the world, other than for European investors. If we stop talking about apartheid long enough, we'll realize the real issue in South Africa is not apartheid. European control over the mineral wealth of the world. And the headquarters of that control is South Africa. Most of the companies that control the wealth of Africa is South Africa. Now if you read Sheikh Anta Diop's little book written over 10 years ago, Africa, the Politics of a Federal State, he outlined a plan telling you exactly how the mineral wealth of Africa was taken, and telling you exactly what you're going to have to do to take it back and to preserve it for African generations still unborn. I was personally responsible for Sheikh Anta Diop's work being published in English in this country. His 5th book in English is coming out soon. I have not met 10 people who have seriously read his work. 10. His last book, written before his untimely death. And when a man is great, any death is untimely, even if he dies at 102. Productive men, all death is untimely, because they should just stay here. But his work, Civilization or Barbarism, finished before his death, he takes off the gloves. He don't say maybe, no more. He don't hedge anymore. He don't say the information points, indicates, nope, you don't say this. This is it.
And you know for the first time our place in the history of the world. Well, the book was promised for May, promised for last year. Now, because of poor translation, had to delay it again. Now it's April or probably May. But when it comes out, I'm going to promote it as best I can with my own limitations. My main point is that we have not heard our greatest messengers, and we have interpreted as fights a lot of things in our life that were not fights. We've heard Booker T. Washington's message of self-reliance, and we've condemned him as being an Uncle Tom because he did not take public stands on many things. And yet Booker T. Washington could have scratched his head when it wasn't itching, and could have shuffled when there was nothing funny. But Booker T. Washington did achieve something you need to respect him for.
Right.
He did keep Tuskegee open. He did train a generation of people. He did develop an educational system that was good then and is good now. And had we followed that system and paid respect to it, you would never see a white plumber, bricklayer in this community, because we have our own. If you live in a brick house, you should own a brick yard.
Got that right.
Wear leather shoes, tan leather, make your own shoes.
Yes.
Kids used to walk to Tuskegee through 3 states. Got no money. We worked our way through school, ride barefooted. He began a shoe repair shop and later a shoe design shop. And for years, most of the blacks trained in the design of orthopedic shoes were trained at Tuskegee. Shoes for cripples. Trained at Tuskegee. It's all gone now. It's a liberal arts school, as though we didn't have enough of those. We need more good technical training schools. Schools where a man would be trained to be a plumber, trained to lay a tile. A good plumber makes more than a good college professor.
That's right.
If you can lay tile in a bathroom properly, you make more than a college president. There's nothing wrong with using your hands and your brains all at the same time. You put those 2 things together with skill, you go home with some nice money and you can take care of the little lady quite nicely, you know. You can just tell her, honey, don't be buying those cheap cuts of meat. I want a nice first-class pork chop on my table. I want some prime steak sometime, you know. You can get to that. But we have forgotten this in the smugness and looking at Hollywood, looking at the soap opera, the most unreal thing in existence.
That's right.
Even unreal to the people who created it. You can take out your watch and look at a soap opera. Someone meets a man, and by your watch, in 3 minutes, she's in bed. I'm saying that a woman don't warm up that fast. Let's take the human factor into consideration. And besides, it's unreal. It's unreal to our society. Because we came out of a ceremonial society. We've forgotten to even discuss, and we can discuss it without vulgarity.
Through history, the black woman has demanded ceremony before entry. Even if it's a lie, you tell it with grace. She knows it's a lie, but at least you respected her enough to invent it. You don't like these crude people. No. This is why she invented the approach, say, what's your story? And because you know she's going to bring off this stuff called what's your story, you get one ready. And though it is a lie, you tell it with grace and smoothness, and she will consider favoring you, at least. You told a good one. Your tie is properly tied, your shirt is clean, your smile is proper, you taking a decent bath. So some consideration will be given, at least. But you're not a European, crude. You just say, come in. You snatching on women around. Taking one of these European manners. I don't blame her, she refused all of it. You can't pay me the respect of telling me a story, even a lie. You just do it out. So leave it alone. Now let's get serious. Let's get back. Not that I wasn't serious all along. My point is that when we look at what was happening in Africa, although the independence explosion did happen between 1957 with the independence of Ghana for the next decade, the genesis of the explosion was 100 years before, when throughout the whole of the 19th century, Africans did not negotiate anything. They did not go to England to Whitehall, and they did not go to Europe with the chandeliers and the smiling ladies, you know, and the champagne. They didn't go to all of that stuff. They picked up their spears and picked up their shield and went to the field. They outjumped some of the finest soldiers of Europe. And there's a good record of it. In South Africa, there's a record called The Negro is a Soldier. In the Sudan, there's a record left by Winston Churchill, one of the great war reporters since Caesar came home from Gaul. The young Winston Churchill. It's about the war in the Sudan, called the River War. The people that the Africans opposed and defeated wrote it down. We should read the record of the last of the Ashanti Wars, led by a woman, Ye Asantewaa, able and supported by men. The siege of Kumasi, the great drama of Kumasi. Any history of Ghana will tell you about that war and about this brilliant woman. We keep comparing ourselves with Europeans. We are not Europeans. In temperament, no European would have followed a woman into a war 9 months, giving no quarter, asking no quarter. And she had that war won, until a great contradiction in history appeared. The famous West Indian Regiment that she thought was her friends. And she told her men to lay down your guns and go out and greet our brothers. They come to help us at last. The brothers in the pay of the British come to do her in. And they did. It's a longer story than that, but recently when I was in Jamaica, someone going to get some coconut milk for me. They leaned me against a
a rock and a tree, and said that you stay here while I go get the coconut thing for you. And the West Indian Regiment was playing. And when she came back, nice Jamaican lady, doing me a beautiful favor. I mean, I didn't even know whether she knew Jamaica. She's a Jamaican, so she knew where to go to have a nice fresh coconut cut and so I can drink the juice. So she brought it back gracefully. She noticed that I was kind of literally wiping my eyes. She said, "What's wrong?" I said, "The West Indian Regiment. It's the band of the old West Indian Regiment who misunderstood the signals of history, fought against that people other than for them. But the year of Santa War should be celebrated by us. We should celebrate because we have not looked at women the same as the European. And when we look at them, even in courtship, when we take the same approach as the European, we are dead wrong. When we take the same attitude as the European, we are dead wrong. The European fears women. And when he enslaved the boy, he enslaved her too. Only difference, many times her auction block has air conditioning. But she's on the auction block too. And when we look at this African independence explosion, we must take into consideration not one African nation came to power using an African indigenous structure of government. Everyone used an imitation parliamentary procedure taken from Europe. And I'm saying it's like wearing a coat that wasn't designed for your body and will never fit your body. The tailor had never seen your body and therefore cannot cut a coat to suit your body. And this is something you have to do yourself. So you didn't wear no tight-fitting coat. You need another kind of coat, politically and figuratively speaking. Africa will never succeed using European parliamentary technique. It will never succeed using Christianity or democracy as designed by the European. Because the African meant different things by Christianity, he means different. The African never used the word democracy. He never used the word democracy, yet he had more democracy than the European ever had or ever dared to practice. Now this is where some lawyers need to study the African court system. When the late Paula Murray, who was a brilliant lawyer, went to Africa, I asked her, why don't you study the customary court system in Africa? She spent more time criticizing Nkrumah and the educational system. She never got around to it. But had she studied it, and I'm not a lawyer at all, and I've studied it, it's democratic to the point of being cumbersome. Because the accused can examine everybody in the court, including the judge. And the case is not closed until the accused calls his last witness. And generally the last witness is his wife, who will witness his good character and how well he takes care of his family. And if that don't get it, he's guilty as hell. But there's a system that takes the man's total humanity into consideration. Now we would throw away all of that for a European system. Where were you on the night of June the 13th? That's not the issue. That's not the, besides I can't remember. The issue where I was on the night of June 13th is not the issue. But in African code, the issue is whether you have violated the laws, the customary laws that govern this society. Having done so,
whether you have endangered the whole society. And if you have endangered the whole society, then the entire society has a right to call for your punishment. And the judge in the case, once you are proven guilty, asks you, in your opinion, what do you think, what sentence do you think need to be passed upon you now that you're proven guilty? In nearly most cases, the guilty announces a sentence for himself more harsh than the court normally would put upon him. He participates both in his innocence and in his guilt. Now this is democracy to the point of being retarding justice. I'm saying trials would last too long if they had this kind of trial in America, but the spirit of what they are doing is worth preserving. You go to a case in Botswana among the Bamangweda people, or the code is called the Kahapla. You bring your stool, you bring your lunch, you bring diapers for the children. You sit on the tree, bring fresh water. You don't know when the trial, you might come back 3 days. Trial still goes on. I'm saying that we must rescue these old values, update them, prune away the excess time involved, because we have to move faster now. But the spirit is good. We must talk to each other again, as we never did before. I remember growing up, because there's no such thing as illegitimacy. You didn't turn a girl out just because she's had a child out of wedlock. But there's ladies in the community did gather around her and talk to her and let her know about the danger of this kind of a thing, and that this wasn't exactly the right thing to do. And men would gather around the man, want to know what you going, in as much you're not going to marry this girl, what are you going to do toward her support? Now, men are impregnating ladies and tell you, none of your business, after all, she should have kept her dress down. That's not the issue. You know what could have happened. And girls have to learn how to check people out before they favor them. And if they're not dependable, don't favor them. You're not going to die. You can go a long ways through life without it. I mean, you're not going to lay down and die. He ain't going to die either. So some things can wait until you make a proper selection of someone you can depend on or believe in. I'm talking about, we need to concentrate on the quality of people we're bringing into the world. There's no point of bringing someone into the world who's going to be a burden to the world and burden to the society in the world. We want everybody to be a contributor. And to be a contributor, a child needs more than mothering. It needs fathering too. A child needs socialization. If a child is without a father, he shouldn't be without the male image in his life. Okay, good. Now, I'm going to start summing up. I didn't know I'd spoken so long. I've been reminded of my next assignment, that is in Long Island. My point is that
If we are indeed going to save ourselves, we have to find out not only what we have done wrong, but the number of people among us we have failed to make accountable to us. Everything that calls itself a leader must be accountable to us.
Yeah.
And if they are too sensitive to be accountable to us, then they don't go forth and call themselves a leader. Then let us deny them. Somewhere along the line, all of us, in our fascination for foreign toys, political and otherwise, we reached the fork in the road. And we saw many roads leading in many directions. And we read the signboards wrong. And we went down roads that did not lead us home. Now we have to go back to the fork in the road and read those signboards again. We have to find a signboard that reads unity, African World Federation, Pan-Africanism, African solidarity. When we see that on the signboard, the unification of all African people throughout the world, the self-interest of African people first, black and black unity being more than black and white unity, but black and black unity has to come first. When we see that signboard, after we go back to the fork of the road, meaning we might have to go back before we can go forward, we have to recheck ourselves. We might have to go back and make a decision, a principal decision. We might have to build great industries. Might have to start with our underwear. And the only reason I say start with your underwear because no one's looking at it. So if you make underwear, you get the seams wrong, you got time to get it straight. Then we work to our shoes, then our suits. And we learn something that is the basic cause of the re-emergence of modern Japan. There are two things the Japanese would not let their conqueror take from them. Their self-confidence and their image of God as they conceived him to be. You lost your self-confidence. You worship an image of God. That belongs to your conqueror. You cannot worship an image over the weekend, go to that same image the rest of the week and ask for a job, and fight that image the way you need to fight them, and outmaneuver that image the way you need to, learn that image and take that image apart in order to learn how to bypass him and defeat him in order to be free and worship that same image at the same time. You cannot turn viciously on yourself because you do not resemble that image, and you cannot look at that same image as the epitome of everything good and look at the image staring at you from the mirror as the image of everything bad. Psychologically, you cannot save yourself
we cannot expect history to make exceptions in our case. Everybody who came from a lower to a higher position in the world at any time had to subject themselves to a form of collective discipline and unity. And they could not be scattered all over the place and achieve that container that is essential to all people, nationhood. And when you achieve nationhood, you must make an inventory of everything that goes into the making of a nation and have someone qualified to do all those things. One of the holdbacks is that we look for the glamour, too much glamour. Oppression depresses the ego, the sense of self-satisfaction. Now we have to go back, all the way back to self-satisfaction. And from self-satisfaction, there has to be group satisfaction. So while it is absolutely essential that you love yourself, because any love you have for other people is of no great value if you do not love yourself. And I'm not talking about ego washing just for the sake of ego washing. Every human being was put on this earth for a purpose and given a purpose by the Creator. And the first thing we need to ask ourselves, have we fulfilled our purpose? What is our mission? And every people on this earth must have a mission. And the main mission, as Malcolm X and others have told you repeatedly, and Garvey has told you, regain the land.
That's right.
Without land, there is no nation. Now, I am a little less enthusiastic about Nelson Mandela because he has not asked for the return of the land. When he came to power, the whites controlled 87% of all the land in his country. They still control 87% of the land. Until he called for the return of the land, I will share with you and trade with you as much land in Africa as you will trade with me in Europe. If I have no European land, then you have no African land. And when Africa is fully cultivated, when what in its land, the great agriculture, mineral wealth, gold, manganese, cobalt, when these things are cultivated, there should be no poor African and no hungry African. Now these things are being cultivated for other people. What I'm speaking to is the very concept of nation seems to have eluded us It will elude us so long as we ask foreigners to come to our country and do what we need to do. So therefore, when we take over a nation, we must have made an inventory of what goes of a nation. So many people have to be making shoes. So many people have to be making safety pins, hold your child's diaper together. We work railroad. And so many have to be designing the railroad and the railroad car. All the Japanese did is to take one automobile and break it down and begin to innovate, making different parts of it. And they put together, they had an automobile. So there's no mystery about things we're from, and we are doing for other people the same kind of thing normal would be doing for ourselves. Now, if we wanted to start a great garment industry, inasmuch as most black women have worked in the garment district one way or the other, one time on buttons, on clothes, on all kinds of clothes. They worked in the district for other people. Why can't they work for us? Why can't they work on our tutelage and we find the salary to pay them? We all wear clothes. Now, there's no argument about the fact that we need clothes. And when we take over a nation, you need people who know metals. You need people who educate. You take that inventory, make sure you have those people either in training or functioning, and let each one train one. What we need to look at is the model for a nation. You have to have people who can do everything that's necessary to contain a nation. We have to stop sickness between us, because our oppressors not think anymore or the other. If we came together in as much as we are strategically located people in the world, meaning there are more of us in different places in the world than other people. I did not say that we are numerically larger than other people. Oh, something's happening. But we are strategically located, for if we brought all of this together in a great Pan-African Union based on the land, based on the possibilities of our agriculture and our mineral wealth properly marketed by us, but properly mined by us and refined by us, on our own terms, we can be a self-sustaining people. And we don't have to take over other people in order to do it. We are the only people fortunate enough, endowed with land and talent. If we took it all back and used it for ourselves, we would have more than enough for ourselves and enough to sell to other people. And if we're willing to deal with other people on that kind of basis, there's no use of us sacrificing our young people in stupid wars that don't have to be fought in the first place. But we can come together in honorable trade. Let's take one entity. Let's take the Caribbean islands. If it came together in honorable trade, they can be self-sustaining in food. In the area that used to grow food, you got supermarkets, condos, and golf courses. None of these things are doing the Caribbean people enough good to be worth sustaining. In Bermuda, they had a red onion. They had a monopoly on the onion. A Texan came, put some in his suitcase, and started an onion industry in Texas. Now the same Texans, sell Bermuda onions, red onions, to the people of Bermuda. Now they got to go to a Texan now to buy their own red onion. And the land they used to grow their red onion is now either a golf course, or condo, or a big supermarket area. When people take away from you the right to, not only the right, but the ability and the right to sustain yourself, they take away from you what is vital to the concept of nationhood. Vital to the concept of nationhood, you have to feed yourself. You have to educate yourself. And you have to defend yourself. But if you've got gold and iron ore to the extent of the need of the West, and they cannot get it from you by war, then they'll make some honorable terms to get it. And those honorable terms between you, they've got something you need, you've got something they need. And this exchange creates a zone of peace, because you cannot fight each other and keep that zone all at the same time. We have to understand the structure of nations when the Asians first, then the Europeans, came into Africa. Now, in my African course 1, I teach these beginnings. Now I will probably go further, because now there's information on the Sudan and its connection with Egypt that didn't exist. What made Egypt a state? Bringing together a much-needed labor supply, developing the goods, the services, that they would be able to feed all these people. And because they could sustain them, food and housing, and could bring them together for religious fervor, all of this coming together, the lower and the upper Nile, made a state. They had to organize in some kind of protective fashion to become a state and to relate to the states in the South that was the basis of their origin. And they came together, Upper and Lower Nile, and formed a country that the Greeks would call Egypt. And in their writings, in their folklore, in their myth, they created so much of the literature that will go into the literature of the world's 3 major religions, and that will go into the making of what the European calls civilization. What you forget in looking at Europe, and this is why people get away with so much, we don't look at the chronology of Europe. And when you look at the chronology of Europe, they began to emerge around 850 BC. What was happening in Africa 850 BC? Egypt has spread itself so thin, it was now threatening. On the eve of the 25th dynasty. Now, look at the dynasties of Egypt. After the 25th, there was nothing left worth being called a dynasty. That was the last walk in the sun when the brothers from the south moved up north and showed Egypt how to control a nation one more time. That last walk in the sun ended thousands of years of civilized living. And why could Egypt sustain such a large population over such a large area? It had a suitable food supply. It had a suitable housing supply. It had a spiritual life that did not offend the people or put one against the other. It already had every element that would go into the making of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Different people with different approaches to the religion made different things out of it. And some made God ungodly. That is true of Eastern religions also, because in the Hindu faith, they speak of the sacred cow, but not the sacred human being. So they are off too. Then people got into a habit of making comparative studies of their respective chosen gods, which was the worst thing they could have done, given the circumstances. If you look up the word God in a good etymological dictionary, God itself means different things, but none of the information about any of the gods gives them the right and the privilege of cursing anybody, because gods do not curse. And people must get this through their skull. Gods do not curse. Gods do not favor. The very word God eliminates that. Now, with the coming of foreigners to Africa from Western Asia, people not too certain about who they are in the history of the world, then or now, they began because they could not handle an African way of life. They were not equal to that kind of communalism. They became grabbers, created the embryo of what would later be capitalism. Now, you think capitalism will resolve if you got enough money. But if you got the money you wanted, you would have to cheat somebody, because that in itself creates an imbalance. So there is nothing wrong with capitalism properly used. It has to be used for the people and not against the people. And I do not believe it is impossible for capitalism to be democratic and to be honest and still survive. Yes, you have people who want super profits. and they began to destroy the sovereignty of other people and other nations. And when they take away your sovereignty, your responsibility, your very being, essence of your political life, then they take away so much that goes with your spiritual and physical life. We have not talked enough about culture and the role of culture in sustaining a people. You have to first recognize you have culture separate and distinct from that of your oppressor, and that so much of that culture comes out of your trying to live in an atmosphere not exactly created in your favor. You are adjusting to somebody else's culture and somebody else's habits. A people, by virtue of living, creates a cultural style. It creates even a killing style. This is why I didn't believe the thing about O.J. Not that black men don't kill, they do. They don't kill that way. See, physical mutilization in that way is part of the killing style of another people, mostly Mediterranean whites. Sometimes we are passion killers. If an African man says, I'm going to kill you, if you avoid him 24 hours, you can end the whole thing. He changed his mind. So if you're going to kill, he had to kill you right away, or leave you alone. See, when people study styles, approaches of other people, so many blacks who go into their grave for things they did not commit could have been saved, because that approach is not our approach. We don't stay around and play over the dead body. You're dead, you're dead. We're gone. And so when people study that, a whole lot of things, sometimes we'll charge you of. They will go, that's not exactly the way we do it. We're passion killers. Gonna kill you right away. Gonna let you go right away. And we just don't hold grudges as long as some other people. I lose sense of the possibilities. I'm still talking about nationhood. What do you have to do to sustain a nation? What are the responsibilities? People must be fed. Things must be distributed as close to equal as possible. People must be educated. And so when you gain control of a nation, all these things must be in your hands. And if they are in the hands of your former colonial master, you are not sovereign. You are not free. Now, Jamaica, if it had it together, had its political house in order, its cultural house in order, it could sustain all the islands in the Caribbean Sea. There's nothing wrong with Jamaica being the sustaining island. It's the largest. It has the largest number of technically trained people for the kind of age in which we live. So we have to start reconsidering things and develop frameworks that will leave different people sovereign but dependent as others will be dependent on them, and an exchange of what one has got. Now, Jamaica can make enough potatoes for all the islands, if it would. And yet some of the islands are sent to the United States paying 3 times more for potatoes. We have to come together as a people, supporting ourselves, educating ourselves, and estimate how many shoes we need, and if we could just sell half of the shoes, we can estimate the profit. And it could be tremendous. What I'm trying to say is that we shouted nation time too soon. We shouted nation time before we understood what goes into the making of a nation, before we made an inventory of the needs of a nation to make sure we have on hand the technicians, the supply lines, the educational system that could sustain a whole nation. Until you get that in focus, you are sovereign. You're not sovereign. No matter how many limousines your president rides in, or how high the flag, it's nothing going to make you a nation except self-reliance. And when we look at Du Bois, Booker Washington, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Elijah Muhammad, all these men were saying basically the same thing using different words. And it was not a problem. It was not a problem of one or the other. We needed all of them in the time slot that the Creator put them on the earth. For each message carries on from the other message. One is reinforcing the message of the other. Now, if we knew this, the Congo situation would be such a situation. We knew when it came to power superficially, we knew that was one of the richest spots in Africa. So what are we going to do with our people who can take that rich spot and transfer it into a great and powerful sovereign nation without taking the rights of any of the people in the nation? I am excited about what's happening in Zaire, now renamed the Congo. But I think too many people after Lumumba, after Mobutu, have about the same ambitions as Mobutu. And I hope those people won't just create another dictatorial power. In this country, which is so rich, and maybe the richest single country in all Africa, in gold, manganese, and copper, but rich in agriculture to the point they can rent the Germans a piece of land more than equivalent to the state of Delaware just for a rifle range. In the first place, I don't know why anybody should let another nation have a rifle range of that size in its own country. That is part of the usurpation of the sovereign rights of the people of the Congo. Some parts of the Congo are so rich agriculturally, they have to put halters on the cows to keep them from eating themselves to death. In my last trip to that country, I got with a Congolese intellect. We went to a place called Kiev. Here the grass is so green and luscious, you have to stop the cows from eating, or they eat themselves to death. We got some of that same grass, went back to the hotel, cleaned it, and ate it as a salad. It was a decent salad. We were eating as good as the cows. What I'm trying to point out, if this country is that rich agriculturally, there is no excuse why anybody in that country should be hungry. And yet there are people there hungry. One of the biggest thieves in the Congo was one of Jack Onassis' personal friends. I won't call him a boyfriend, but he was a personal friend. He let Mobutu steal a lot so he can steal even more. And he's still walking around without a scratch. In what is now Zimbabwe, that used to be southern Rhodesia, Ian Smith controlled his personal land in that country is larger than the state of Delaware. Here's a man that killed thousands of Africans. And when the rebels left the field and let the politicians make peace, he's now a part of the parliament. His office is close to that of the president of the country. He should have been killed the first day. Now the African is not only hospitable to strangers and invaders, he's merciful, and sometimes more merciful to them than to his own. Many of the Africans are not willing to forgive the atrocity that had demeaned their continent for well over 200 years. They're not willing to forgive. When did white people forgive? Did they forgive the Nazis? Hold on. They went to Nuremberg and put them on trial. And the key ones got hung if they didn't commit suicide ahead of time. I think we need to look at the word forgiveness, look at the word state, and understand what we mean by it. We're letting people go who murdered our children and to walk away scot-free with a confession. How much are we supposed to forgive? There are some things I do not forgive. There are some things I cannot forgive. And when I saw my mother for the last time in a Jim Crow wooden stinking hospital in the South, and she asked for a glass of water, and the white nurse wouldn't let me give her a glass of water. And I don't know whether a glass of water would have prolong her life another hour or another day. But she was entitled to some water. When I tried to pour it for her, the white nurse let me know that I was not an employee there, and she's the one who decided who gets water. And I don't hate hospitals. I hated sometimes the personnel in hospitals. I get a feeling in my stomach every time I go near one. I did not forgive, and I never will forgive. There are some things I think it's best to try to forgive and forget. But what they're asking of us is what has never been asked of another people. When Europeans catch a European bandit on their land and kill him or drive him away, we have caught some bandits in our land. And sometimes, in fact most of the time, especially in South Africa, we should do the same thing. When Nelson Mandela came to power, whites controlled 87% of the land. They still control 87% of the land. Now, the agreement that he's contemplating making with Buthelezi, the most important thing, it will give different people in South Africa back their traditional land. If he can get away with this kind of treaty, but with sentiment serving such an important part in Africa, I think Africa will sentimentalize it to the point where they're going to say, let them keep the land on these terms. And if you get it, if they can get it in one term, then they'll take it on another term. It's just if you catch somebody on your land, they have to leave or stay only on your terms. And what's being asked of us and the commission in South Africa, partly headed by Bishop Tutu, is to forgive and forget. And people now can come before us and confess, find machine guns that Africans at Soweto and that other atrocity. Women, children, dead, gone. And I can't, and I must forgive. It's a little too much. I am at heart a Pan-Africanist, and I want to conclude my remarks on the score of Pan-Africanism. We need not separate ourselves based on who's from little speck of dust in the Caribbean Sea, who's from Africa, who's from Georgia. Late at night, when you're trying to get a cab at Kennedy, nobody cares where you are from. If your face is black, you're going to have a difficult time getting that cab. And I've been in this situation, and I thought of Johnny Johnson, a black multimillionaire. His chances would be no better than mine, maybe less. He's taller, equally black, and the cab driver might be a little afraid of him. The cab driver might take a chance with me. So I hang there. I'm passed up about 7 or 8 cabs that pass me by. Then a brother comes along. He knows that from Kennedy into town is about $25, really. brother, I'll take you, $50. So the brother comes and takes advantage of the situation, cheats you, takes you home. So he's become a crook among crooks, but a different crook. He knows when he looks at you, ain't too much you can do to him, you know. Size things up, you know. So he'll take you. And you don't always get a brother to come by and take you. Man, you wait and let some independent car hustling up a little money will take you into town. Now, what am I talking about? I'm talking about nation. If you're a part of a total nation, if you are a citizen of a total nation, then this don't supposed to happen to you, because your citizenship is supposed to be on the level with other citizenships. And why is it now, right now, you can go into an African bank, and if you're not first in line, whites will be waited on in preference to you, because the mind has been controlled, oriented in such an extent it still follows colonial instructions 30 years after the physical presence has been gone. What we have to think in the framework of nation. What is a nation? What goes into the making of a nation? And we must have on hand every item, spiritually, culturally, and politically. And we have to lose our sentiment about so many of others who are not of us, who are not delivering, but who are prancing, playing games with time and situation. Things began to move more and more towards some form of correlation. People sometimes misunderstand the nature of commitment. In the case now of Betty Shabazz, everybody said, I will pray, I will do this. A good physician trained in how to handle a burning case can do more for her than 1,000 people on their knees. I'm not against people being on their knees, but I'm saying that while you're on your knees, somebody else will have to be doing something else, more concrete, where the proof, the results, is more apparent. It's not one or the other, but each in its own place, doing the job it needs to do. And too many times people train for jobs, don't get the jobs they are trained for among us, and we send away to get someone else to do that same job. We have to work well with each other, and I call Tommy to a Tom. Sometimes you're going to have to Tom a little bit to a Tom in order to get things done. I don't think we know each other quite as well as we should. And many of us think, because of separate geography and colonial masters that differ, there is a great deal of difference between the different approaches to different ones of us based on background. Our enemy don't think no more of someone from an island, or someone from Georgia, or someone from Carolina. You don't think no more. And so we have to stop all this nonsense, dividing ourselves based on sororities, fraternities, and social organizations, or what little speck of dust in the Caribbean Sea that gave us birth, inasmuch as we had no control over any of it. And when people are out of power so long, they long desperately for power. And when they get close to it, they panic. And they spend so much time literally giving it back to the person who had it in the first place. We have to, if we are going to follow prescription, which I've laid down, Pan-Africanism or perish, if we cannot develop a concept of an African world union and participate one to the other, we might as well go out of business as a people, because nobody is going to respect anyone who are not the masters of themselves, feeding themselves, educating themselves, and protecting themselves. There is no European solution for your problem.
I know that's right.
Even if you join them in capitalism, you are a servant of capitalism. You don't have to join them in socialism. Well, you had that before they had shoes. You had that all along. All you have to do is to develop a socialist system that will take into consideration our total culture, our religious commitments, our spirituality. And we have to understand, before the rise of Europe and the occupation of Africa by Europeans, all of the killing, there was no killing, genocidal killing of Africans against Africans. Prior to this period, the one war in Africa that caused the largest amount of casualties was the Zulu Wars, lasting from the late 1700s to the middle of the 20th century. But wars to keep the European out of Africa. I'm saying that we have to accept some responsibility for stabilizing the Caribbean islands, the whole continent of Africa. Have to have some kind of method of dealing with the Arabs and Islam, because no one came to Africa to do African people any good, and that includes the Arabs. And there's a good library of information on the subject, but if people don't want to read it or consider it, that it's not exactly my fault. But nobody came to Africa to do Africa any good. Among the other things I'm working on is the role of the missionaries in conquest, showing you that the Hebrew missionary was mainly commercial and still is. Christianity is mainly commercial and still is. Did you hear how many priests in the Congo? Over 10,000 priests in the Congo. Why is it that you can get guns to kill each other when you can't get farm equipment to feed each other? Why are you so easy to get guns? You don't manufacture no guns. Why can you get them so easy? And why are you so difficult in getting farm equipment and basic things to teach kids basic technology? What I'm saying in conclusion, that our children should be trained from birth for some form of leadership. find out what he can best do and make sure that he has a chance to do that particular thing and make a contribution to the total of the people through that particular thing that he gets done best. I'm afraid we're going to have to come together among African people. Some we may not like, and some may not like us. But if we're going to survive, all of us are going to have to come together into a great Pan-African union. I think a union of committed Africans will save all Africa. And because we have no desire to conquer the rest of the world, which wouldn't make sense anyhow, we'll make a contribution to the stabilization not only of Africa, but the whole world. And we did it once, and of course, we can do it again. And I thank you.
And we thank you, Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And we thank you. Let's give Dr. Clarke a warm round of applause. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Dr. Clarke, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. John Henrik Clarke.